should probably turn off this chat block. There we go. I don't need that anymore. I've had this like black box in the upper right, like the upper left corner of my screen since like fucking Classic. So I remember I was originally streaming WoW without like a chat blocker, but I was an officer in Classic, and then people were like, "Wait a second, you're like just streaming the fucking officer chat, dude? What the fuck are you doing?" People got really mad. I was like, "What do you mean? I thought you guys were like fully transparent." They're like, "No, you need to block that shit." I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah.
Like, all right.
Yeah.
What's up?
No, I was gonna say that checks out, given the Tilted Griffins story.
Yeah, yeah.
And the officers in there.
Yeah, I was just all full transparency. I'm like, oh, if we're gonna do full because it's like we invited somebody in. We rotated somebody into like the officer position. It was like every week or whatever for Loot Council. So it was like people were in there. It's like they could see what was happening or what was being said. It's like, what's the big deal? They did not like that. It was funny.
Weird.
Anyways, yeah, this is the WoW Classic Retrospective. This was your idea. You you wanted to call this the funeral, which I guess in a way it kind of is, because I'm done with WoW. You don't even have a subscription.
Indeed.
Yeah, and I figured Retrospective was probably better. I mean, I guess that you got this idea from like when I did the Diabolical funeral, right?
Yeah. I did.
And that was just because like Diabolical is basically done when I did that. It was like they suddenly shut down their esports like tournaments and everything, and it was pretty clear the game was just done for and they're moving on. But I figure with WoW, it's like WoW will always march on. The world could be over, but somebody somewhere is still playing WoW, I'm sure, and the servers are still up. Somebody's paying that $15 a month. I'm pretty surprised like how like long WoW has been around for. It's like longevity. As a subscription-based game, nonetheless, like that's crazy. You have to think like even when the numbers are like down, that's still like everyone's still paying $15 a month for this game.
Yeah, it was some of the insights that I've heard like over the years is like the way that they've monetized, the way that they like get money in, is way different than the subscription service that it used to be. Nowadays, like the shop, unironically, like brings in a huge amount of money. There was one guy, he goes by Pirate Software. He used to work at Blizzard as a one of their anti. He has a video where he talked about how there was the first mount that they implemented into the shop made more money than Star Wars. Listen to me, fucking StarCraft, Wings of Liberty.
Damn, that's not surprising. I know what mounts he's talking about too. I actually bought one of those. It was the
Nice.
it was the Sparkle Horse. It was like I forget the actual Celestial Steed or something like that. It was basically like Invincible, but it was like themed as if it was like an Algalon horse. It was basically like a transparent horse. You could look it up, and it had like it was like a constellation. It had like stars inside it. It was actually kind of cool looking. It's a shame that there was a store mount. If that was like an Algalon mount drop, that actually would have been really sick. But money.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, so I mean, at that point, they just made millions off of that, and they continue to make millions with all the different services that they provide, and like they upcharge you for getting a level boost and
level boost, transfers, faction changes, race changes. Those are all like $15-$20, I think, a pop.
Yep.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say though, like people are still paying $15 a month. That's just like on top of all that stuff.
Yep.
So it's a lot of money.
It is.
Which is surprising because I don't think any other game could get away with that at this point. Like every other game has moved to like free to play models and whatnot instead of the subscription based stuff. So.
WoW and Final Fantasy 14 are the only two I think that have like are big and have subscriptions specifically.
Oh, is that also a subscription based game?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Really? Okay, I thought that was free to play for some reason.
Well, the free to play is that you basically can play like all the way up to just before the latest expansion.
Oh, okay.
But
you have to buy the latest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
You have to
but it's
subscribe.
like,
You have to subscribe for it too, then.
yeah, at that point you would have to subscribe as well in
That's
order to
interesting.
do the thing. But the thing is that like the free to play experience is far more robust than World of Warcraft's is. Like I don't,
Mm-hmm.
well, I think WoW just lets you get to level 20, but like
Yeah.
the free to play experience in Final Fantasy 14 lets you play like the raids and stuff like that.
Oh wow.
Imagine you hit like level 60 equivalent. You can run into Molten Core and actually do the raid proper with like other people.
Yeah, that's
Like that's
wild.
like Final Fantasy 14 is built that way, where like you can like legitimately play like the old shit and it be like part of like the content because the main story is like all like interconnected and there's like reason for people to go back and do those old quests and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
that's interesting. I did not know that. Yeah, I know like the WoW. I do know. I remember when WoW released their like free to play thing, and it was like play at level 20 or whatever, and I was like, oh, okay.
you do fucking nothing. Great
Yeah,
level 10.
exactly.
You go from 1 to 10 in Tutorial Island, and then 10 more levels, and you're done. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, it's nothing, but I mean that sounds about right for Blizzard. Only Blizzard could get away with that. I guess this is a
Agreed.
good segue. What Blizzard games did you play before WoW, if any?
Um, I played Hearthstone. I played Overwatch.
Did you not like grow up
Um,
playing like Diablo and StarCraft and stuff?
no,
Okay.
I didn't get into that until Gray got me into Diablo. In
Oh,
fact, like
okay. Oh yeah.
she loved Diablo 2,
Good game.
and never played it. And then the two of us literally fucking crushed that game, the OG style, before they did the remastered. Um, and then then our characters got lost. Fucking the Diablo 2 servers from back then were just made out of fucking paper and paper clips and shit like that. And they're just like, yeah, your characters are gone forever. There's literally nothing we can do. It's like completely wiped. And it's like, oh,
Jesus. That's
awesome,
rough.
love that. Which really sucked. And then we just kind of redid everything with remastered. So yeah, I played. So I mean, it's kind of a fib for me to say that like WoW Classic was my first like ever World of Warcraft thing, but I
Mhm.
did play during Warlords of Draenor, and I think I told you about that.
Yeah.
But like I don't even count it because like I don't even know what the fuck I was doing. Like I
Well, how much
was,
did you play? Like, did you get to like max level? Did you raid it all, or was it just like were you just
yeah,
fucking around? Oh, okay.
I rated. I did I was a Ret Pally and I rated in I think it was High Mall was the name of the raid. It was like the first. It was like the
Oh,
first
yeah.
like
Yeah.
ogre
Yeah, yeah,
one,
yeah. No, High
and then
Mall's right.
High Mall's right. Okay, and then it was Blackrock Foundry was the other raid that I did.
It's a fun raid.
Um, but it was a fun raid, and I only ever did those like LFR and normal. Like
Mhm.
beating Blackhand and normal was like a huge accomplishment for our guild.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Gotcha.
and I was like, yeah, okay, great. And then there was like, I mean, Q guild drama. And also Warlords of Draenor, where you had like fucking months between like anything happening. Like you had like the fucking selfie patch that came out,
I remember
and
that. The fucking
and
camera.
the fucking selfie camera came out, and then like nothing for months. You're just playing solitaire with the fucking war table, and that was all the content that you could do. And my guild fell apart the day of the release of Hellfire Citadel.
Oh, really? Jesus.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Um, so I don't know. I never really like. So I did play it and I did like experience it, but it was just like the most like watered down, like streamlined. Like I literally just ran straight to do the raids, did the raids, didn't really know what the fuck I was doing because I just
Mhm.
pressed buttons, and then I got out. But WoW Classic was like the scene where I like, okay, I'm gonna fucking sit down and just play this game like every day type shit. Like,
Mhm.
I mean, Draenor, you just played once a week, did your fucking daily. You did your not even do your dailies. I tried to do the dailies; they were so fucking boring with the Apexis crystal shit. I was just like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking do my table thing on raid day, pick it all up on raid day, and just go to raid like over and over again. And look at that.
Yeah, Warlords of Draenor was not great. That's actually where I stopped playing. So my guild, I was doing like I guess it was Mythic at the time. I did like some stuff there. and Highmall and Blackrock Foundry. Those were actually pretty good raids, but yeah, that whole expansion was pretty fucked. There's like a lot of cut and missing content. They just like never got around to doing. Yeah, so that's a very opposite experience to what I had. I grew up playing Blizzard games. I played like StarCraft, I think was my first RTS. I never played the multiplayer. Just played like single player, the campaign. Good campaign. I don't know. Did you ever go back and play like StarCraft 1?
Yeah, I did. I went back and I played right around that time I was playing like Diablo 2. I played Warcraft 3.
Okay, that's
and
a
I
good
did
one.
and then I did StarCraft and StarCraft 2 as well. And I played through those.
Yeah,
I was
StarCraft. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say like I was actually working with a guy at the time who was a huge StarCraft player. He got plat, doing like 1v1s and shit. Like he's like legit, pretty good at the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so he got me into playing it and doing like co-ops and shit like that. So it was probably around like 2018, I would say 2019 for me when I was like starting to play more like Blizzard games proper.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, no, I liked it. I was playing all this shit back in like 2000, like early 2000s. Specifically Diablo 2 and StarCraft. I didn't play Warcraft 3 until after I played WoW. And then I played WoW. I played WoW for a very long time. I played in vanilla. I started like in 2005 playing vanilla, like actual vanilla WoW. Very different game back then. Very different group of people.
Oh yeah.
Everyone was a boomer. It was pretty good. It was pretty great though. It was like pretty wholesome. Like I didn't really know. Like I knew a few skeevy characters, but like a lot of people that I was around were like pretty decent people.
Sure.
Because I think WoW just had such a like the original vanilla WoW had such like an appeal. I always remember the like a good example, a very silly example is like, have you ever seen like the South Park episode of WoW, or the WoW South Park episode?
Yeah.
Is like
I have, yes.
is fucking like Stan Marsh is like playing WoW. And he's just like some dude. He's like, I'm playing WoW at my work or whatever. Like that. Like those were the kind of people who were like playing WoW.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't like crazy. Like nowadays, it's like WoW is like there's a lot of degens and crazy turbo nerds playing WoW. But back then, it was just like I don't know. This was like a cool, fun game, and people were just kind of picking it up. I like to call the WoW like the Fortnite of its day, as weird as that sounds. It was just like, it really was kind of a phenomenon of sorts. But yeah, no, I played Classic. I played like StarCraft and Diablo before that. And I mean, I played WoW for many years. Did you play any other MMOs? Did you play any other?
Did I play any other MMOs? I played what did I I think other than World of Warcraft, I think the only other MMO that I really played was RuneScape as a kid, right around the time that you're talking about.
Okay. Did you play a lot of RuneScape?
I mean, for its time, kinda.
Alright,
Like,
that's fair.
I remember, I think I spent more time like doing like the social aspect of it. Like I remember like sitting behind a fucking like castle and like just doing wood cutting like back and forth and just like talking with people. Like it was like a squad of like 4 or 5 of us, and we would just like be talking, and I would literally just like click on the U log thing and just wait until my character finished cutting the wood, chat, and move to the next person. And I would like, that's how I learned how to type quickly.
Yeah.
It's just having to fucking type in between like this shit. It was like a game for me. But yeah, no, MMOs. Didn't play it until WoW.
Alright, that's interesting.
And I fucking love MMOs now. It's just like, damn, this is really fucking cool.
That's okay. So yeah, RuneScape's a funny one because I didn't know about RuneScape until after I started playing WoW. And I remember I knew a few people in real life at the time who played RuneScape, and I was like, oh, I'll check this thing out. And I was just like, wow, this is the stupidest, most retarded looking game I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. This shit is so fucking boring, dude. I thought it was like the worst thing ever, and it's really funny because I know a lot of people like now, like through WoW and both like other games too, who are really into RuneScape, and I just like that first impression is just like so bad because like at the time you have to remember like I was literally playing WoW already, right? It was like I was running around like Elwyn, I was killing kobolds and stuff in like this cool 3D environment. I'm casting fireballs, and then you go over to RuneScape and it's like I don't know, I'm chopping wood, you know.
Yeah. There's
And
there's a component of like really building up because you eventually can cast fireballs and shit like that,
yeah,
but it's like
yeah,
it
but
takes a
it
long ass
it
time.
takes a while. It's not a yeah. It's a grind game. Is how I like to
For
like even
sure.
more so than WoW. That was like one of the things that WoW really did like back in the day. Well, is that like because you had games like EverQuest that were also grind games, where you know if you died you like lost experience and shit. And WoW was kind of like that was its thing is that it wasn't like as grindy. It was still grindy because it was an MMO in the early 2000s, but it wasn't as grindy as some of those other games. Um, Famously, like during WoW's, maybe not famously, but like during WoW's design, there was actually certain areas of the world that were, um, you were supposed to basically just grind out a level, right? It was just like I don't know,
Yeah.
there's not enough quests here, so you just kill mobs until you level up, and then people playing the beta were like, hey, there's not enough quests here, and Blizzard's like, oh, okay, we'll add more quest. So it was kind of changing things from how MMOs were at the time with like EverQuest, where it was just like you just sat in an area and just killed forever. And it was more like quest based, and you kind of went over here, you did some quests, and it was a lot faster, a lot more streamlined, at least compared to the other games of the time.
Sure. Yeah.
Um, but yeah, no, I never played RuneScape. I always thought it looked fucking stupid. Um, And then the only other MMO that I ever tried was I very briefly played that Star Wars MMO. Actually, I played both of them. I played Galaxies for like a day. I remember like buying like I think this was after I started playing WoW. This would have been like 2005, maybe six. I remember buying like
Yeah.
Star Wars Galaxies, and I played it, and I had no idea what was happening. Um, I don't know if it was after like Star Wars Galaxies has its own like crazy history with they like completely reworked the game at some point.
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole YouTube video in and of itself as to like the story of that game.
Yeah, there's actually a really good YouTube video out there that explains it well. But yeah,
I
it's
think I
like
did watch it.
yeah. I think we're maybe thinking of the same one. But yeah, no, I played that very briefly. I didn't know what the fuck was going on, and then I played the EA one, the Old Republic, for a little while too, and I thought that one was
Sure.
also kind of dog shit. I played that one with my that would have been in Wrath. I want to say it was actually when like a TOGC was out, because I remember,
Interesting.
yeah, I want to say it was around that time that I played that game, if I'm remembering correctly. And I only played it very briefly because the people in my guild were like interested in it. I was like, all right, well if these guys want to play it, like I'll check it out. Um, and I thought it was, I didn't really play much of it. I thought it was really stupid because it was just like I picked a caster class, and like I just immediately got like a lightsaber, and that just like was like, dude, why am I getting like a lightsaber? In my mind, should have been like it should have been like the Azure Song Mage Blade, right? It should have been like an end game item. But for whatever reason, they were like, I don't know, here's a lightsaber right off the get go. But yeah, so I guess that's my history with MMOs, mostly just WoW. Um, I guess next up is like, what did you like know about Classic coming out? Like what brought you to Classic? Because you didn't play WoW. I mean, I guess you play a little bit of Warlords of Draenor, but you didn't play WoW originally. Like I played WoW originally, so Classic obviously was like super appealing to me. But like, what drew you to Classic?
For me, like I wanted to play like I wanted to play vanilla back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I saw World of Warcraft be like just this gigantic gaming phenomenon. During its peak of TBC into Wrath and stuff like that. I was like, man, I always wanted to get into that. But it was never like but my parents never wanted to pay for the subscription type of
Yeah.
situation. So they were like, $15 a month, you're fucking crazy. That's an insane amount of money. Just to play a video game? Like, there's a ton of video games out there. We'll get you whatever you want. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They'd rather spend like $30 on like, a AAA or I mean at that time $60 for a console AAA game than $15 a month, which, I don't blame them. Especially with like the news around the time of like the one dude who died playing World of Warcraft because he never didn't fucking stop. He just like
That's just based. I don't know what else to say about
Yeah,
that.
he's and yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like
Rest in
today,
power, Giga Chad.
rest in power, rest in power, Giga Chat is what I would say now in this day and age. And it didn't deter me back in the day. I was like, damn, like to play a game you'd rather die than stop. Like, that's gotta be the greatest game of all time, dude. And you know what? He was right for it,
Yeah.
honestly.
Dude, he's for the cause, you know.
He was
about it.
Honestly, Scorch, I wonder what he was doing at that time. You know what I mean? Like now that we've kind of gone through it, because you would have been like, maybe he was going for like the time lost proto Drake or something. You know what I mean? Like he was trying.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
Because I don't think you could play that long doing like raids and stuff like that. Like I don't think that sort of. I can't imagine that infrastructure was there, that there was enough people to be able to do the raids for that long. Even if you had enough characters to play it, he had to have been grinding something. So, I don't know. Or maybe maybe I've got the timeline completely wrong. He's actually a fucking ranker. He was going for the 14.
Oh my god.
He fucking died.
An actual fallen soldier in the line of duty.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that'd be incredible.
That would be incredible. And then, can you imagine, like, in today's day and age, like, some person just like, that motherfucker's bracket breaking again. Just fucking bitching about fucking bracket breaking.
Dude, there were some people when I was, not to jump ahead, there were definitely some people when I was PvPing who I'm like, dude, how are you alive? Like, I don't...
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, they were so crazy about that shit. But
DoorDash didn't exist at the time when he died. The dude probably would have lived with that sort of service.
DoorDash himself a paramedic. Some dude to come by, resuscitate him. He gets back up, gets right back on the computer.
Oh my god, hell yeah. What a Giga Chad. But looping it back to me, yeah, I had a kid dream of playing the game, and then by the time I like had a job and was like pretty stable to be able to like afford $15 a month, like Wrath was on its way out and Kata was on its way. I was just like, you know, I'll see how Kata like plays out. You know what I mean? I'll see how it goes, and then I'll like get into it if people are like still like really hyped on the World of Warcraft thing, because like Wrath was like the fucking, you know, like that type of shit. So to get in on it when it was like basically over, like didn't really make much sense to me, because I would have to pay the money for Wrath and then pay the money again for Cataclysm. So if it was going to be that kind of investment, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna wait. And I mean, we know how Cataclysm went in terms of like the general reception of the expansion for people, especially coming off of Wrath. And I was like, yeah, I'll just not play it. That's fine.
No, you say we like you were there. I was there. I had to suffer through that. Jesus.
Yeah. So yeah, I wanted to play vanilla, TBC, and Wrath like as a kid, and I mean, I'm a fucking adult, and I looking and see that like World of Warcraft Classic is coming back in 2019, and I was like, holy shit, like this is insane that this is happening. Like what kind of fucking like the stars aligning type of moment. So I very much wanted to get in on it, and I wanted to play I wanted to play a Tauren Shaman, because when I was a kid, I did get to play a little bit of World of Warcraft through my uncle's account.
Alright.
And I played like, I didn't even make it to level 10 type, like I was like running around like a fucking chicken cut with its head cut off type of situation. But I thought the Tauren area was really cool, and I was like,
Mulgore or whatever.
Mulgore was super cool, and I thought shamans were really dope. So I was like, I'm gonna make a Tauren shaman, and I'm not gonna look into see what's good about like World of Warcraft or anything like that. I just want to make my character and do my thing and just send it that way. And I managed to get my group of my IRL buddies in on it as well to play Horde. They all played Alliance. They actually played, the guys that I got to play with me played Classic like you, and went through it. But they were all Alliance. They've always been Alliance type players. And I was like, we should, if we're running it back, we should do it Horde. And they were like, yeah, sure, why not? And then That's how we got started. We saved our characters. We picked our names. I picked like 3 different servers because I figured it was going to be like really packed at the beginning, and I think that is the understatement of the century because I don't even think Blizzard expected how many fucking people showed up to that goddamn start, man. That was it was insanity
Incredible.
beyond belief.
So,
So I mean,
yeah, no, the start of WoW was crazy. That's interesting that your friends were. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I guess I don't really know anyone else who did that, but that would make sense if you played Alliance the first go around, try Horde or vice versa. I feel like I ran into a couple people in Classic who did that. It's really interesting that you kind of brought that up, that you wanted to play like Classic WoW, because that's gonna be like one of my kind of main things here about like the Classic launches. There's sort of 2 sides to this. Is that like there are the people who were nostalgic and who were actually there and they played Classic. And then on the other side of that coin, you have the people and then those people went on to like tell the stories of Classic, and they built this game up over like decades, literal decades of talking about like fucking Classic, man, this is the best shit ever, or was the best shit ever, you know. And you go from that, and then you have all these like newer generations who just never got to play it because it was like Classic was literally like late 2004 to like late 2000. It was like 2 years, right? It was this very short like time span, and then you know TBC wasn't that long either, and then you know you moved on to Wrath, and then etc. But you had all these stories that built up. So Classic was this weird like mixing, like melting pot of just like nostalgia, and then like these people who were hyped from hearing about this game for so long and knowing about it, and like hearing its like legacy and stuff. And I mean, I know private servers have been around, but they're really just not the same. If that makes any sense.
oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I think like my thing with private servers has always been like, aside from it being not quote unquote official, but it's also just like WoW's a game that you put a lot of time into, and having like knowing at any time like all that effort can just be like wiped away by like a cease and desist order. It's just like, no, I'm good, dude. I'm fine. Thanks though.
Yeah, and like to your point too, like just the notion of like World of Warcraft being like a game that all of your progress get wiped, like really doesn't give much confidence or desire to even want to play it. So you basically just attract the certain type of player that like enjoys seasonal content. And because those servers would basically just restart everything like after like a year. If they managed to survive that long, they were just like, well, I mean, there's no more content. Like we can't go to TBC because we don't have the technology to do so.
Yeah.
We're just gonna run it back, or they keep one server like still running, or they open a second one where it's just like, okay, we're doing a fresh server, and they just keep doing fresh. But I mean, you know, fresh. That's gonna be a meme that we'll talk about.
Yeah, Jesus.
We'll get there. Fresh. Like the fucking Finding Nemo pelicans.
Fucking fresh servers. They never got those fresh servers, did they? I guess
they did. They did. They got fresh servers in for Wrath, and they got fresh servers for TBC as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I forgot about the Wrath fresh servers. I was thinking like classic, like vanilla fresh servers, but yeah, I guess they got them for Wrath. I remember that. I wonder how those servers went.
Spoilers, not well.
Oh no. Okay, I guess we'll get to that. No, that's the story. I don't know about that. I didn't pay attention to those. I'm curious to hear now, but we'll wait on that.
Sure.
Yeah, no. So it's just interesting, like cross section of like 2 different groups of people who were very interested in playing this one thing, for like slightly different reasons. But yeah, there was a lot of hype behind like the Classic announcement, and that was coming off of like the JL and Brack's like famous like, no, you don't want to play WoW Classic, like you don't want that.
You think you do, but you don't.
Which is a wild statement to make, especially like after Classic and its immense success. Like the Classic launch, I mean, was huge. Everyone was playing Classic.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is like everyone at some point has played WoW. Is another big like portion of that. Like even you played like a little bit in Warlords of Draenor. I feel like almost everyone at some point has played like a little bit of WoW, even if it wasn't like, you know, even if it was like a weird point in WoW's history, they've played a little bit, and they did like the raids and stuff and joined a guild, and they've had that experience. Because there's a lot of people who like normally don't like you know, like a good example is like Shroud, right? Everyone thinks of like Shroud as like the Counter-Strike guy, but Shroud was like doing raids and stuff on stream, you know? He was playing WoW. Like a lot of those like streamers who you wouldn't otherwise associate with WoW were suddenly just playing a ton of WoW. And they were like, "Oh yeah, I used to play WoW for years and years and years," or, you know.
Yeah.
So that was pretty interesting. The hype was crazy. And I guess that leads us into the launch, right? The launch of WoW Classic was
Lead it.
kind of wild.
I mean, there'll never be a game launched like that ever. I think because, like you were saying, it was just this gigantic melting pot of all different types of people who all had different expectations walking into it, and like from like yeah, I mean, Jesus, dude, like every single server that they had created was maxed to the brim, and like
That's
talking
like
about
an
like hours long wait.
Those were like what was like a 31,000 player queue on like some of the like mega server, like the Fairlina and shit
Yeah.
like that. Like 31,000 people waiting to play, and that's on top of like the 10,000 or whatever who are already in the server.
And
That's just
multiply
one server.
that. You know, I was gonna say, and then you multiply that by every single server that they created, and then subsequently spun up immediately, and then across the different regions too. When like Asia was still a region, and your EU was still a region, like
Yeah.
I mean, everything was just on fire for Blizzard for a week straight. Like the hype didn't even die after a week, and then eventually did because like you just flat out could not play the game like at all.
Just like genuinely like millions of people trying to play this game all at the same time. Like pretty wild. And like that went on for like weeks. Like it wasn't like something that just like calmed down like after a day, because that's what happens with a lot of games these days. It's like the launch is always kind of a little nutty, the servers are all fucked up, and then like tomorrow it's all fine. But it's like that, like WoW Classic, like that went on for weeks and weeks and weeks. Like you had people who like, if they got in, they would like have auto hotkey scripts to make their character like run around and jump and shit, so that they couldn't get logged out.
Yep.
Because if they got logged out, they'd be stuck in like a fucking like 30-hour queue, and they wouldn't be able to play again.
Yep. 100%. Crazy.
I mean, like actually getting in. Well, oh yeah, I guess I should mention. You mentioned this earlier. And I guess I have a small anecdote here. Did you pick your name? Like, did you like pre-pick your name in WoW Classic, or did you just log in on launch day?
I did pre-pick, but it didn't matter because all of the servers that I picked, like I could not get into.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
I eventually there was one. There's a server that I got onto. It was I think Herod or Scarum. It was one of those two. Both servers I don't think exist anymore, but but it was like one of those. It was like a tertiary server. You know what I mean? Like they had like the big fucking like this is our main servers we want you to join, and they're like, okay, we're gonna spin up more. Okay, we're gonna spin up even more. Like I think that third wave is when I like managed to finally get in and be able to consistently play a character. So like I didn't have anybody. Like I think I ended up with Slam Bam because that's like my BattleNet for my main character. So I think I have some of those like saved. I bet you if I were to like fire up and get into like the server list, because I remember seeing them. I think I still have like those saved names on like a certain number of those servers that I like pre-made like way back in the day, and I never like deleted them. And they're just sitting there level 1 like Tauren Shaman, level 1 fucking Orc Hunter or some shit.
Yeah.
That'll never get touched again. But yeah, so I did save, but it didn't matter.
So I guess so for me I always picked Pagel from the start. I was pretty like going into Classic. It was very very surgical. It was very like, all right, I got to figure out like what's gonna be like a server that's not gonna fucking die. Like what's gonna be like the like PvE server, and it seemed like everything was kind of trending towards Pagel from what I could tell, just based on like the amount of activity in the Pagel Discord and kind of how that was like kind of playing out. I know the Horde kind of went like for PvE Horde. They went to what's that server? Mankirk. Yeah, there we go. So that was kind of the Horde one. The Alliance were gravitating towards Pagel. Famously, I think I told you this story. I did not end up with my name. I ended up with a fucking like funny funny like Bork Norwegian little character in my name because I also I paid like $15 or whatever to resubscribe and to come back for like the fucking pre-name thing, and I got in. Like, I was literally, like, 47th in queue, and then as soon as, like, I was, like, ready to log in to, like, make my character or whatever, in, like, the little pre-sign-up phase, I immediately got kicked out, and it would not let me, and I had to wait in a fucking queue for 3 hours, and my name was taken after that, yeah.
Damn.
And, that I'm forever ass-blasted about that. Just forever upset, and... I did take my name on a couple other servers. Like I have a character, I have a like a level 1 character with my name on I think Etiesh. So at some point I was like tempted, like, should I just go play Etiesh just so I could have my name? But I was like, nah, I'm just gonna stay the course on Peggle. Because at the time I was also looking for guild. Like I was shopping around for guilds before Classic even came out. That's how I kind of came across Tilted Griffins. And
sure.
Because it was like. Before, like I said, like, it was very surgical. It was like I was trying to, like, have a guild set up and ready to go, because I didn't know anyone else who was playing. At this point, like, all the people I knew from back in the day, from, like, original WoW, like, they weren't really playing WoW anymore. And I wasn't talking to them, or I hadn't talked to a lot of them in a long time. So I'm just, like, going in this solo. So I wanted to kind of have a guild set up going in, just so I have people to do dungeons and potentially raid with at max level.
Sure.
And, so yeah, it was like between them and then the other guild that I was going to pick was, Relentless Insomnia. And they're gonna become interesting characters here as we go along. That was the guild that eventually became Fully Rested. And I think the reason I went with them is because they each had, they were the only guilds that advertised 3 raid days a week. Now, that seems preposterous in hindsight.
Yeah.
A 3-day raid week in WoW Classic seems very preposterous in hindsight. But you have to, you have to understand, though, my perspective, coming from retail for many years, a 3-day raid week was pretty standard. That was like, I think throughout, like, the last few years of Classic, we both kind of, like, bemoaned any time the raids have gone over, like, a day, right?
Yeah.
You don't understand. Back in the day, your raid week as like an average guild was like 3 days a week. It was.
Dude,
like,
I would love that if I enjoyed the game for sure. Like, come on.
Yeah, it was like a 3-day raid week. It was like 2 days of progression. Well, it was like 1 day of farm, and then like 2 days of progression. And it was like you're usually progressing on some boss that you probably like steamrolled in Classic, like Thorum, like Heroic or whatever, or like some like Tempest Keep boss. It was like, all right, guys, we got it this week. I mean, it really was like the boomer game. Like back in like original TVC and Vanilla and Wrath, it really was the boomer game, and yeah, so I kind of like thinking about like, okay, well, I don't want to, like, all these guilds are doing 2 days a week. That just doesn't seem like it. In my mind, that just was not enough for me. So yeah, I very specifically, it was between these 2 guilds. I ended up going with Tilted Griffins because they're a newly formed guild. And I had read a post, because Relentless Insomnia made a post on the Blizzard forums, and I wish I could find this old post, but it is long gone. They made like a recruitment post, and somebody under their post was like, do not join this guild. These guys are a bunch of like, these guys are a bunch of like wackos from EverQuest. And I'm like, oh, okay.
I know exactly who he's talking about, though.
Yeah, and I'm just like, no, I'm good. Because I knew going into that, it's like, okay, if these are guys who are like have been playing together forever and they're from like EverQuest, there's no way I'm like, maybe I can get like the fucking 3rd Atiesh, but these guys already have like all their shit lined up. They know who's getting what from like the get-go. No, I'm like a second class citizen here. Can't join a guild like that. Need to join a fresh guild where everyone's on an equal playing ground. So yeah, I ended up going with Tilted Griffins. I actually joined them before Classic launched. I was in their Discord. I remember we did like a pre-Classic meeting, and I weaseled my way into the officer by like agreeing to help with recruitment.
That's so that's why you were the guy who always. Oh wow!
You didn't know that?
Thought about it. I can't believe it. I was like, damn, Scorch, they really got you working like that. You signed up for it. You
Yeah,
volunteered so
yeah,
you
yeah.
could
I
get your...
signed up. They're like, yeah, we need some more help, and I'm like, yeah, man, I'll help out. I weaseled
Yeah,
my
man,
way
I'll
into the
do whatever it
officer
takes.
group. Yeah.
That's
Well,
so
yeah,
awesome.
I took on. I mean, we'll get to it, but yeah, I took on many different roles as a officer in that guild. But
And I mean, the mount is self-evident of that work.
my initial role was recruitment. It was just kind of like posting the ads and like talking to people and sending them the ad and yeah, well, funny enough, I never actually interviewed any of the people who we recruited. I was just like, even the mages, I was just like, it's like, do you want us to ask this guy any questions? I'm like, I looked at his logs. He looks okay. Just make sure he's not crazy. Um,
Hell yeah.
but yeah, no. So I volunteered to help with recruitment. I was there for like the first. We had like a little officer get together. I remember we had our original warlock officer before Dietz was this one guy who, like, I think he was like from New Orleans or something, and he had like this accent, and it wasn't
Okay.
like nobody made fun of him, but he had an accent, and people were like, they wanted to know like where are you from, like what's that accent? It was a very unique accent. It was like somewhere in the south.
Sure.
It might not have been like New Orleans, but it was like one of those weird southern accents.
Sure,
And
sure,
people were
sure.
trying to figure out where this guy's from, and this dude fucking exploded. This dude like was like, you guys are making fun of me. Like, I'm not gonna take any of your shit. Fuck this. I'm out. And like nobody, like everyone was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Everyone just asking you like where you're from. It was a very memorable sort of experience. It was just something that like always stood out to me. It was really funny. This dude just like flipped out for no reason. And that was our like first officer that left before the game even came out.
Jesus.
And then, and then kind of Dietz made his way in after that. But I think the officer corps, for it wasn't too set in stone yet. We did have to like move some people around. I'll talk more about that as we go on. But yeah, so that was kind of my like, I guess pre-launch, like right up until launch experience was joining Tilted Griffins and then getting fucked over on my name. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we haven't even gotten to like the actual launch of WoW, or we kind of did a little bit. The launch of Classic, I guess we already kind of covered, was like bananas. It was hard to get into any server. I remember we had talked about a lot about like the great slaughter of what was it, the quills, the like quillbores or whatever.
Quillbores, yeah,
They're just
yeah.
extinct.
So
They're gone. There's no more of
yeah,
them.
yeah, there wasn't any more. It was insane. I like, it's impossible to understate the number of people that were in that area. Because I mean, like I said, I wanted to be a Tauren shaman, and a friend of mine was like, okay, I'm gonna do Tauren druid because fucking I want to be a druid. I think that'd be cool for Classic. I was like, hell yeah, dude, let's send it. So the two of us as Tauren buddies, and then my other buddy went undead rogue because he was like, I'm just gonna be a huge dickhead because he's he's like, that's undead rogue was like the dickheads of World of Warcraft back in the day, and we rolled on a PvP server as well, which will be important when we get up into the next phases. And so like we're starting out, and we're running in. The whole area is just completely mobbed. There's literally like a good 5 to 6 people standing on the spawns for these quillbores that are showing up. And so we were just like, okay, the quillbore quest is kind of just a fucking wash, right? We're just gonna like run past. We're gonna try and kill who we can, and we're gonna try our best to try and kill the named guy that everybody needs, in like the middle of the quillbore camp. And we get there, and I'm so thankful that my friend he goes by Airski. Airski fucking, he was like, hold on, I got this. He writes up a fucking macro in order to use Moonfire to instant cast when he spawns, when the guy spawns, and he fucking nails the dude. And we literally ran, I shit you not, Scorch, we ran in, he wrote the script, or he wrote the macro, I should say, and fucking got the kill, and we ran out. It was like, we were in and out of there like 5 minutes, dude. It was insane. And I say that because there was just thousands of people.
Tons of people.
Thousands just sitting there, literally standing on top of the dude as he's dead. There's like 100 corpses piled up of the same named guy, of everybody trying to kill this dude all at the same time. It was absurd. It was beyond absurd. And for us to run in there, kill a dude in the time it takes to write a macro and get out, I will never forget for as long as I live. Just one of the most amazing gaming moments I've ever seen. Us just being like, well, fuck it, let's go. I'm out. Let's go. We're level 5 bound, baby. Let's go. Hell fucking yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
I think every starting zone was pretty much had like a similar experience. Over in so I rolled human mage. I was over in fucking God, what is that little? It's like not Goldshire. What is the I was literally just there like 5 minutes ago. Northshire. I was over in Northshire.
No. Sure.
So the interesting thing is like, yeah, I guess I didn't even think about that. Like we didn't have any druids in Northshire. It was just it was all human, so it's like I don't think any of like the human classes have like insta attacks. I mean, you have like your melee, of course, but like there's nothing like there's no Moonfire equivalent. So it really was like a free for all. It was a lot of people who would just like group up together. I remember just like grouping with totally random people, and we'd all kind of sit spread out on like mob spawns and just wait and try to get like tags and hope for the best. I remember people were making lines. People were a little more civilized, I guess, in Northshire. There is like one named Defias mob that people want to kill, and it's like everyone was kind of lining up to kill him, which is pretty neat. I've seen similar screenshots of that happening all over the place. Just funny to think people are just like waiting in a line to kill some fucking dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was just bananas. Like every wolf spawn, every cobalt spawn, every Defias spawn on complete lockdown. Literally cannot touch anything. Like as soon as something spawns, there's like 5 people ready to just like, and again, there's no Moonfire here. It's like everyone just trying to auto attack these guys, and especially like it's crazy as like a mage. Cause it's like at this point as a mage, like my only spell is like I have like level 1 Frostbolt, and then like you get Fireball like at level 3 or whatever, or level 4. So it's like I literally have to run in here, like melee these enemies, and then just like have them wail on me while I like shoot them with Frostbolts in the face, because it's like, it's like though I can't utilize like any of the advantages of being ranged, because like I'll never tag anything.
Yeah.
And I think I ended up later having a staff too, which is pretty rough. Just in terms of like swing speed, I guess I should have kept a dagger, but yeah, that trend continued like all the way into like Elwyn proper. I remember I still have like a screenshot of being in the what mine is it? I think it's Fargo Deep, just south of Gold. Yeah, Fargo Deep mine. I do have a screenshot of that, of just like every cobalt spawn on lock and just sitting in there like killing, like literally just like, this is my cobalt spawn. Everyone needs to fuck off. I think I had Fire Blast at this point, so it was a lot easier to tag shit. But yeah,
that's the one thing I remember. Was just like that notion of like, it almost felt like I was imposing. Like I would like walk into the area, try to see if I could kill something, and you'd see like 5 people standing around like a fucking spawn, and you're like, "Hey guys, can I like join in here?" It's like, "No, we're fucking full."
Yeah,
like, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
What game would that ever happen in, dude? It's insane.
It was nuts. It was definitely more nuts than like thinking. So I was never there for the original vanilla launch, but I was there for pretty much every other launch of like every other expansion. Like TBC is probably the closest that we ever got to, at least like what I experienced, to that classic launch. But even then, like that classic launch of just like every mob on lock was like nothing I've ever seen before in this game.
Yeah, for like the first 10 levels. Crazy.
Yeah. You really had to have like a plan to get the fuck out of there, because it was bananas.
Yep.
I will say like one thing I personally wasn't. So how were the queues on your server? What was that like for you? Were they pretty bad on your server or not too bad? Like after like launch day and then kind of thereafter a couple days.
Oh yeah, thereafter, like we didn't really have too much issue. Like I said, like the servers that we eventually did land on were like the tertiary ones. Like,
gotcha.
Once you kind of got out, once you actually joined the server, like that were like towards the later end of like when they actually started to like release, those were actually easier to get into. I typically didn't wait that long in a queue, to be honest, and it was nice because I was playing with a couple of other friends, and we like literally like kind of 3-manned WoW Classic, especially in the beginning. It was really cool. So no complaints, like because I did see no complaints because it was 10 times worse elsewhere.
Yeah, no. Yeah, even Pagel wasn't that bad. Like I think the first day was really bad, maybe the second day, but like after that, it was like it was still like every day was like a maybe a couple thousand Q, but it wasn't like it was nothing compared to like Fairlina or any of those servers, any of the really
Yeah.
big one like Whitemane. Not even close.
Benediction.
Yeah, Benediction. Not even close to those servers. The Pagel queues were so tame in comparison. I was just like, oh, what are you guys complaining about? I'm just chilling over here.
Hell yeah.
So I guess that's the like kind of the launch experience. Just like absolutely crazy. Like nothing I've ever seen before. And like at that point, what would have been like I played like 14, 15 years of WoW. Actually, I think it was 15, close to. Would have been like 14 years of WoW, I think, because I remember they with Classic they launched a and I didn't buy it. I almost did. I don't know if you remember they launched like the WoW like 15th anniversary little thing you can buy. Do you remember that?
The 15th anniversary thing that you could buy.
It was like it was like for the WoW's 15th
I'll
anniversary. It was like a Ragnaros statue. It was a WoW 15th anniversary collector's edition. And how they actually have it still for sale. 7 left in stock.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it was like it came with like it was like a box. It came with like a Ragnaros statue. It came with 2 mounts for retail. It was like a stone griffin and a stone wyvern.
Yeah.
It had like a mouse pad of like the different kind of worlds. An Onyxia pin, some art, and then the Ragnaros statue.
Interesting.
I actually have like most of I think every collector's edition up till I want to say Legion was the last one that I bought. I didn't play a lot of Legion, but that was the last collector's edition I think I bought. More so out of tradition, but I have like a shelf somewhere with like all those boxes on them from TBC all the way up to Legion. And
Gotcha.
I was tempted to buy that, but it just seemed so lame. Like there's nothing like there was no game that came with it. It was literally just like a box of trinkets. Like it was literally like you're paying. I think it was like $60 or $70 or something. I forget. It wasn't 300. But it was like $60 whatever for like a box of like you get like a Ragnaros statue and then like a box of like fucking knickknacks. It's just like what the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Like even like the in-game stuff wasn't available in Classic. What would have been pretty cool is I don't know if you knew this, like the original Classic Collector's Edition came with like those 3 pets. Do you know about those? You know what I'm talking about? Like
Yeah, I do.
Diablo, it's like Diablo, the Panda, and the Zergling. And those are, I think, the like actual WoW Collector's Editions that are like unredeemed go for like thousands of dollars. Like like $5,000 and up, which is kind of wild.
Yeah.
That Zergling too. This is just like a quick aside. Has a really fun. For one of the BlizzCons they did a. They did a really fun. They did like a. So every BlizzCon they did like a Murloc pet. If you like watched like signed up to like watch the stream, you had to like pay to watch BlizzCon, which is kind of crazy in retrospect, but whatever. You get like a little Murloc pet. And one year they did a Murloc Marine for I think it was like the StarCraft 2 launch or something. And it was a really fun. I don't know who did this. It was a really fun interaction though. Like if somebody had that Zergling pet and you had the Marine, they would like kill each other. It was just like a coin flip of like who kills who.
That's actually kind of dope.
Yeah, no, it was really cool. I remember being in. I want to say it was like TOGC, and somebody just had that pet out randomly, and I had the fucking Marine out randomly, and I saw it, and I was like, wow, that's okay. I didn't know that was a thing. But yeah. Anyways, I guess move on to leveling and just like the leveling up experience. So what was your like level? Did you? So I guess first question: did you make it to 60 on your Horde character or no? Where'd you cap out?
No, I capped out at 50.
Okay. So what was like your leveling route then? Like, did you just kind of take this like standard route, or I mean, I don't know much about Horde leveling, so where'd you guys go?
Yeah, we went really standard. We just kind of followed like what the game was telling us to do. We wanted to keep it as like sort of like pure, so to speak, as we can. And so, and I say we because it was very much like I was duoing for most of it, and then we added our third guy because he was kind of like bouncing around different classes and didn't like what he was playing. He was playing that undead rogue initially, and then I think he swapped to a hunter because that's what he originally played like back in the day. For because I think most people like played a hunter because they found out that it was easy to level as and just made it to 60 that way. Um, and so he eventually did swap to hunter. So it was me and the druid friend for a lot of it. And we just with horde, especially like with Tauren, you basically, even with orc and troll to another extent, you start at like the beginning area. You get to like level 10 ish, and then you move on to the crossroads, and that's where just about every, unless you're undead, just about every race gets there. And you basically kind of like fuck around in the crossroads. You start at like the northern section and you work your way south until you get to like the southern area where like Camp Tarajo is, and like you start making your way into like the Quillbore sort of like nest areas where Razorfen Crawl and Razorfen Downs is. And then once you've like finished those, then you move on to Thousand Needle. It's like a very like you have like a bunch of like different branching paths, like starting like the different starting zones. Everybody conglomerates into the crossroads, pushes their way south to the Thousand Needles, and then you basically from there, the world's your oyster. You can go into the Simmering Flats. I see you pulling it up in the the stream, but yeah, you go into the Simmering Flats, and then you basically kind of transition to. This is where it kind of gets murky. You go like wherever the fuck you want at that point. We didn't really know where to go, and so at that point we went to Hillsbrad Foothills after Thousand Needles, and when we got to Hillsbrad, that's when shit hit the fan because Phase 2 opened up, and so yeah. That, I mean, I feel like that I feel like that story kind of goes into the Phase 2 aspect of it, but yeah, like that's where we stopped.
I didn't...
Tarn Mills,
what
the
horde
side.
In Hillsbrad, like 30 something.
Yeah, it's like it's like late 20s, 30s type of, right around that vibe.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, so you took a while to level up. This is very different than my leveling experience. I'm going to use the word surgical again to kind of describe my leveling experience. I guess I'll talk about the Alliance leveling experience a little bit. I mean, I guess you played through it. We could play through some of it together on your dwarf, but it's very interesting because the Alliance is very spread out. You got gnomes and dwarves starting in, Dungmaro, and then obviously humans down in Elwyn's, and then Night Elves are like fucking 1,000 miles across the world in Kalimdor.
Yeah.
And you kind of, everyone's like going these different routes. I think what's really interesting is I think many people have described it as like the Alliance have a much better early leveling experience, and then the Horde have a much better later leveling experience, because at a certain point the Alliance like runs out of quest almost.
Yeah, I can concur on that point because I did make it to like 50-ish, and I mean at that point like I kind of saw like the routes as to where you needed to go, and I mean it's a pretty night and day difference, honestly. And I think the biggest like reason for that, in terms of like that sort of like perception, is twofold. It's the Mardon town is substantially better for Horde than it is for the Alliance.
Oh yeah.
And Stranglethorn Vale has the presence of a Horde fucking place in Gromgol, and Alliance didn't even have like a fucking like flight point.
Yeah, Rebel Camp. You basically, if you want to get to the Rebel Camp, you have to go to fucking like Westfall and then run into fucking Duskwood and then south. That's like the fastest way there, I think, or at least the safest.
Yeah, and it's like that's such a fucking disaster of a. And then Gromgol is literally a Zeppelin ride. All you need to do is get to Orgrimmar, take a Zeppelin, and you go right to Gromgol. It's like literally the most safest, easiest way. It's like taking the tram from Ironforge straight to Gromgol. It's like fucking insanity.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, I think a lot of that was just like how they kind of developed the game. Like I heard they had developed. I think I want to say they did like certain things like first and last. And I think they spent like a lot of time on those early Alliance areas, but then just like didn't have a lot of time to flesh out like the late game for Alliance. I think Horde also, I know like one area that like Horde have a lot more happening, specifically is the Hinterlands. The Horde have like that camp to the east that I don't think they always had in earlier versions of WoW. That was actually added in like one of the like 1 point whatever patches.
Sure.
And the Alliance don't have a lot going on. I mean, they have like that whole dwarf base, but there's like very few quests there. But
Which
yeah,
is,
oh, go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say, which is such a fucking shame. Like that's probably one of the coolest areas
The
in
Hinterlands?
at least on the Eastern Kingdom side. I
Yeah,
think that
Hinterlands is pretty cool. It's very underused.
especially very underused. I think that, like you're saying, the Alliance like dwarf stronghold area. I think fucking
The Big Eagle, yeah.
so cool, so cool.
Very cool, yeah. Yeah. So I guess we had so we had very very different level of experiences. I very surgical. I intended to level up very quickly. In retail, I would definitely did like I don't want to say like speed ran it, but I did do like from Kata onwards. I mean, I guess I always kind of did I kind of always did like the grind super hard at the start of an expansion thing, but like as the expansions kind of went on, I just took that to like further, like I kind of kept pushing the limits of that. So like when Kata came around, that was like multiple, like 24-hour sessions, I think, from like 80 to 85, original Kata, I mean. And then like Mop came around. I was actually, because you could like pay your way into the Mop beta basically. So I basically I went on the PTR like beta servers, and I like speed ran all the zones and like was timing myself and shit. Was just, like finding little shortcuts. I ended up getting server first mage there. And
Oh wow!
Then Warlords of Draenor, I did the same thing. Because I think they specifically for that one they made like a big point to like we're gonna make sure like old accounts get into the beta. I don't know why. But yeah, I did the same thing there, and then I actually got like. I wish the rankings were still up. I was like US 10th mage or something like that, and like world like 80 something mage. So yeah, I was obviously server first by like a mile, but they removed the fucking stupid feat of strength at that point. But
damn.
Yeah, so I'd always done like the fast leveling thing. The problem with Classic is I didn't get into the beta, so I didn't really like it, and I hadn't played vanilla in a long time. I haven't played any private servers or anything like that, so I kind of only could really like. There was like a stress test weekend I got into that I could get a little practice in, and then other than that I just kind of had to look at guides and like watch videos and kind of use my best, you know, as much as I could recall from back in the day of these zones and everything and where things were. Yeah, so I kind of rushed as fast as I could to 60, following a guide basically and kind of bouncing all around the world wherever this silly guide took me. It took me, I think it was just under a week to get to 60 if I remember right, which was a little longer than I wanted it to be, but it wasn't too bad. I did kind of goof off a little bit. I wish I saved the VOD, because I actually streamed the whole thing. I was putting in like multiple 24-hour sessions for it.
I remember I watched.
Yeah,
I was watching during while I was at work.
Yeah, I remember you watched. Yeah, no, I remember you tuning into that. I wish I had the VOD still. It was super surgical of kind of where to go, except I kind of broke down at certain points. I did wish that I did more like dungeon grinding. Like I don't know if you remember like the SM thing. Did you ever do any of that? I guess you wouldn't have been high enough level. But like Scarlet Monastery early on was like a big, like people were just like grabbing mages with the slow, and they were just like doing 5-man groups of like AoEing like tons of mobs down. In Scarlet Monastery. I don't know if you did any of that.
I did not do any of that. But I did witness it. I was definitely like part of that the cultural zeitgeist of like WoW Classic. I was watching people like running through that shit, like watching streamers, especially like doing Scarlet Monastery until their eyes bled. Like, and I was just like, yeah. So I was definitely aware of it, and I was just like, man, I can't wait till I to that level. Jesus.
Yeah, it was very. I wish I did more of that. I did do, and we'll talk about this later. I did make sure to stop and do Uldaman, which is like one of my favorite kind of like low-level dungeons.
That's really good.
Yeah, I love Uldaman. But yeah, so it was, I guess, a slightly different experience. It was just sort of like following this guide and then going around. I did a little bit of AoE grinding, so that was like a big thing with mages, was doing the AoE farming. That was So the Guildmaster of Tilted Griffins was, Distorted. Distorted.
Yep.
He ended up being he was the server first Peggle 60, which is pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool.
He went like bananas. Like he put in way more hours than I did. He was putting in like 38, like 40-hour like shifts into the game. It was like ridiculous. He was playing so much. He was like never not online. It was like very little break that he was taking from this. But he was doing like pure mage AoE grinding. I did a little bit of that in like Duskwood. There was like some Worgen camps that you could AoE. There's like obviously there's like a few famous spots, mage AoE spots. One in particular was in the Rathi Highlands. There's the Goshek Farm. I did a little bit there. One thing that was tricky to learn was spell batching and how that relates to like the AoE farming. Yeah, because a lot of the times so I was so used to like retail where everything was just like instant. But in Classic, you have this thing called spell batching, which is like it's basically like server ticks from Counter-Strike, right? Like the server only updates so often, and there's like gaps between these updates. So if you cast a spell or something, if you cast a spell on an enemy and it has a slow effect, that doesn't apply until the server updates. and this is a problem with Blizzard, because it's like if you're grouping up like 20 mobs to like AoE them down with Blizzard, and then you hit them with the Blizzard and it doesn't slow them, and they're like running full force at you, you're gonna fucking die.
Yep, 100%.
So just like not really knowing super well how to kind of handle that, and kind of learning like how to work with the batches was a little bit difficult. And I kind of I did a little bit of mix. I did a few levels just kind of AoE grinding, and then mostly just questing though my way to 60. And yeah, it took me roughly took me like less than a week or so, maybe like 6 days.
Sure.
What about your dwarf? Because you played your dwarf. I know we did like a lot of leveling together until about like 30s or so, 30s or 40s, I think.
Yeah. What about my dwarf? Well,
anything to share from that experience, I guess.
I mean, I just for the record, right? The conversation was like, I wanted to be a warrior. Do you think it really matters whether I go dwarf or human? Because like I think dwarves are really cool, but I hear like edge masters is gonna be like a necessity. It's like, dude, like, and then Scorch goes, yeah, dude, do dwarf warrior. That's really cool, man. Dwarf warriors are sick. My the main tank of my guild is a fucking dwarf warrior, so it's totally viable, man. Come to find out that edge masters at that time turned into be like a 5,000 gold investment. And Canute, who we're referring to, got it at 150 gold in phase 1 because he knew it was going to be fucking good. He was like, of course I'm fucking chilling. I spent nothing on it. It was incredible. And then, I mean, Canute was probably one of the fucking richest people on the server too, because he one of those guys who just like knew what to invest in the game prior to like the game coming out like a proper way. I think he was so like awful person to kind of base your fucking experience off of, because he's literally like a 1% of the 1%ers. But at the time, it just sounded like a good idea.
Dwarf
to like
warrior is so cool. What do you mean? Just rolls Dwarf warrior. It's gonna be awesome.
And you know what's funny? Like it really didn't matter. Like at the end of the day, because I did eventually get the gold to be able to buy the Edge Masters, and it did work out. And I actually kind of liked that I was a dwarf warrior and I had like a bunch of looking back, like at the time it was awful. It was like it was hours and hours of my life like just to fucking grind to get up to the level of like build needing character. To get the shit. It did build character. Yeah, I learned a lot with that dwarf warrior. It was very meaningful. But I mean, our leveling experience was great because I mean I had you who were on a night elf hunter, and your owl literally had more stats than me in every single category.
That was
and
so
like
fucked.
Did like double or triple my damage, despite the fact that I would like be like behind the mob and attacking it with everything that I had.
Yeah, that was truly fucked. Being the same level as that owl, and then still just doing less damage than it, and having less armor and less health, and that owl is just like, it could just tank like 2 or 3 mobs, and it's just like, bro, if you were to go against 2 or 3 mobs, you just fucking die. You're just
Absolutely.
already getting ready for the run back.
Yep.
Warrior is truly like a suffering experience for leveling in Classic. I
True.
actually, so I think I mentioned this to you before. My first character ever in WoW, like in at proper vanilla, was a warrior. I had rolled a night elf warrior, and I thought it was like the worst shit ever. I was just like hitting heroic strike. I remember being in like I remember the point where I stopped because I was like level 11 in Darkshore, and I was just like, this is awful. And my friend who got me into WoW was a mage,
Yeah.
and he had told me this. He was like, okay, I'm gonna come get you to bring you to like Stormwind or whatever, so I could be on like the Elwyn side of the world, not this weird Darkshore area. Which Darkshore is actually a way better leveling zone than anything on the Eastern Kingdoms, but whatever. Um, so he's telling me he's gonna take like a bird over to me, and my like fucking young brain interpreted this as he's going to turn into a bird and fly to me, and I'm like, holy shit, dude, I'm spamming one attack and you can turn into a bird? What the fuck is like, what am I doing? What class are you playing, dude? And yeah, that's how I ended up re-rolling mage.
That's awesome.
But
That's a
yeah,
great
no,
story.
warriors are. I did level that warrior though. That warrior was
Nice.
like my one fucking alt that I had for like years and years and years. That was like because I was never an alt person. Because like I had this
Yeah.
I guess like briefly on the topic of alts, like I had this because like alts in Classic suck to level. Like it sucks leveling anything in Classic. I mean it's a fun experience, but like just doing it over and over is kind of like tedious because it's like, oh my god, I've been here already.
Yep.
And you just kind of want to get to the end game with the alts, but yeah, I had that like boomer, like I hate alts. I don't want to like level. I have my one character. It's good enough for me. But I did level the warrior just out of like, I guess obligation. That I already started this character. I might as well get him there. And yeah, it was. So I did have some of the experiences that you had, sort of, except with like no game knowledge, running around like dual wielding at like level 40 or whatever, and just like missing everything and not having like the right gear or like spec or anything like that. Yeah, warrior's suffering, at least until the end game.
True. Very true.
Oh, go
And it was
ahead.
nice having you. And then you, I
Yeah.
mean, fucking, you boosted me for. I mean, that was the other aspect too of like creating the characters. Like, okay, oh no, I'm gonna help you with this leveling stuff, but you're gonna have to help me out. You're gonna kill a couple bugs, okay? Just like one or two.
Just a
You know,
few.
just we're just gonna, it might be just like yeah, maybe like a night. We'll spend it just one night killing bugs.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just we're gonna
And I was
level
just
up.
like,
We'll do that later.
I mean, in fairness to you, you did send me the video surrounding like, okay, like this is what it takes to do like the Scarab Lord
Oh, that's
quest.
a
But
good
like,
video. Yeah.
so little of that video was dedicated to the quantity
Oh
of
yeah.
bugs that need to be killed. Like they emphasized it was like 42,000 like bugs, but like as a human being, like reading that, it's like that doesn't like compute in terms of like how many fucking bugs that is.
It's not
just-
even it's like well, because the thing is like 42,000 isn't like, if they were like quick to kill, it's not that much, but like the thing you don't like, it really doesn't go into a lot of detail because like those are all elite bugs and they have like a pretty good
Right.
amount of health, and this is Classic. This isn't like you
Yeah.
know, like TBC or whatever. Like and at this point, you know, you have some raid gear, but you can't really like group these things up really. Maybe if you have like a couple people. But yeah, it's like at 42,000 elite bugs with like a pretty decent health pool is a lot of fucking bugs.
Yeah, all that to say, like I got swindled into it, and it was just like I'm getting a really good deal out of this. But we'll cross the Phase 5 bridge when we get there, and hopefully the
Yeah.
gate will be open. Anyway.
Gate is held. Yeah, in phase 1 the gate was held. But yeah, so I don't know. So you leveled up your warrior. That was when did you do that? Do you remember? That was like phase 3 or something. Right? Phase 4 is when you came back.
It was Phase 4 when I came back.
Okay.
Zul'Gurub had been out, and like after it was. In fact, we probably could like scroll back in Ironforge because I remember doing posts and stuff like that
Oh yeah, probably.
of me running around like in the 40s and stuff. Because yeah, here it is. You had boosted me in fucking ZF, so that was like in the 40s, and then the 50s. I mean, yeah, in the 40s I was tanking like Olderman, and I'm like chilling.
Mhm.
But it was a lot of just boosting. Either like I would do like dungeon like runs with people, like AoE cleave groups. I would do dungeons whenever I could, and then I would like run and do like some quests like on the side, like if it made like any sort of sense to do so. But yeah, I think, and then the last little bit of it was leveling with you. I think I still have that video saved somewhere of me hitting 60 in Silithus with you. It was like the last level.
Oh yeah, no, I remember that. I do remember that.
So it was a mix, but I think as opposed to like when I first got started, like with the warrior, like once you and I like kind of split, and I like told you, I was like, look, I really want to hit 60, and I want to hit 60 before like the phase comes out, and I want to get geared and like actually care. You're like, all right, well then let's change gears and get you there. And at that point, it was just a lot of boosting. It was a lot of like just scraping together gold to like get some good gear in order to like quest proper, and like just kind of throw the whole kitchen sink at it. Very like not very surgical, but certainly just get it brute forced, because I was working remote at the time, and my job previously was not a remote situation. And this was a big reason why I got the 60, was because I just straight up did not work at that job, like, at all. Like, I just, like, fucking played World of Warcraft. Because it was during the pandemic, and we were just all, like, home, and I didn't even have to take, most of my job was taking calls. But, like, they didn't give me, like, any sort of way to take phone calls for the job. So, like, I would just kind of be there, and they would ask me to, like, reset somebody's password on occasion and shit like that. It was, the job was just not ready to be set for remote whatsoever. You know what I mean? And I think that was true for, like, a lot of people during the pandemic. And so, with that, like, I literally just fucking grinded World of Warcraft because there was nothing better to do.
Your job was leveling that dwarf warrior.
It was. It really was. And, I mean, I just fucking did everything.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, that's how I got to 60. It was courtesy of the pandemic, which I think a lot of people could say.
Yeah.
Right about that time.
I guess like at the last topic of leveling, any like favorite leveling zones in this game? Any like zones that kind of stick out to you with like as far as their quest or their theme?
Man, where to begin?
Zones like a top 2 or top 3.
Top 2 or top 3? I mean, shout out Searing Gorge. I think that one's an easy one.
Searing Gorge is really good. Yeah, just like
Searing Gorge.
Circle.
Yeah, either like even between being an alliance for a horde character, like it's really dope. And not only is it like easy, where you just like kill a bunch of dudes and you like can turn in the quests, but there's also like a proper storyline to it as well. Like there's the dragon that like backstabs you after you've like done all the stuff. There's like this whole like multi-leveled zone of like different shit that you can like go in and explore, and that's all part of like the different quests and things like that. Like the Thorium Brotherhood shit was like super dope.
Well, what's wild about that dragon is that dragon eventually leads into the Onyxia quest, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, which is really cool. That's like some fucking, it's like a deep cut. It's like all the way back in Searing Gorge you do some shit, and then that leads up to the Onyxia stuff. Yeah. Searing Gorge is a cool zone in terms of like the quest. Like it's very, very easy to do the quest there. Very compact, very efficient zone.
I agree.
The gorge itself is pretty cool with like all the elevators and the caves and stuff.
Yeah.
Any other favorites?
Trying to think. I think like in terms of like the beginning areas, I think like if I were to start a level 1 character again, I think the humans first area, like I think Elwyn Forest like in general is just like kind of goated. Like it was really like I made a human warlock to like kind of late like early TBC just to kind of experience like the human side of things. And I would have to say like in terms of like all the alliance like starting areas, I think Night Elves obviously is the most pretty, but I think like the human starting area does a really good balance like of the two, like really nicely, of like being when I see two, I mean like Night Elves were really pretty but super far out. You had a lot of running and like experience, like you got to experience a lot of like the cool like beautiful aesthetic, but it's like you had to fucking run for years in order to get to different areas, right?
Yeah.
Whereas with Elwyn Forest, like it was very like sort of like punchy and like, okay, we're doing like the mines are not too far away from like Goldshire, like yeah, you had to do like the princess run, but there's like a bunch of shit that was like relevant on your way to it, right? And you can just like kind of bounce around to the different areas. And so I would have to give the humans as my favorite alliance starting spot.
Yeah.
And
Elwyn Forest is very iconic. Like that whole like
yeah,
Goldshire, Northshire, the Fargo Deep Mine, like that's all very, very iconic. The Night Elf starting area, I don't think I've like in all my years of WoW, I think I've only maybe gone through it like one time. I don't think I've spent a lot of time over there. And it does look very nice. I do agree with that. It's a very unique looking zone. Very like it has like a good aesthetic to it.
yeah,
Same with like Darnassus in general. It's a shame that it's all kind of like shoved in the corner and not really used like anywhere else.
yeah.
But it's a very cool area. Yeah, Elwyn is very cool. As far as like starting zones go, it's probably my favorite. That's usually the one that like even if I make like a night elf or a different like character, like any character that isn't a human, I always bring them over to like Northshire, and then have them kind of go through those quests.
Gotcha.
I like Duskwood a lot. Duskwood's a really cool zone. It's got
Duskwood.
yeah, because it's like a lot of like the kind of spooky zones are all up north. You know, the Plaguelands, and obviously like Silver Pine and the whole like undead starting zone, Tristfall Glades. But like it's Duskwood is like this creepy little patch, and otherwise just sort of like normal like fantasy area, you know.
For sure.
So it's like a favorite of mine. I really love Silithus. I like spending time on Silithus.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, no. I generally like what is it? The Burning Steps is pretty cool. I have a very distinct memory of playing. I was like level 20 in Red Ridge. This was like back in actual vanilla, and I remember like not knowing what the fuck was in the Burning Steps. Like I want to go up there. There was like fire and shit, and then like going up there, like taking 2 steps in, and I think I aggroed like one of those imps. It was like little, those little imp packs, and yeah, and I fucking had to like book it the other way. But yeah, that's one thing that's really cool about like WoW, like leveling in particular, in like Classic and Vanilla as well, is it's very, very dangerous. Like there's a lot of areas like you can't just like, you know, especially like even in the expansions, like TBC and even like TBC and Wrath leveling is not that dangerous. You can just kind of run around and grab a bunch of enemies and you're AoEing things down. But like you don't have that many abilities yet when you're leveling up in Classic, right? It's a very like if you pull like one too many mobs, like that's it. You're dead. Like you can't. Especially as like a warrior.
Yeah, I'm going ghost.
Yeah, I'm going ghost, and then you're just dead. That's it. Going ghost. Yeah, I pulled like I pulled one extra cobalt. Now you've running back from the fucking graveyard, you know.
It's true.
It's cool though. It makes the world feel kind of alive, and I like elite enemies are another cool thing that really never kind of made their way back. Where like you have just zones of like you know like elite areas. What are the early ones? I guess Red Ridge comes to mind for elite areas. You have like those like elite orcs or whatever in that kind of castle. And again, that kind of fosters like talking about like the social interactions of classic WoW, right? You you have to group up for that. Like you really can't solo that. Like as a mage, I could maybe take those guys on one at a time as long as they're like melee characters. I could just like kite them back for like a minute. But like, you know, otherwise like I need a group.
Yeah, for sure.
But
I mean,
I
think the big. I remember that being the most true for me during the Plaguelands leveling area. Like I remember especially Eastern Plaguelands, but like I mean both of the fucking Plaguelands. If you got too far, you're completely fucked. The fucking Blood of the Hero shit. I'm brand new to the game, in
Oh
general. So
no.
I didn't know. So I didn't know what the fuck that was about. And so I would walk. I walked up as my fucking warrior, and I was like, "Oh, I'll pick this up, sure." Absolutely a mistake. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like one of those things where like they're really like a mage that shows up and be like, "Did you pick this? You fucking retard." He'd be like pissed at me
You
because
know
he was
what?
like,
You
I
you
was
got
kiting
the
that.
listen. You wanted to play WoW Classic. You're getting the genuine Classic experience. There are
Yeah,
many before you have made that same mistake. I think I made that same mistake back in like actual vanilla.
for sure,
I
for
had the
sure.
tools to get out of it though, but
Yeah,
yeah,
just like dudes show up full elites and just like you fucked up.
yeah.
And then like I did loot it and it was like it was bound to me, so I couldn't like give it to the mage that was pissed. Because don't you guys need it for something? I don't know.
Maybe I don't fucking remember.
I think it was related to like an item that needed to be made for like point 0.5 gear or something like that. Like
Probably yeah.
the dungeon
Um,
sets.
yeah. No, yeah, just like the danger in the world. There are a lot of like I speaking of Plaguelands, there's a lot of like elite areas over there. A lot of elite areas in the Plaguelands, which is cool. Like, yeah, I just like that. Just like a general, like, the world obviously becomes less dangerous the more like tools that you have to like not just fight enemies but also escape. But that low, I
Yeah,
think people really love that early, and I think that's why like Season Discovery is obviously out right now and it was really popular. I think people like that like low level experience where like your toolkit is very limited, right? And it's just like it's very
absolutely.
basic. You have like okay, I have like my 10 spells because by the time you get fucking max level, like I have this huge spell book of just all this shit. Um, but yeah, just like as a low level, you only have so many tools. It's very limited, very focused, very basic, and I think there's like a certain appeal in that people really like, and that
Yeah,
makes leveling very interesting.
yeah. I mean, they really like doubled down on that with sod because like they capped it. Like every phase of sod was like phase 1 was like capped at level 25. Phase 2 was capped at level 40. Phase 3 is capped at 50.
Hmm.
Um, and so on. So like with that in mind, like exactly what you're saying, they're trying to like minimize the amount of stuff that you have access to, but then just kind of like put little twists to it to make it like a little bit more like interesting.
Yeah.
And I honestly think it was a big success, and I think that kind of speaks to the, and I mean, you could it speaks to like just what people were looking for. It's just like they wanted the classic WoW experience with leveling and stuff like that, and then having like this desire, like this need, like to be rewarded for like going out and exploring and things like that.
Hmm.
Really kind of captured that like what classic was all about. It was just like you don't know what the fuck's out there, like
Yeah.
just go figure it out. It's like a
Yeah.
gigantic world.
Yeah, just like stumbling into, like, because like I like Dark Shore is a good example of like Dark Shore. Like I also like the layout of some of these leveling zones is really cool too, because it's like sometimes you'll have like pockets of like high level enemies, just sort of almost randomly placed within. Like Dark Shore is a really good example where like Dark Shore is supposed to be, it's like a level, it's like 10 to 20, or thereabout. And then like if you go to the north end of Dark Shore, that's where the 20 is at, and it's kind of like right next to where you get to Dark Shore. So it's like if you
Yeah,
just go north by mistake, it's like there's a bunch of level 20 enemies up here. They're gonna fuck your shit up. It's like.
very true.
Um, so yeah, the classic in general, just like leveling feels more dangerous, which is really cool. And then that sort of danger also helps like foster social interaction by like grouping up and whatnot. And then
Yeah,
any other notable zones to talk about?
we touched on the plague lands.
Playland is cool.
I mean,
Um, Talk about Burning Steppes, Searing Gorge. Talk some of the
Stranglethorn's the
levels on
goat, but like I
Strangle.
think that
Oh, okay. So I have a really different opinion. So I've always played Alliance. Like I've never played Horde in this game. I don't like.
okay,
I'm not like. I don't have an affinity for Stranglethorn. Like I don't like. To me, like I don't think in Classic. Like when I leveled up, not in Classic. Sorry, when I leveled up in like actual vanilla, I don't think I ever did Stranglethorn. I think I totally skipped
interesting.
Stranglethorn. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, I did do Stranglethorn in Classic. I did do like kind of the north, like all the Nesting Wary like kill quests were like pretty big quests to hit.
yeah,
But yeah, I don't have like the fondness a lot of people do. I think a lot of that comes from. I mean, I've also always played PVE, so I think a lot of that comes from the PvP folks.
sure.
Um, I think they're the ones who really enjoy um, Stranglethorn and kind of all the nonsense that would happen down there. Did you ever make it down there on your horde character?
With Stranglethorn, yeah,
Yeah.
I
Oh, you
did.
did. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a great time as a horde. Because you just fucking you go do the Nessingwary shit. There's like a number of quests that you can do from Gromgol as well about like taking care of like the goblins that are out to the east. There's like stuff for the ogres that are I think south or north of those guys. There's like a different like goblin nest as well that's like even further east. There's there's Naga to deal with on like the coast opposite of Gromgol. There's like a ton of shit with Stranglethorn, man. It's kind of crazy. Even for Alliance, there's other than the Nessingwary quest, especially like, on the north side of stuff. There's I'm not sure if they're like Defias or something, but
Yeah,
there
like
are
those, I know what you're talking about. Those
like
like
the
human
Medicine
camps.
Man.
Yeah, the medicine
Yeah,
man and shit. Yeah, I remember
yeah.
doing that.
Those guys were iconic because I mean they benefited the most from the spell batching shit. They
Yeah.
literally they literally nerfed them. I don't know if you know this, but they
Really?
actually nerfed them in Classic because they were they were fucking healing like to full,
Oh
and
my
like
god.
there's nothing you could do about it. So
That's
I
awesome.
forget I forget what they changed about it, but they did something about the heal, whether it be like increase the mana cost on it, like or they reduce the amount of healing or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Until eventually like I think what I think the other aspect of it too is that like the once they removed like the batching too, they kind of got broken again. So
Oh,
they
okay.
those medicine men were actually like the source of like a lot of changes in the course of Classic because like shit like they were just so deadly
Oh
because of how much they
fuck.
fucking healed, man. It was crazy.
I'm not gonna lie, I did not have that. I did not have that bad of a time up there with them. I actually did. I think I was questing with like Canute up there. Actually, of all. Oh, speaking of Canute, me and him actually like kind of cross paths a lot of times while just like leveling up. A lot of that early. I mean, talk about TG real fast. A lot of early people in Tilted Griffins were just people that like were high level that just started messaging them. Like that's how Roth got in the guild. She was just like a high
Okay.
level hunter already, so he was just like, yeah, he would just like look like slash who level like. So he was obviously in like the front runner, and then he would just like slash who like levels behind him and just see like who was leveling up quickly, and he just like asked if they wanted to join, which is really funny. But yeah, no, Canute. I think that's how he joined. I think Distorted just like randomly invited him, and then we crossed paths a few times. Wetlands is an area that we crossed paths, and then I think again we kind of grouped up in Stranglethorn to fight those medicine men together. Um, but yeah, I guess that's all about that. Yeah, I don't really know if I have much else to say about leveling. It's a good time. I think people really enjoy it. I think people enjoy it almost more than the end game. A lot of people kind of talk about
Yeah.
Classic and they say that like Classic is like the leveling game. It's all about that like the 1 to 60 experience, and to an extent I kind of agree. Um, it really is like a kind of tremendous experience leveling up in WoW Classic. Um, already talked about zones. I guess we can move on to like the phase 1 stuff, kind of the more end game stuff. End game
Sure.
dungeons. End game dungeons. Any thoughts on end game dungeons? So like any of the
You know,
stuff that I guess like any of the stuff you would do for like gear for raid age, like I guess BRD and onwards.
yeah, I guess oh man. We could start with like the lowest level. Mardon killing a princess over and over again for that hit ring for physical DPS
Oh God, yeah, okay.
was was a bit of a
So
bitch,
was
but
was that like a you actually needed that for raiding?
it's pre-raid bis.
Oh, okay, yeah,
You,
yeah. Okay, that's
because
wild.
yeah, because I mean, there's no other source of hit really until you get to like into ZG, and I mean, like nobody was really taking a butt naked fucking dwarf warrior with
Yeah,
no edge masters.
yeah, yeah.
Without like that dude actually providing like having some sort of gear. Like I literally like had to go out of my way to like figure shit out and like actually like explain like actually I know what I'm doing. Like I've done a lot of research into this. And it's like, bro, you have 2 daggers and a shitty belt. Like what the fuck? Are you? It's like, no, please listen. Please
No,
understand, please.
yeah, no, I remember your daggers. Fucking, you had that one belt on with the dagger skill, running around with the fucking. Oh my god, I used to make fun of you for the fucking the barman shanker. You're gonna be fighting a Nick with a broken beer bottle. Everyone else got these like proper swords, and you're running in there with the beer bottle.
No, wait, please listen. I have like let me explain weapon skill and why the 305 weapon skill is a big deal versus like 303 weapon skill. I can't just take the I can't just use Maladath. Maladath doesn't work for me because I'm a dwarf, and the reason like it was awful.
Yeah.
Scorch. It was fucking horrific. I hated it.
It's incredible.
Yeah. So, I mean, Dire Maul's the goat. It's helped me a lot with shout out to Captain Crom Crush, that guy, I killed him many times for that belt that we're talking about. It gives 5 to dagger skill because weapon skill scaled your glancing blows, and that was like the biggest source of physical DPS loss. Was like,
Yeah.
if you didn't have within 3 levels, you have to like break the 3-level barrier basically. Like if you're up against a boss, like if something is like 3 levels higher than you, glancing blows reduces your damage deal by like 40 to 50%, unironically. So your number one goal is to like fucking reduce that as much as humanly possible. And once you get the 305 weapon skill, like beyond that, you get like really bad diminishing returns. You don't really get that much. You still do get DPS increase, but once you get the 305, it's like you can kind of focus on other things that'll probably get you more return. So that's where Dire Maul comes in, and shout out them. A lot of love for where did I go? I had to go to North, Dire Maul North, which is where everybody went for the Dire Maul tribute buffs. So it was the boss second to the last one. He's like the dude like in the hallway.
Yeah.
That's the guy that I had to kill many times, so shout out him. BRD, you had hyped it up a lot, and I was like kind of preparing for myself for it, like just like everybody said it's like the GOAT. I'd have to agree. As going through it for the first time, I was like, Jesus Christ, where the fuck are we? Like I had to pull out the atlas and like I had like I bought myself like a physical map of the place just to really immerse myself. Like just open it up on like my fucking table and just like, okay guys, we're here, like it's based on full longitude, latitude, like okay, we made it into the bar, okay, nobody's doing the bar fight, like all that shit. Amazing time. It was just so much fun.
It really is. I think BRD to me is it is the GOAT. It is the best, I think, like of the end level dungeons. It is just so like the sprawling like city, and you can just like go and like there's just so much stuff that like people have probably like never like known about. It's just like an actual adventure. I wish all dungeons were as good as BRD, because that place is just like so incredible, and it just like a lot of it's just because like the area kind of loops back on itself, and it's like it doesn't. A lot of the dungeon designs, and we'll, I mean this is like later on, but like especially like after Classic, got to this really bad point where like it was just a straight hallway to the end. Like there was no like branching paths or little side areas, or like things didn't loop back around. Like the actual like layout, not that I mean it almost doesn't matter to a lot of people, but like I feel like it really does add something to have that. Like it feels like a within the context of the game and the story and everything, it feels like a place that belongs. Whereas a lot of other dungeons are just like this weird straight hallway that just goes like TBC is really bad about that. Like every dungeon hallway.
Dude, the Septic Halls stuff was in particular.
Yeah, that's like, what I was. Yep, that was what I was thinking of.
Yeah, all those places.
All the Aqueduct stuff. That's not great.
Yeah,
but
big time.
But yeah, the BRD is like such a step above. Like even all the like I think a lot of the classic dungeons are pretty good, but BRD shines above the rest. Did you have a lot of experiences in like Stratholme? Did you do a lot of
I didn't do too much Strath. I mostly did that to help my caster buddies. I think there's stuff in there for the casters.
Yeah.
I don't really know much about like the caster side of things like at all when it comes to like vanilla. I would say that I know more about it once you got into TBC and Wrath for sure. But I was a fucking warrior Andy all the way through. Like I wasn't gonna do 60 again on a caster. I think if we, you know, 30 years from now when WoW Classic gets re-released and we're in the retirement home, Scorch, I think we talked about this. Like I'm probably gonna go Warlock and you'll probably go Mage, and we'll be able to like fucking kill everything and make our way to 60 very easily.
Yeah. I don't know what you were thinking playing here. I'm like hearing you talk about glancing blows. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? The fuck is the glancing blow? What do you mean, bro?
Oh my god.
You get 16% hit and then you just kind of hit the one button. Like, what are you talking about?
It's actually insane, like the trajectory that I went because I chose dwarf over human. Like I can't even like understate. Like that was such a pivotal moment for my experience for vanilla, and I didn't realize it at the time. But looking back, like I mean, we talked about it, just like the whole fucking world like, completely changed for me because of how much I mean. These motherfuckers were racist as fuck, man. Nobody wants to deal with the dwarf. Everybody thought I was just trolling, but it was like, no, I actually like know my shit, and it's just like just believe me. I think I have pretty good stats still. At least like I think it was like a 90 at least parser for most of Classic with Stronghammer. But regardless, you know, I digress. It's just one of those things.
Yeah. No, so yeah, I guess like so there are caster things from Strathalhome, specifically the fucking, specifically that fucking the pimp hat, the crimson felt hat, and I never fucking got that fucking hat, dude. I ran Strathalhome so many times. It drops off like the second to last or third to last boss. It's like before you do the event at the end. He's like that. Okay. He's the guy who drops the key. It drops off that guy. And yeah, I did that a bunch of times. Never saw that fucking thing. I might have saw it like one time and then lost the roll or some shit. And I hated doing it. Strath isn't a bad dungeon, but God, I hate doing Strath. It's just so like... Even back in the day, I hated it. I think it's just because the event at the end. Like, there's so much garbage loot. Because like those, like, so you have to like... If you do the undead side of Strath, you have to do like the ziggurats, right? You have to do the 3 ziggurats to open up the area to get to Baron, and those bosses just drop garbage, basically. they really just don't drop anything. I think they can have a chance to drop some cool stuff. Like I think a crossbow is pretty good, drops off one of them, and I think there's like a wand that's like alright that drops off another. But for the most part, like those guys drop garbage. It's a lot of like resist gear. I don't know if you remember that. They dropped like poison, like nature resist gear, I think.
Oh god.
Some frost resist gear, and yeah, they so it's like you have to like clear these 3 garbage bosses. You have to clear a bunch of garbage trash, and then you get to this one guy at the end, and he doesn't fucking drop your hat, and then it's like, well, you can't just leave the group. Then you have to do this whole event to kill fucking Baron, and then yeah, God, I fucking hate Strathalhome.
That's actually insane.
Oh man, I hate that. I was so glad when I think I ended up getting my my tier helm. I don't even remember what I was using before that. I had like some fucking thing from questing or another dungeon maybe. And then yeah, I just got my tier helm and I was just like, all right, I'm not going back there.
That's amazing.
I know the so the live side also dropped the Bis Mage Cloak. And that was really fucked too, because the Bis Mage Cloak was like, I don't know if you remember in Classic, but some items that could drop would be like, let me see what the action, it's like Archivist Cloak of...
Oh, yeah. Like of Shadow Wrath, or like of Fiery Wrath, or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah, Archivist Cloak of like freezing, whatever, Frozen Wrath or something, yeah.
Sure, the frost damage one. Sure,
yeah, the frost damage one, and... Holy shit! Like I tried for that a couple times, and I'm just like, this thing is never dropping. There are so many. Like, it's such a small percentage chance of this thing ever dropping.
Yeah.
And yeah, I gave up on that one pretty fast. I do like the live side a little bit more. Back in the day, people really never did the live side. It was always the dead side of Strath. I don't think back in the day with Strath was so. Back in the day, dungeons were like 10-mans. Like endgame dungeons were like 10-man raids basically. So I have memories of like going into Strath, and they changed that near I think the end of like regular vanilla, like original vanilla. I think near the end of vanilla, they actually changed that. They changed it to be so that dungeons were you couldn't bring 10 people in anymore. But I do have memories
Sure.
of doing Strath with like 8, 9, 10 people or whatever, like a full like quote unquote raid group, which is kind of interesting. I can kind of see why they did that because like Strath is a pretty big dungeon. You usually committed to doing one side or the other. Like nobody ever like did a full. It was very rare you ever did a full run.
Yeah, for sure. You know, now that I think about it, I did Strat a lot for my Nax attunement. That's what I did it a ton for. Because I remember actually doing it with Roth and like a ton of those like some of those people and just like running those like just indefinitely, just purely for the fucking rep, so I didn't have to turn in anything because they used to cost like the arcane crystals and nexus crystals and shit like that. Like, yeah, so that's what I did Strat for. Because I mean, the other part too is that like I joined in like phase 4, so I was able to like sneak in the ZG groups and manage to like steal shit that nobody wanted because it was just like blues and what have you. But
Yeah. What else? So there's so that's I guess that's Strath. Obviously the mount can drop in there too. Very rare. I think the actual drop rate like even goes down further. It's like it's definitely I think it's like one of that mount like I think it's like a little bit higher or I think it's actually very low in classic and then I think they raise it. It's like 0.01 and then it becomes like 0.1 I think like after that. I remember I want to say I was in a run where that actually dropped. I did not win it, of course, but I was in a run where that mount actually dropped, I want to say. I think I've seen the sword drop, too, off of him, off of Baron.
we probably won't need to get into it too much once we roll into Wrath, but that mount actually became the source of a lot of drama because there was a way for people to farm that mount super efficiently using petrification flasks.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah.
If I recall correctly, I mean it's been like years since this happened, so I'm probably wrong on the exact mechanics of it. But they basically like drank the flask, log out, reset the dungeon, log back in, and they were able to like fight Baron immediately.
Yeah.
And like this was done by DKs a lot because they're able to like heal through the boss like very efficiently.
Yeah, I remember this. No, I remember people doing that. I know what you're talking about. That's kind of wild. Because yeah, that's another thing is like farming that mount like in later expansions is still a pain in the ass because you still have to do all the fucking ziggurats and run around like an asshole, like killing those mini bosses, and then you have to like go inside and like kill all the ads and shit. Yeah, it's that place is just I fucking hate Stratham. Skullomance was another end game dungeon. Did you do a lot of Skullomance?
Skullomance, no. I think I did Skullomance maybe twice in my life.
Wow, okay, damn.
I like didn't have to do Skullomance at all, thankfully. I got to skip that. It's a cool place. I think it's really dope. I think that's in is that Western Plaguelands?
Western Plaguelands, yeah, Western Plaguelands in like the southeast corner.
Southeast corner, yeah. Okay, so I do remember where it's at physically. It's just, yeah, I didn't have any need to go in there repeatedly, thankfully. I think I went a couple times just to say that I did, but yeah, nothing too crazy. It was all right, cool.
Yeah, I'm there. So that's another place where there was caster. So it was like the caster Biss Dagger, pre-raid Biss Dagger in phase 1 was from there. He also dropped the wand, the Bone Stylus Creeper or whatever. That was the Biss caster wand. I think it's Bone Stylus Creeper. I have a list pulled up. It is Bone Creeper Stylus. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, so he dropped some like pretty good caster items. I actually like Skullomance in comparison to Strathalhome. I'm a big fan of Skullomance. There's like some cool shortcuts you can do in there. There's like some stuff you can skip. There's like some somewhat for like a 5-man. There's a couple like interesting bosses and like encounters in there too that have like actual mechanics, which is kind of surprising because a lot of like the 5-man bosses usually just like didn't do much or like whatever they did like didn't really matter. Like there's the one boss that everyone skipped that like she would make like 20 clones of herself. I remember like Rattlegore just hit like a fucking truck. Dark Master Gambling was fun too because he would like some Mario Party minigame shit. He would like randomly teleport like one player to like a side room. He had all those like side rooms where like the mini bosses were, and he would teleport you in there, and there would be like a bunch of like weak, level like 58 skeletons, and you have to like kill them. And if you're like if a healer went in there and the healer was just like kind of stupid and didn't know what was happening, and like maybe they didn't have like any DPS abilities on their bars, they would just get fucked. And it's just like, okay, well, we don't have a healer now. It's just,
I remember that. I remember that happening to me, and me being like, "What the fuck just happened?" Like I'm like in fucking autopilot mode because I'm playing World of Warcraft Classic, and I'm like teleported someplace, and I'm just like, "What the fuck?" And I never went back into Stratholme again.
Skullomance?
Skullomance. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I never went back into Skullomance again.
I've done Skullomance many a times. It is a I prefer. I actually had to go in there too because before BWL came out, that was the only place you could make flask in the entire game.
Oh, I remember that
alchemy
shit.
table. You had to go to the Raz Frostwood. It wasn't even like early. It was deep in Skullomance too. You had to go to the Raz fucking Frostwhisper room, and he was like the last guy you fought on the way to. I think you could actually skip him. You don't actually have to do him. He's like on the way to he's like in the room where like there's all those students who are like neutral. And yeah, it's like you go like right or straight, you go to like the Dark Master Gambling, all the mini bosses, or you go left, you go to him. And yeah, I remember having to make like flask and going to him a few times because we didn't like, I think this was like early phase 2 BWL, and it was like we didn't have the table cleared. I needed a flask. I didn't want to like, I had all the mats, I just didn't want to buy one, so I had to like get a Stratholme and run together really fast and go get the table.
Crazy.
Yeah, so Skullomance was cool. I've liked that one quite a bit. So we are talking about VRD. I don't think there's no end game dungeons on count. Well, I guess there's Dire Maul. I'll talk about a little more Dire Maul when we get to like phase 2. Because that was like between phases, I guess. I guess the last one is like lower Blackrock Spire and upper Blackrock Spire. I don't know if lower would count as like an endgame dungeon. I don't know if I ever did lower. I might have did it like once or twice for some quest. Yeah, now that I think about it, I did. No, wait, I think there was like a really good ring from lower Blackrock Spire. I don't know if I ever got it though. Really good like caster ring. Did you do lower Blackrock Spire at all?
I think I did, I think the Ubers, like Lubers and Ubers, I did once just to say that I did. I don't think there was anything. Maybe there was something in Ubers that were.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff for Uber. Well, I guess maybe not specifically for you, but I know like in like phase 1, like there was a lot of like cool pre-raid. Like there's the Dalren set. There's like that. I think that dagger was pretty good. The Fell Striker or whatever. There was like a few pieces of gear that people really wanted in there.
Oh yeah, Dalren's. That's a good point. Dalren's was Biss for sure.
Yeah, Dalren's was sick.
Dalren's was Biss, but like that's why I don't really remember that well, because like there were swords and I was a dwarf, so like I couldn't use them. So like unless I got Edge Masters, which I sure as fuck wasn't getting like anytime soon. So like I changed gears to like get other fucking gear. It's insane, Scorch. Oh my god. Yeah, because there's oh yeah, there's the belt that's in there as well. There's the because Dalren's, like you were saying. I think there was a helmet too that you can get. I forgot about the bracers. The pre-raid Biss bracers came from Stratholme for Fury. I forgot about that. There's also the classic SGC Savage Gladiator chain that people were trying to buy for 100 gold
from fucking BRD.
Doing arena runs.
Oh yeah,
that was a classic.
Yeah.
I never got it.
Didn't God, what was that? Didn't Double like run that like 100 times or something, and they just never got it?
I think he did more than 100 times. I think he was like in the 300-400s. And he never got it. Like he literally like kind of lost himself to it. I remember, and then the other thing was Hand of Justice. Was
oh yeah, the trinket. Yeah.
The trinket. I got the trinket in 7 tries.
Oh man, that's pretty good.
It was insane. And then there was another thing that was there that I got
In
um,
BRD?
in BRD that wasn't the SGC, but it was something else. Um, oh, the other thing that I forgot too was the cape of the Black Baron off of the that was Baron Rivendare out of Stratholme had the pre-raid Bis cloak for DPS, for physical DPS.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about that as well. Something I forgot about in BRD was off the so the technically the Bis like bracers for mages were off that fire guy. It was a similar situation where like he dropped like bracers that could have like a random attribute. You'd want to get like the bracers of like Frozen Wrath or whatever, just for like maximum like frost spell power.
Gotcha.
And then I don't. Is anything else in BRD good for mages? Not really. Yeah, we didn't really have like the. So our we had a pain in the ass trinket to get, and I guess we can talk about Upper Blackrock Spire, but fucking the reed, the fucking
Oh yeah, I remember people talking about
goddamn
that.
reed. Yeah, and it was such a pain in the ass because like the guy who what was the actual? I'm trying to look at this list. The Briarwood Reed. He dropped off. It dropped off a Jed Rune Watcher, and he was a fucking. So like
Oh
every time
yeah.
you go into Upper Blackrock Spire, you basically everyone in the group had to split up, get a macro to slash target Jed, go in the dungeon, hit the macro, and then if your macro worked, you'd be like, okay, he's in mine, and then reform the group around that guy's dungeon so that Jed could be there. Because otherwise, casters would not come to this dungeon. You literally would get no casters in your fucking group because that's all they wanted was that fucking reed. There was like literally nothing else in Upper Blackrock Spire for casters besides the goddamn reed.
Damn.
But the reed was amazing. The reed is like it's like 20 spell power or something, which for like an early game
That's
like
insane.
it's like 20 or 19 spell power, which is just like it is 29 spell power actually. Yeah, that's crazy. 29 spell
29 's
power for Briarwood Reed. That is so crazy for like an early like pre-raid Bis item. That is such a good trinket.
That is insane.
Yeah. And I always thought the guy's name was funny, Jed. I always thought of that fucking like all the Jeb Bush memes. Jed?
Yeah.
Jed? Is Jed here? Jed? Please clap.
That's awesome.
You see Jed.
Please clap.
Please clap.
Classic.
He's got his tiny little reeds hanging out. Yeah, I don't know. That Upper Blackrock Spire was pretty fun. Very unique dungeon because it is technically a raid. Like you would bring. So I think what's kind of weird is Upper Blackrock Spire was technically a 15-man raid in actual vanilla, and then I think at some point when they dropped the other dungeons to 5-man, they dropped Upper Blackrock Spire to be a 10-man, and I think that's how it was done in Classic.
Gotcha.
It was just it was just done as like a 10-man. But yeah, overall, really, really cool. Like, definitely kind of like a almost like a pre-raid, like a prelude to kind of raiding, because you're with like a bigger group. The bosses were, you know, a little bit tougher. The rooms maybe were a little bit, maybe not. I don't know. I remember back in the day it being pretty tough. You know, you having to do like all sorts of goofy stuff. Like Upper Blackrock Spire back in the day was definitely harder, but I guess everything was. Obviously that's where you did like the Onyxia quests. You had to kill General Drakus or whatever for the thing.
Yeah.
That's also where you did the fucking BWL attunement as well. Anything else? I'm trying to think. I think that about covers it for like endgame dungeons, right? Is there anything else you got?
Yeah, I think so too. I'm just gonna do a quick shout out to Sunken Temple, just not having anything at all. Just Mardon was like more useful. Sunken Temple had not. Sunken Temple is such a cool fucking design, and like like people are popping off with it because they made it into a raid, and that's super fucking dope. But yeah, I feel like Sunken Temple just like didn't really have much to it other than the level 50 trinket quests for all the classes. So thank you for the thank you for the Diamond Flask, and thank you for all the memes on the Fight Club Discord where people would just post that they would find somebody who picked one of the quest rewards that wasn't Diamond Flask. There's just like a whole fame of stupid people, and it's just like there's dozens of people who have like, oh, I got the shoulders that were really good. Like, you're going to replace them at 60. That Diamond Flask will be BIS for you for the rest of the game.
That's incredible. I
It is.
remember the class quest. That came out a little bit later. But yeah, no, they actually got a pretty good necklace from that for me. I think that was phase 2, right? Was that phase 2 when those came out? I don't remember what phase that was specifically for the class quest, but I want to say it was phase 2 because yeah, I think it was. Let me see. Let me look at this. What was the fucking thing you got from the Arcane Crystal Pendants? Was the quest item that you got? And I think, yeah. Okay, so it was phase 2 because I didn't have the Fire Lord Choker yet off of Ragnaros. That was like the raid BIS, and then this was like the pre-raid BIS at the time.
Sure.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, Song of Temple was pretty cool. I actually forgot. I didn't even really like consider that an endgame dungeon, but it is a cool design. I will agree. Famously, like, people don't like it because it's very easy to get lost in there. It has like a very people consider it as like a confusing layout. So
yeah. Yeah, it's insane. And I remember just like fucking like desperate to try and get out of there. You probably don't know, but Diamond Flask, as a warrior, it increased your strength by 75 for a whole minute.
Oh wow,
like,
that's pretty big.
Yeah, it's just like it came out to be like 150 attack power, and more so because we were Alliance, and we could have, and then it also stacked with Blessing of Kings, right? So like,
yeah,
just like I don't even.
No,
what an insane fucking trinket.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, Warriors had a lot of. I noticed you guys had a lot of stuff that was just like this for a long time. I guess like with dungeons out of the way, we can start getting into raids. Because I was gonna bring up the like onslaught girdle. Like you guys had like a lot of like pieces that just like lasted early on too.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah. What do you want? You want to start with like Molten Core or Nyxia? You know, preference.
I mean, we can probably start with the Nyxia because it's probably like a shorter talk because, and I mean, we can talk about like how absolutely cool the fucking setup of that was.
Yeah.
Like, the attunement was really dope, and attunement
it's awesome.
for the Horde side is awful.
It sucks. Yeah, it's terrible.
It's a fucking disaster. For the Alliance, it's amazing. It's like one of the coolest quests of all time, and it like, you know. There's so much like tension. There's like different like things that are like being built up, and you like unravel the mystery as to who the fuck like is second in command. And it turns out it's a Nyxia, and then that whole like sequence where you just let Bolvar fucking kill everybody. You just watch him do it.
Oh yeah, that was so sick.
Really dope.
Back in the day, doing that whole quest and the escort and everything. So awesome. Yeah, like the whole like Marshall Windsor thing and the BRD escort and like we were saying earlier, like that's all set up like as far back as like the Searing Gorge. I mean, I guess there's like hints of the Onyxia stuff like even further back, but that's like as far as like that that single quest like starts at the Searing Gorge. Basically, you got to get that moat, and then you bring it to the one dude in the cave and the burning steps, and that it just goes on from there.
True. I think the earliest I think they mentioned like there being like some kind of like weird corruption going on at the top is Dead Mines, like that whole
Westfall.
like
yeah. Well, that's the whole
exactly.
It's the whole like reason for like the Dead Mines and the Defias and everything. Those are the guys who like built Stormwind, rebuilt Stormwind, and then they didn't get paid. So
right.
But yeah, no, that was super cool. Such a cool quest chain. Like I guess we didn't really talk about like some of the quest chains in Classic. I mean, that's probably like one of the two like most legendary ones. Specifically like the Alliance version is just awesome. Like an absolute incredible quest line. I've never done the Horde version, but yeah, I've heard bad things about it, and that it's not interesting. The only interesting thing about it, I will say, is that you go to Grimbatol. I don't know if you know where that is. That's in the wetlands. In the eastern half of the wetlands, there's like a dwarf city, Grimbatol. It's closed off. You can't actually go in there, but But yeah, you have to like go to that area. There's like a bunch of dragons, like a bunch of like red dragons hanging out over by Grimbatol, and you have to like do some nonsense
Interesting.
there. So it is. They do have like one little thing, which is that they use that part of the world that is otherwise not used, which is kind of cool, I guess. But overall, the Alliance one is definitely above and beyond, much better. As far as Onyxia herself, so what's interesting is Onyxia was originally supposed to be the only like raid in Classic. Molten Core famously was kind of made in like a week. That's why it's like very plain. It was like they just threw it together at like the last second.
Yeah.
It was originally just supposed to be Onyxia. Onyxia is like probably one of the most famous like WoW raids, WoW fights. Obviously you have like the old like the classic Onyxia wipe video with that guy just like screaming the whole time. There's like a second like a lesser known video of him doing I think like Ragnaros or something, where he's just also just fucking screaming the whole time. But yeah, that video, more dots,
Yeah.
very famous. I remember DBM actually has like that video, like certain parts play during the Onyxia fight.
It does.
Yeah.
Yep, can confirm.
And I never turned that off. I just, every time we did Onyxia, it's just more dots, okay, slow DPS.
Whelps! Mid,
Yeah.
left side!
I
Even
think
side.
I'm pretty sure we had some wipes to whelps in Classic, which is really funny given how easy that boss is. I'm like fairly certain there was a few times where we were just like fucking around too hard and we would just like wipe to some whelps or whatever. And it was just like really goofy. I was like, oh, okay, well, we probably shouldn't have done that.
That's funny.
I don't think Onyxia really dropped anything great. Like, there obviously were like the tier 2 helms, like when phase 2 comes out, but like before that.
I mean, the head of Onyxia.
Oh yeah,
Classic.
Oh yeah. Well, for what do warriors get from that? Because I don't think it wasn't very good for casters. Like,
It wasn't good for casters?
Hold on, let me go look up what the thing. I don't think it was. No, let me.
I mean, it was the necklace for them, right? It was. I mean, for DPS, it was like a hit crit neck with agility. It was really fucking good. And I mean, I used that with the Nefarian ring for a long time. I didn't really need to like replace it until like I got hit like a ton of hit like other places.
The Onyxia Tooth Pendant, yeah, that is a pretty nice neck. No, the caster item sucks. It's like 1% chance to crit. It's garbage. It's like int, stamina, some fire resist, and then 1% crit chance. It's garbage. I remember famously, speaking of, we were talking about him earlier. Famously, there's a player on the server, Vegeta, who he got the Onyxia Blood Talisman.
No way.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. You didn't know about that. Okay. Yeah. No, that was like one of the regions like Vegeta was kind of like had notoriety early on, is because he went for the Blood Talisman. He was like a warrior. He was stacking defense as a pro warrior, dude. He was he was a full.
He was role playing.
Yeah,
that's
dude,
so cool.
He was doing some role playing. He was like, that was like he was famous for. He's like, people would like give him shit. He's like, nah, dude, listen, this defense. And it's like, what he wasn't doing like the Fury tank thing. Yeah, no, those rewards are for casters anyways are garbage. But that is a good melee neck. Even as a caster, I could look at that and go like, yeah, that checks out. That's a good neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what did I have to like bring up Onyxia's drop table real fast? I just want to see like what the fuck.
Well, Onyxia had a really good axe.
Oh, I remember the axe. We never saw the axe drop. She dropped
the axe was really good.
The sinew. I don't think the tier 2 helms were dropping until phase 2, so it was just like I know she dropped like a bunch of random garbage. She dropped the Viscag Bloodletter, I think was like okay. Shard of the Scales, garbage. Yeah, the Ring of Bind. A lot of her loot is really just not that great. She does drop the Eskandar's Collar, which is actually pretty cool. Do you know about that set?
No, I don't think so.
So the Eskandar set is like, you have like the cape, the pelt, the collar, the neck, and then like the left claw and the right claw. And I think they all drop off of world bosses.
Okay.
And what happens is like you get the full set, and then it's like a 1% chance to call forth the Spirit of Eskandar to protect you in battle for 2 minutes. I think it like turns you into Um, I want to say it like turns you into like a beast or something.
Interesting.
Oh no, wait, no. He never mind. My bad. That's some. I'm thinking of the ZG set. I guess it just calls forth like a tiger, like a ghost tiger, to like come and do damage for you.
It still sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, it's kind of neat. Like back in the day, like and this is like just another kind of general. There was a lot more like weird sets. I guess something that we kind of brushed over or didn't mention when talking about dungeons. Like dungeons had sets. Like you had the Scarlet Chainmail set. You had the
I just wanted to. You guys really play.
What?
No, we're not playing WoW.
No, we're
not playing WoW.
Yeah, we're just talking about WoW.
We're doing a retrospective.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, just want to make
yeah,
sure.
There was
Yeah,
the,
I don't even have a subscription anymore, man. We're just like chatting about it.
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
I'm just.
canceled mine.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no. So there's like dungeon sets. There's like the Scarlet set. Do you remember like the Defias set was another one?
Yep.
There's one from what is it? The fucking Horde dungeon, Wailing Caverns or whatever. I think had one as well. Those were pretty cool. There's a lot more just like weird little sets like that in Classic or Vanilla specifically.
For sure.
Compared to other things, but yeah, that's one of them. I don't really have much else to say about Onyxia.
Yeah, I think we talked about like the important bits at least. Like her, the only thing other than that, like, I don't know.
Oh,
just,
deep
I remember.
breath. Did you know about like the deep breath lore? Do you know all about
No.
that? Like back in the
I
day,
don't-
people used to. And this was like something that was discussed kind of early on, I guess, and like phase 1, people were talking about it a lot. Back in the day, people everyone had like their own weird theory about like what triggered deep breath, if anything, and it just turned out to be like completely random. But
Yeah.
everyone had like crazy like, okay, listen, if you X is so high on threat or whatever, it triggers the deep breath and
Superstitions,
yeah,
stuff like that.
weird,
That's
like
the-
weird superstitions.
Nah, man, that's the shit that I miss in like games, like in general. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like that game was like part of the internet, but like, I think the internet did a lot to go. I mean, you've got like Wowhead and databases that just kind of scrape every single aspect, so like nothing is unknown in terms of like what happens with the game. So like those superstitions existing and be like, oh, because like if this guy fucking like attacks this whelp over here at this time, and like if you like spin around 6 times, you can like it's stupid.
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Like people
that.
believe that shit, and like I don't. There's a certain charm to it that like I just.
Oh no, I love
you know,
it. Stuff like that is great.
Yeah, I would do that shit every time. Like I don't even care. I genuinely wouldn't even believe in it, and I would do that shit just to like I don't know, because I think it'd be cool rather than just like
Yeah.
the sanitization of like the internet where like everything is known. It's like,
It's just, like,
why the
all
fuck are
data
you doing
mined.
that?
Yeah.
Like
It's
the fucking
a
the
lot of
sweaty
efficiency,
nerds.
a lot of efficiency, a lot of data mining. Yeah.
A lot of autism, just be like people
yeah.
screaming at you because you didn't do the most perfectly optimal thing that Wowhead article released like 2 weeks ago. It's like,
Wowhead article. I know.
Like, you
I
fucking-
recently saw. Yeah. So some of those Wowhead articles were a little bit questionable. Sometimes the people who wrote them were even like the
Yeah.
misguides and stuff. But yeah, there was like a whole thing with like what triggers deep breath back in the day, and yeah, it just turned out to be totally random.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of like our first Onyxia raid. I remember like our first raids in general. I guess it's a good time to talk about it. Like so many people showed up to like the first raid, surprisingly, because I
Nice.
think the raids were open in like week 2. I think they actually specifically closed them for like 2 weeks because they just wanted to let people level. And then it was like week 2 they opened up. I remember a ton of people showing up to that first raid to the point where we had to like reject a bunch of people. We had fucking like 8 or 9 mages that showed up to that first raid.
hell yeah.
Yeah, that was bananas. Obviously, I automatically got a spot because I weaseled my way into the officer group. And then we had to turn one dude away who ended up quitting the guild. And then that dude went on to do a bunch of Grand Mar. It was pretty awkward because like when I was doing my PvP stuff later on, I ended up running into him. But it was just like, dude, you like he was like a last minute sign up. It's like, bro, it's just like a first come first serve for these raids. Onyxia went pretty smooth if I remember right. I don't think there's like any hitches there. Pretty easy boss. What else? Then Molten Core. I guess that's a
Classic.
classic, like the most classic of classic raids that you could possibly have. So much nostalgia around that one area of the game. Like,
like as a warrior running through that, it was actually like a good time with world buffs. But if you lost your world buffs, dude, I would rather be waterboarded than go through Molten Core again. Without like, I would there is I would be hard pressed to find something I wouldn't rather do than Molten Core without world buffs.
Jesus.
I like. Even with all the skips that we did, if I died early, I literally was like trying to find people that I could slash follow, so I could just like, oh god, it's awful.
Oh my god.
But I have a lot of respect for Molten Core, and like I said, like being able to do damage and like running in there and cleaving your fucking balls off, like that's a lot of fun for me.
Well, Molten Core wasn't like I didn't do any world buffs in Molten Core in like Phase 1. Like world buffs were really
fair.
Yeah, world buffs were not really a thing in Phase 1.
True. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, like because people like were just starting to kill Onyxia, so like you didn't have that like unlimited supply of Ani heads. You didn't have the ZG Heart. Dire Maul wasn't out, so you had like 2 world buffs. You had the fucking Sunflower, which I hard committed early on to never getting that flower, just never doing
Amazing.
it. Hard committed. I'm not, because it was an hour. Everyone else, all the other buffs were 2 hours, which I'm like, okay, that's fine. 2 hours of like super buffs, but like an hour, it's like gonna run out halfway. Like it's stupid. And then you have to like run out to like. There was also like no good way to get out to like Felwood. It was just so far out there compared to everything else. Like there was like systems in place to get to like the Yojamba Island, and obviously Stormwind was really easy for me specifically to get to.
Sure.
Huge, like tons of people doing summons to Dire Maul, even like Dark Moon Fair when that was up. But yeah, so yeah, there's really no world buffs at the time for like the first couple Molten Cores. You couldn't just like cleave all the trash down. Everyone's in like pre-raid gear, which like, hey, if you maxed out your character in pre-raid gear, you did decent damage. Like Molten Core wasn't hard back then, but it was definitely like you had to be a little bit careful about what you were doing. You couldn't just fly through it. Like I think when you eventually came in there with your warrior, we were kind of just cruising. But
you guys did doing all the skips and shit like that. I think even with Tilted Griffins, we basically only did what was it, Gar and
Baron for the binding runs. No, I remember doing like it was. That was Phase 1. That was like the entire, like, once raids were open, that was it. Every week you showed up, you killed the Onyxia, you went into Molten Core, and that was it. That was your raid for the week. Come back next week, do it again.
Wow.
No world buffs. Everyone's in like blue dungeon gear. Like mages aren't even you were just I have like one spell I can cast.
Dude, I remember you raiding in Molten Core and watching you play, and I told you like you should just change everything on your bars and shit to all frost bolts.
I feel like at one point as a joke, I took one of my bars and I just made it a giant frost bolt, and I just like or whatever, and just like there you go.
You did. I remember that. You definitely did. That's so fucking
one fucking
what a great
spell.
time.
Yeah.
And my favorite part was that it showed how many times you were pressing it. So I just watched like the fucking thing like pulsing every time you hit the key, and it's just like going off.
I just sit there hitting my. It was my E key, and I just sit I could just sit back and do whatever. There's like no moving you had to do. Like all the fights were really simple.
Damn.
Like, I guess I did. I had to like decurse shit on a bunch of those fights. Yeah, so that was like those fights were kind of interesting. I had to like click on the little decursive boxes.
True.
God, the fucking our first Molten Cores were just like so wild, and like we were technically a loot council guild, but like you can't like. So the thing is like we didn't even loot council back then, because it was like, how do you loot council when everyone just like everyone has like the same gear and they all want the same gear? So how do you decide who gets what? You know what I mean? It's like, I guess you could maybe look at people's gear and be like, okay, well this guy has full BIS, so he's put in more effort or something like that, or look at the meters, but it's like everyone was kind of just on the same level at this point. So it was like we ended up just like rolling stuff off like the first few raids. I think our first Molten Core, that was when I won the Talisman. That was like my one piece of loot. I rolled and I won the Talisman. Yeah, that was like my first Molten Core. I went in there, fucking got a Talisman, which is very sick. Very good way to start Classic.
That is a fucking insane trinket to get like at the very beginning.
That Talisman
power,
is awesome. Right? Yeah, Talisman of Imperial Power. That thing is awesome.
That is a sick one. I know about that one. Yeah. And I guess like on the flip side for me, like by the time I was doing molten core, like nobody needed anything. And in fact, like funny story, the one of the times that I did molten core, I was doing it with like an SR. It was like part of like a different like guild run. They're like looking for like warrior bodies, and I was like, "Hi, I'm a dwarf warrior," and I like, and they're like, "Ooh, I don't know if you're tall enough to get into molten core." Like that whole like that whole like fucking rigmarole, and I managed to get in, and I won. There were gloves that were a part of it. They were called I forget. Shit, I can't think of what they were called. But there was just like a melee DPS gloves,
Who were they off
and
of?
I
Do you remember?
let me see real quick. I could probably pull it up.
Yeah, I just pulled up like a molten core loot table.
Yeah, I'll do that real quick. Give me a sec.
Aura Stone Hammer, it's a classic. The Drill Bore Disc. But yeah, Molten Core had like such wild loot. I guess just like a quick aside, like, cause like nobody, well, at least I guess I can't speak for all classes, but like warriors didn't use their, or warriors, mages didn't use their fucking like tier set for the most part. It was like filler items, cause like a lot of like the pre-raid bis stuff was just straight up like kind of better than the tier set, cause the tier set was like more well-rounded, but like a lot of the pre-raid bis stuff was just like juiced up with spell power.
Sure.
Or like
Oh,
I guess
found it.
not pre-raid, but just like the this stuff.
It was I initially thought it was it's the Flame Guard gauntlets is the name of the gloves that
Oh,
dropped, and I won.
nice.
So
Who are those off of?
it's one of those like multi-boss
Oh, okay,
pieces,
gotcha,
so
gotcha.
it could drop off of Magmadar, Gar, Baron
Yeah,
Geddon.
yeah.
And I think in this case it dropped off of Magmadar. Because I think that's the dog boss, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay,
Guard
yeah.
gauntlets.
Okay,
Those things are nice.
now I'm remembering. Yes. So those dropped, and um I was like, okay, sweet, great. I've got these gloves. I will eventually have to get rid of them, so I'm not sure if I should like equip them now or what have you. Or just, I was like debating, and I was like bottom of the meter anyway, right? Because I'm a fucking dwarf warrior with daggers.
Yeah.
And a dude messages me. He's like, "Hey, do you want to sell me those like gloves? Like, don't tell like the raid lead because this isn't a GDKP, but like just if you want to pass them over to me, I'll give it to you." And I was like, "Sure." And I was like, I gave him I thought was a ridiculous number. I was like, "I'll give it to you for 400 gold," and he was like, "Done." And I was like, "Oh shit." I was like, "Oh my god, wait! I should have asked for more." I asked for 400 because that was enough for my epic mount.
Oh yeah, okay.
That was like the last
good,
little
though.
bit that I needed.
Yeah. No, epic mount's like that's like a big milestone.
It is.
In classic. That was I guess we didn't really have like a reason to talk about mounts, but yeah, like getting your like level 40 mount, which wasn't too hard. I remember back in the day it being a lot harder, but in classic it was just sort of like killing things and then just like saving all the gold from like any quest that I had done. I was able to easily get the 40.
Yeah.
The epic one is a pain in the ass though. That's like a huge jump. 1,000 gold for that one. I had to do fucking the ZF. I had to like go to the graveyard in ZF. I wasn't even boosting people. I was just going in there by myself, killing all the zombies, and it was just like farming raw gold. It was just like the best way to farm. Because like a lot of remember like this is still like early days classic, so like people are just fucking grinding this shit, right?
True.
So it's just like all the locations out in the world are just like locked up. And it's just like, well, instead of competing for mobs, like I want to go into a dungeon and get like a guaranteed one. And that was kind of like the highest. It was just like the best in terms of like raw gold, and then you could sell like the mage weave, or I think mage weave was like worth nothing because a lot of other people were doing it. So it was like I could just turn them into bandages and then sell the bandages at like 2 gold a stack or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took a while to do that to get the fucking mount, but
Hell yeah.
But yeah, no, that's I did not know about that. But yeah, I my first run I got that sick trinket, and then yeah, I don't know, it was kind of just a lot of molten core for all of phase 1. I mean, that's all you could do. You just logged on every week. We saw some Eyes of Sulfurous. I don't even remember who those went to.
Boogie got one.
Did
I know
Boogie
that
get
for a
one?
fact. Yeah.
I feel like we saw so many of them.
I wouldn't be surprised if Cat Lord got one too.
Yeah, I feel like everyone got. It was just like an Oprah, like just you get a ISL first, and you like nobody wanted them.
It's funny.
Yeah, it was just like nobody wanted that shit because it was just like who cares? It was just like a vanity item. Like I don't think Sulfurous was good for anybody. I think it was like okay in PvP if I remember right. It was like an okay PvP item maybe.
Whoa, Scorch! It was BIS for Ret Paladins, man. Hold up.
Oh wait, what?
It was, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this. Oh, then fucking what's his face? Do you remember Shabobido's friend? Do you remember that guy? I forget his name. Shabo's paladin friend. Oh man, I can't even remember that guy's name.
Was it Heal something?
He was our no. He was like our token ret paladin.
Yeah, I remember. It was. Oh God, I don't remember. But I remember that guy, but I don't remember what the fuck his name was.
I don't remember his name either. I do not remember his name at all. But he was our token ret paladin, and yeah, I think he got like all the ret gear just like was just straight to him. So I think he got our first Eye of Sulfurous, if I remember right, and then he made like the hammer and he had that. So
yeah, that's probably right.
That was neat. I'm pretty sure it was Canute who got our first Thunder Fury, if I remember right. I remember that we had, so there was a guy who I don't think you met. I forget his name. We had like an off tank before like Double was like our off tank, or before like Hatred was like, I think Hatred was always kind of our off, like a bear tank or whatever. He was like a third tank.
Sure.
But we had another like warrior. It was like Canute and some other guy who I cannot remember. And he used to tell like these crazy. He was a nice dude. He was like in the he used to be in the army. He had a kid. He used to tell all these crazy stories. Fun guy. And I think we gave him like half of Thunder Fury. His dad played with us too. He was that one old man paladin. Do you remember who that was?
The old man paladin.
The old man paladin. Oh my god. I wish I had a fucking list of who was in the guild. Holy shit. Because I'm like forgetting some of these names. He was one of our holy paladins. And he was like an old dude.
I mean, there was, I remember Knock. I remember...
Not Knock. Knock was like that.
Hot Hands?
No, not Hot Hands. Fuck me.
It wasn't Dame, and it wasn't Taslin.
No. It's like literally the one guy I think you haven't named. It's him. I cannot remember his name for the life of me, but that guy was his dad, and he played WoW too, and he raided with us. He actually dipped out at Nax. If maybe that rings like a bell. He like left Nax because he was like he was an actual boomer.
Oh, wait, wasn't he like powered? Oh, wasn't he the reason we called Powered Divorce?
No, that was our priest. No, Health Pack was a priest.
Health Pack was a priest.
He's the one who, he got that little jumping ahead here, but I still laugh about that. He got that helmet, and then fucking Cat was like, I wonder, did his wife get the helmet in the divorce? Just some fucking like,
oh my god,
helmet that nobody wanted. Yeah,
that's so amazing.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but yeah, he was a cool guy. I think he got like part of a Thunder Fury. I know Cat obviously got a piece of it. I guess like a good Molten Core tale is when we were just doing binding runs and we saw both bindings drop in like one run. That's actually really rare. Yep. That was kind of crazy. I didn't think I'd ever see that.
I was there for that. I remember.
Yeah, that was bananas. So that was that was like post AQ. Were we in Nax at the time?
Was it Duende?
No, I think Duende was also like a no. Duende was also like a really good like. Duende had the foreign wife who like she like didn't really know like what to do.
Right.
Yeah, she had like that wife who was like a hunter, and I think Roth didn't like her because she like didn't understand what the fuck was going on. And he was also like he was a really good player though. He was like a really good like retail player playing Classic.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. No, go ahead. Keep thinking of names. But yeah, so that was a crazy run. I didn't think I'd ever see that. Both bindings drop at once. That was super cool. I remember that was like that turned into a whole. I mean, I guess this is kind of jumping ahead, but it's still Molten Core, so whatever. I remember that turned into like a whole officer discussion because Luxter wanted to give those to he wanted to give both of those to Double because it was like, well, Double's our off tank, so we just
No
gave it to
way.
Double, right? Yeah. I think I told you. I thought I told you this before. Yeah, he
I think
told us all
you probably
side.
did, but like this is still like an absolute. Fuck Luxter, man. I'm on the record.
Okay, well, hold on. I know you have your problems. I know you have your problems with him. I don't think it wasn't out of malice. It was just like, I think it was more so. I think it was an interesting discussion, regardless of what you think of Luxter. I do think it was an interesting, like, okay, he's our off tank. Like, it doesn't. Cat wasn't gonna ever use it in raid. Like, he was gonna use it for like PvP. It was like a trophy for him. And Double, it would have actually been an upgrade when he's tanking. So he was like, you know, should we get, like, I think he mostly brought the discussion up. And it wasn't like a, you know, sure-in thing. He just kind of brought it to the table as like a point of discussion. And then I think the counter was more so that, like, it came down to two things. One, in his previous guild, Double had passed on like one of the bindings. Because he, like, I guess he was leaving the guild or something. I don't remember.
Sure.
He didn't want to like take one of their bindings. So, and I think the argument there was that, like, if Double really wanted Thunder Fury, he would have fucking taken that binding. He would have just done anything for it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would have done anything to do like the AQ thing. So if he really wanted it, he could have already been kind of prepped up for it, or he should have been.
Sure.
And then I think the second argument was, like, morale-wise, it would have been really bad because, like, we would have been going there specifically for Cat, and then we started doing the other boss for, I forget the other warrior's name. I don't know if you remember that guy. Do you remember the one who got the other one? The other binding that night?
It was... Oh, yeah, because it was... Oh, God. Was it uncensored, or was it, like...
Not uncensored, no. It was somebody else. I forget his name.
Maybe...
I remember.
Probably spun off.
I remember maybe him. I remember the guy specifically because he came into our guild like in AQ, like he came into our guild like the first week of AQ, I think, and I remember he wanted us to help him with the AQ quest, and he was like explaining it to us. And it's like, no, dude, we already know. Like, it was like, please stop. Like, we've already been there, fella. I don't think we're gonna help you. Like everyone was like trying to let him down real nice because he wanted an upgrade from like one of the quest rewards at the end, like the weapons you get. Anyways,
it's probably spun off. I think that's because that sounds right in terms of like the timing when he joined, because he joined right. Tilted Griffins a little bit after me.
Yeah.
And I had joined TG right before like AQ gates opened up. Mm-hmm. So I think the answer was spun off then.
Okay.
For the double bindings night.
Gotcha. Yeah, but anyways, so yeah, it was more just came down to like, we're here for these guys. Everyone's kind of expecting them, and they're super excited. You know, Cat finally gets his Thunder Fury. This other guy gets his Thunder Fury. This is awesome. We get 2 Thunder Furies, and it would just been bad for like morale. I think was the other thing. I mean, I think in like a more hardcore guild, they might have given them both to the one guy, but it was like, I think also like a third argument was like, we don't really have any tanking problems. Like, does he really need it? Like, we're kind of cruising through Nact at this point, so it was like.
Sure.
You know, I mean, we had some rough nights, but as long as we had world buffs, it was like, who cares? We're fine. So yeah, there was that. I guess other thoughts on Molten Core. I remember like having to do mechanics on some of the bosses. I remember having to like set up like sheep targets for Major Domo. That was goofy.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, we had to like crowd control all the ads and do them one by one. Because again, you couldn't just like, we didn't have Thunder Furies yet. We didn't have like BWL or AQ gear yet. It was just like, we actually had to do like some of the mechanics, and we could potentially wipe in Molten Core, and I think we did multiple times. The Molten Core runback is something of note. It's also the BWL runback, but I always think of it as the Molten Core runback, of having to run all the way from like the north end of Searing Gorge all the way. It's a long fucking runback.
Oh yeah.
I think it is probably
I forgot about that.
It is probably the most memorable runback in WoW. I can't think of a more memorable one than that. Like, I just have that, like, that specific run back, both from, like, original vanilla to, like, classic WoW. It's just, like, seared into my fucking brain. I will never forget that run back. And then what's even funnier is if you like accidentally fall into like one of those holes in the Searing Gorge.
Jesus, yeah.
You're just like, yeah, fellas, I think I'm gonna need a res on this one. Oh my god, because I think that happened to me like one time. I just like fell into that hole, and I was like, okay, I guess I have to get a fucking res because I'm not able to run back. God, yeah,
Jesus.
Molten Core was like buffing up, was crazy because yeah, back then you didn't have raid wide buffs, it was all group wide buffs. So everyone had to like, you had to like divvy up the mages, like who was doing fucking AI to what group and everything like that. I
You
remember
know
like
what? I just remembered, Scorch.
what?
Oh my god, the you're talking about like fucking runbacks that are etched into one's brain. There is there's a runback in Fellwood, as
no.
Alliance. If you died in Blood Venom Post, you spawn in Darkshore. So you like would have to run like straight up all the way south of Darkshore through fucking Ashenvale, back up through the area to get back in the Fellwood to run and get your body, in order to get your body back. So that's I remember that because it was in the vault. It was a PTSD. Like I'm never coming back to Fellwood and leveling ever again. It was an insane death, and it was just like, oh, I'm just gonna blow my brains out instead. I just want to shout out, fuck you, Fellwood, for making me run that 20 minutes to get my body back. I probably would have been better just to take the res sickness and just hearth that away. Just waited 10 minutes instead. Oh, Fellwood. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Molten Core run back, iconic. Blackwing Lair run
Extremely
back,
iconic, yeah.
super iconic. Running, just praying that the batch was good, because you would run into like that area and you would stay on your mount and you're just like, please let me go, please let me go, please let me make it. And you'd get demounted like 10 seconds inside of the place, because for whatever reason that entire area is considered indoors.
That whole fucking cave, yeah. I know what cave you're talking about. The Furbog cave or whatever. That shit was nasty.
Oh, I was talking about yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the
I was talking about
Furbog cave? Oh no.
I was talking about the Molten Core. I swapped back to the Molten Core.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, the Molten Core run back, very iconic. I'll never forget that run back until the day that I die. I will always remember that. What else here? I don't know if there's anything else with Molten Core. It's just sort of like I have like a very specific memory of like I think like the Molten Core was interesting because yeah, it was just like one of those raids that like, I mean, you weren't there for the bulk of it. Like Molten Core, like I said, like it really, I can't stress enough, that was the game for a while. Like you literally just like you did Molten Core and that was it. And
Damn.
It's very hard to stress that. Yeah, it was just like, it kind of became a little bit of a slog. Like even though it got easier because we got more gear, but it was still like, we're still here. We still have to do this. And it's just like, oh, the boss dropped more tier gear that nobody wants. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I remember a very specific Molten Core. It's almost like a dream. Like it almost didn't happen. It was right after Christmas. It was like a December like 27th or something after Christmas. A very like sleepy, quiet Molten Core. Like nobody said anything almost the whole raid. Everyone was just kind of out of it. We were just like we were just going through the motions. Just everyone on autopilot. That sticks out in my mind. The whole Groundhog Day meme. I don't know if you remember that from TG. That started in Molten Core.
I joined during the tail end of that.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that all culminated in us watching Groundhog Day during the AQ thing. I'll get to that later though. But yeah, the Groundhog Day meme started there. I remember. Oh yeah, I guess it might be worth talking about Staff of Dominance and the Ezra Song Mageblade. The Staff of the fucking, first of all, anyone who takes the Staff of Dominance is just a cuck. That's just all. I don't ever. I know some people like overuse that word these days, but that's just how it is. Like I don't know what to tell you. That's just like it's just what it is. It's just like it's the lesser fucking thing. You don't. You gotta assert yourself and get a mage blade, like a proper mage blade. It really is just worse because it's like they have the same exact stats, but one of them you get to also have an offhand. It's kind of fucked up.
I mean,
Go
famously,
ahead.
the Staff of Dominance. I know it because that was
Oh,
the item that
yep,
Joker ninja'd,
yep,
and he lost his contract to Method because
yep.
he had done that ninja in front
I
of
will I will
fucking
never
thousands of
think
people.
that is like the funniest shit ever. The fact that he like if he had taken a mage blade, I would have been like, you know what, brother, I get it. You know, I think he still made a dumb move, but I get it. But he took a staff of dominance, dude. I've had staffs offered to me before I had a mage blade, and I was just like, nah, I don't want that. Disenchant that shit. Get that shit out of my face.
That's so
I
funny.
literally would rather have a fucking like my Scholomance dagger in an offhand than have a fucking staff of dominance.
That's actually funny.
And I think everyone felt the same way, because, yeah, we just rolled them off. I think we gave them, like, we prioed them to mages first. I think warlocks in our guild took the staff. I'm pretty sure we prioed them to mages first. I remember specifically, there was a little bit of drama around one of them, because, so we had, like I said, we had, like, 9 mages at the time.
Yeah.
And we prioed... We had like seen 4 or 5 of them, and like every single roll, like me and Distorted were basically rolling like 10s. It's like a 10, a 5, because we were just rolling them off. Like it's just like there's no other good ways to do loot at this early on.
Yeah.
We're just rolling them off, and we ended up deciding, like, the officers were like, well, do you guys just want to, like, prio one to Distorted? It's kind of, because at this time, I wasn't Loot Master. I wasn't actually doing anything but, like, the recruitment stuff. Distorted was he was handling what mage stuff there was to handle. He was handling loot, and then he was also handling, like, any bullshit drama that came his way. So everyone was like, well, why don't we just prio this to Distorted? He's earned it. You know, he's the guild master. Like, it's not even like we're giving him the first one. We're giving him, like, the fucking 5th one. And everyone was okay with it. Nobody had a problem. Everyone was like, "Grats!" You know, everybody's happy for him. One dude in our guild named like Refreshments, one of our mages, got like really pissed, and he thought that like Distorted ninja'd it.
Oh my god.
He didn't seem to.
Oh, I remember this story.
Yeah,
I remember
yeah.
this
He
story.
didn't seem to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't seem to understand that like we're a loot council guild, and we just like loot counseled this item to him, and he ended up quitting. And I think the next one got loot counseled to me. But yeah, he ended up quitting, and then like we found out like it was a big miscommunication, and then he like rejoined, but then he only raided for like one more week, and then he just like quit after. It was just like the goofiest shit ever.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. We also as far as mage stuff goes, we had a few interesting characters. There was also another mage who I don't think I've mentioned a whole lot to you. A guy named, I think it was like Mystic or something, and he was like a crackhead, or like a former crackhead. So he had all these like crazy crackhead stories, and he was we'll get to him a little bit later. He does some shit in ZG. But yeah, I think that's it for Molten Core. I mean, there's always more to say, but I think that's good enough for that. Phase 2 came up next. Phase 2 was
PvP release.
PvPs, World Boss, and Dire Maul. I guess you already talked about Dire Maul. I'll mention Dire Maul real brief. You know, you have Dire Maul North, East, West, and the long forgotten Dire Maul South.
Yes. Oh fuck yeah, man. I wonder if I still have that clip. Hold on.
Maybe.
It's not a clip. It was a screenshot. But please continue.
Yeah, Dire Maul South. Of course, everybody, you know, you have like the long debate about like people, and what's really funny is like I remember that Asmongold guy is like you just call both of them DM, and then you use like context clues to like figure out what the fuck people are talking about. It's like, yeah, it's pretty easy. It's if somebody who's like a level 20 is saying need more for DM, he's probably not fucking talking about Dire Maul. But people would always get like crazy about that and be like, oh, you gotta call it VC. And just like, Jesus, guys. Yeah, Dire Maul, I mean, I think it's most remembered for world buffs. People going in and doing the world buffs clear. Oh, did you post that? Did you find the screenshot?
Yeah, you should be able to click and go right to it. 20.
Oh yeah, which one? Oh yeah, Dire Maul, DM South. Oh, you mean Dead Mines? Yeah, DM South. Love, he immediately understood that. Oh, that's incredible. You just immediately understood what you're talking about. That's so good.
That's one of the all-time clips, man. All time, bro.
Incredible.
Fucking 4 years ago now. Wow, time flies.
Shit, yeah. God damn. Dire Mall, yeah, most remembered for that. There's some pretty good items out of Dire Mall. I know you got your like belts you mentioned earlier, your dagger belt or whatever out of there. I don't remember getting
Yeah.
anything. I think at this point, I think when Dire Mall came out, I had a mage blade. There was like a pretty sick staff out of like Dire Mall North. I actually really didn't do Dire Mall in Classic, if I'm being honest. That was like something that I kind of skipped. I think I just like
Yeah.
had the gear that I like. I just like everything that was in there was just like not really an upgrade for me, so I just like kind of didn't bother.
Yeah, that checks out because they released it as like a way to like kind of get kind of good
Yeah,
gear
caught
that'll
up,
get you into the
yeah,
raids and shit. It's like
yeah,
a pseudo catch up stuff.
yeah. I'd been doing Molten Core since launch, so it was just like I don't really need any of this stuff. I think I might have did them all once for like whatever. Oh yeah, that was the big thing for mages. I had to do Dire Mall East for the I think the refreshments quest. There was like the new water level was out of there.
Gotcha.
I,
Yeah.
I have a long history with Dire Mall that goes back to retail. So back in the day I did the Insane the Membrane achievement. Part
Oh
of that
God.
part of that achievement requires that you earn Exalted with the Shendalar. The Shendalar are a faction that has no purpose in this game. They're like there's like a at the end of Dire Mall, so you can get there through Dire Mall North or Dire Mall West. At the end of Dire Mall West, you go to like a little like night elf enclave in Dire Mall, and there's just a bunch of guys in like a library reading forever. And that's the Shendalar, like those fucking like 15 NPCs in that little tiny area of Dire Mall. And
There
you
was
had to get
actually something for
Exalted.
warriors that you had to do. Like I think there was some sort of thing I had to turn in over there. I think.
Oh yeah,
But
that's
yeah.
the Helm enchants. The enchants were there too. Remember that?
Okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what it
the
was then.
Arcanums or
100%.
whatever. You had to, yeah,
Yep.
those books, those Arcanums or whatever. Those are the things you had to turn in to get rep in Dire Mall back in the day. You had to like,
100%.
yeah, you had to do that, and then also Dire Mall, like the goblin who you like free, who gives you the ogre suit. That goblin also gave you the rep needed to earn. I guess it was revered, or I guess it was exalted with the goblin faction, which is another requirement for Insane in the Membrane. So it was like I had to free that guy and then like turn in the mats for the suit, and I just had to do that forever. And I remember the key for that guy to release him, little goblin, who's like in the middle, basically. He's like in the middle part of Dire Mall North. He's by the guy that you trap in the ice trap, and that key can drop off of any ogre in Dire Mall. So you would go in there to like free him, and you would literally have to kill every ogre. And I remember some runs
Jesus.
where I would like skip one pack, and I'm just like, yeah, it's probably not that pack. It was that pack, so I'd have to run all the way back to the start, kill that pack, then run all the way back to him.
Holy fuck.
So yeah, after doing like 1,500 or something Dire Malls in retail to get that achievement, I kind of just didn't ever want to go back there. So I was just happy
Yeah, I
to
don't
not
blame
do
you.
Dire Mall. Obviously, I did have to go in there to get the world buffs, but it was like whatever. You just kind of walk through, and it was really nice. We had I know when Dietz and Roth were doing those for a little while, I could just get free like world buff. I didn't have to pay for that. That was kind of nice.
It is nice. The one thing about Dire Mall that I had to do many, many times, and we would be remiss not to mention, are jump runs.
Jump
The
runs. Or
oh,
jump.
you don't know about jump runs? Oh, wow.
No.
Those were-
I know about jump. It took me. Listen, I'm not a minor. It took me a second. I know what jump runs are. Fuck off.
Okay, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, no, you jump
you
down.
would pair up with
Go ahead. No, you explain it. You explain it.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's there's a whole path that you have to take. You would pair up with an herbalist, and another person would be a miner. In my case, it was Yakimo. Yakimo had both herbing and mining, and there was somebody else that did herbalism as well. But like we would basically just literally jump down, kill the boss that was in. I think this is Dire Mall East, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it's GME.
And we would have to you'd have to skip. There was like this whole fucking rigmarole where you had to like dodge the elemental boss, and then you'd jump down, and then you'd kill the boss that would lead to the fucking rich thorium veins that you needed, and you would do that forever. and you would make a fuck ton of money because the arcane crystals were quite common off of the drops from the rich thorium veins, and it was just guaranteed in those jump runs. And that back in those days, they were going for 100 gold plus, all the way up until like, yeah, very very big money. And that's between that and like open world farming in Jinthar Allure, which is the fucking hinterlands elite troll area. That's how I got my money for Edge Masters, was jump runs in that. And I mean, to this day, people memed whenever people buy gold and spend a ludicrous amount of money on GDKPs, like, damn, that's a lot of jump runs. Even in Wrath GDKPs, it's just like a dude will drop 1 million gold. Is like,
how many jump runs was that there? Yeah.
To this day, man, it was iconic. So fucking good for money. Everybody did it, and for whatever reason, it was just so lucrative all the way up to the end.
Yeah, I didn't ever get in on jump runs. I think I tried it once because it was like there was that boss. So a big way to make money for mages was if you had enchanting, you could kill that one boss. You can actually solo him as a mage.
Yeah, I know what boss you're talking.
Yeah, and you kill him, and then you like disenchant his shit, and then you could just sell the enchanting mats, and then there's like some other goodies you can get along the way if you're like a herbalist or whatever. So you didn't get like the thorium, but you got like everything else. And I never really bothered with that because I didn't have enchanting, so I was like, oh, who cares? I think I did it like once, and I was just like, yeah, it's not worth it. I just went back to my mob grinding like a fucking degenerate.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Dire Maul though. Yeah, didn't spend a lot of time in there in Classic, but pretty noteworthy dungeon, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess this is like real fast because I don't know how much experience you have with these, but world bosses. Do you have like any? Did you do any of the world bosses in Classic?
In TBC, I did. But
in Vanilla, or Classic, you didn't do any.
Classic, I didn't do any because by the time I was like actually in, we're talking like end of phase 4, and there was just nothing of value out of those world bosses unless like you wanted like a vanity item, and even still like it was a bitch to try and like get that done.
Oh
like,
yeah, that's probably worth mentioning. Okay, so I'll start. I'll only start at the beginning. In vanilla, proper vanilla, I never did any of the world bosses. I was aware of them, but never did any of them because it was just like, yeah, I don't know. The people I was around with back then weren't doing them. In Classic, I was like, that was one of the things I wanted to do in Classic. I was like, I never did the world bosses. Let's do those. Cut to Classic. Yeah, you laugh.
Please continue.
Cut to Classic. I remember when the Phase 2 came out and the world bosses went live. It was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I think I was eating and watching a movie, and I was like tabbed into WoW. I don't know. I was like fucking around in WoW. I was like tabbed out watching a movie or something. Or no, I wasn't even in WoW. I got like a Discord ping, world that the world bosses are up. So I log in real quick. Dietz starts making a group. Apparently, Relentless Insomnia was over in. They're over in what's that? Azara. How do you say that?
Azara.
Azara. And they're killing the fucking blue dragon. I forget his name. So they're killing the blue dragon over in Azara. Yeah. And then Dietz makes a group for the big Doombringer guy in the Blasted Land.
I think that's Kazakh.
Kazakh, thank you. So Doomlord Kazakh. Oh no, go ahead.
Because he comes back in TBC.
Yeah,
That's how I remember that.
Doomlord Kazakh. So we make a group for Doomlord Kazakh. We only have like 10 guildies on. We don't have that many people who like show up. Because again, this is like 2-3 in the afternoon or something.
Sure.
So we have to pug like most of the group. I want to say Vegeta was in this run. I know Catlord was there. I was there. Dietz was there. A bunch of pugs were there. A bunch of randoms were just like who weren't even in our group were also there. I think just like see it. I remember showing up. There were some like fully rested people showing up as well. I remember like basically we got there and then like I think we wiped the first time, and that's when we saw like a couple like Relentless Insomnia, fully rested Relentless Insomnia. I just kind of use those interchangeably. Same guild basically. We'll get to that too. But basically, yeah, we show up. we're gonna pull this boss, but these guys start showing up, and then like people in the raid are like, if they try to pull this boss, we're just gonna like, because the thing is, if you die to Doomlord Kazakh, I think he like heals or he gets stronger or something like that. So you basically just like nobody can die, and that's like his like one mechanic. So we're like, we're just gonna throw bodies at this guy. I mean, I think he has like an AOE something ability as well. And so I was like, we're gonna throw bodies, and it's about this point where I was just like, all right, it's like I don't this because Doomlord Kazakh, so they actually drop pretty good caster items, or the dragon does. The blue dragon drops like 3 really good caster items. I think a helmet, some boots, and a dagger that's the equivalent of a mage blade, which is really interesting. Kazakh, on the other hand, doesn't drop shit. He drops a staff that's the equivalent of a fucking staff of domination. It's like, well, I don't want the fucking staff. Fuck that shit. So I just, like, I'm already checked out. I kind of just don't care. And I'm like, I'm not going to fucking throw bodies at this guy. That's goofy. I'm not going to... Listen, gold's a tight commodity at this point. This is a phase 1 going in. It's like early phase 2. Literally, like day, whatever, like first week of phase 2, this guy spawns. I'm not throwing gold away to fucking kill this boss that I don't get nothing from. So I'm literally, like, AFK. I think I threw, like, 2 frost bolts at this guy. We ended up killing him. And a little bit of drama happens. So what ended up happening is Dietz took the eye. So he drops the eye that the priests need to do their priest quest. Like, he drops one of the... There's like 2 different eyes, or 1, or something like that. He drops like an item for that priest quest. I think it's the one that can drop in the world. I think there's just one... I'm sorry, I think there's just 1 eye. And it has a low chance to drop off of like demons in the Blasted Lands or in that southern part of Winterspring. But it has a 100% chance to drop off of Kazakh. Okay. And he dropped the eye, and then there was some other BOE item that Dietz took. And his reasoning was, like, this was a TG guild run. And, like, we're this was, like, our run. We're taking these items. And people got really mad really fast that he didn't roll this stuff off. And he quickly kind of went back on that and ended up rolling it off. So there's a little bit of drama there. And then... the big drama was over the mace. The mace that Cat Lord ended up getting. And I think I've told you this before. But basically, there's that sick mace that drops off of Kazakh that like gives you a chance for like an extra swing. And it's like, I think you could basically use it until... I think Cat used it until like AQ. It's like, it's such a good mace. Apparently. I don't play Warriors, but...
It is an insane mace because it gave a haste proc on it. Oh, okay. So, like, it literally would proc, like, this shit, you wouldn't see a haste proc on an item until fucking TBC's Dragonspine Trophy. Damn. Or, I guess, Kiss of the Spider on a trinket. Yeah. And I, like, it was insane. Like, that's how, like, people parsed functionally. It was just like, that is, like...
You just need that mace, yeah.
Yeah, if you get that mace and it procced at a good time, like, I've seen some Warriors push over 2k DPS on Veil, you know what I mean? Like that like DPS fight with that mace specifically.
That is nutty.
Yeah.
So what ended up happening with this? So this mace drops and it's rolled off to it's just basically like a I don't even think it was a main spec roll. It was just like if you could use it, just roll for it. And I remember Canute ended up winning. Now, what's interesting about World Boss loot is apparently you can't trade it. So, what ended up happening was Canute won the mace, and then he passed it to Cat, who, like, was further down the roll list. And this upset a lot of people. The thing is that Canute wasn't really going to use it, though. It was like an off-spec item for him. Like, it was going to be way better for Cat. But I kind of get both instances. Like, on one hand, it's like... the roll was never specifically a main spec roll, you know what I mean? And then on the other hand, it's like, well, it's like, if he didn't pass it to Cat, well, it's like, it would just kind of sit in Canute's bags, and he won the roll, so he had every right to kind of take it. So, like, it's one of those things where, like, either way, like, I think the people who were mad just were not going to get the mace. I think they were just mad that, like, I don't know, somebody else got it, I guess. I think it was justified. I think I'm okay with it, because if the loot was tradable, he would have just, like, traded it to Cat after the fact, right? But it just, like, for whatever reason, those specific items had, like, some weird thing. Maybe they were tradable. I don't know. Somebody said they weren't tradable, and that's why it ended up going to him. I think some other... I don't even remember what the other item that dropped was. But yeah, so a little bit of drama about that. You could probably find that. I actually wonder. I don't think that's an all-star thing in the Peggle Discord. Let me see.
Unfortunately, that's that all-star thing is very incomplete.
Yeah, I mean,
Shame.
there's some good stuff here. The Stone, yeah, this is a classic TV. The pseudo imported ATS drama, Rats, Dungeons and Dabs. Yeah, I guess we're not on here. Okay, well, it wasn't even enough to make it into the Salt Flat All Stars. So that's how like minor of a blip it was. I would say we had like a good enough reputation that I think people were just willing to kind of like, whatever.
Yeah, I remember there being talk about like TG being associated with like ninja looting shit, but that was like you were saying, it's kind of minor, and I think you had, if you knew, you knew type of situation.
Pretty much. Like, yeah, it was so. I'm pretty sure the person who like would have won it, who was below Canute, was maybe Vegeta. I would have to dig through like the fucking Peggle, the fucking Peggle library. I had to dust off the tomes like Gandalf.
Jesus.
But I feel like Vegeta was the one who won it. Again, I could be wrong, but I feel like it was him because it was somebody who was known enough that he made something of a stink of it. But yeah, so that. Anyways, I'm telling this story because this was the first and last time I would ever see or kill Lord Gasek in all of Classic.
That is amazing.
I would never see the fucking blue dragon, and I would never see any of the goddamn green dragons, which I know they came a little bit later, but I guess we could just knock that out now because I never saw them. You didn't see any of the green dragons either, I assume?
I saw them.
Did you do them?
Like, no, hell no. I think it was in the Hinterlands area, and I like
Okay.
I forget. I was doing like some questing. That's where one of the spawns is, right? Like in that northern area.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. In Hinterlands by the portal.
By the portal. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not crazy, but yes, it's I physically saw them, so I was like, oh, they do exist. That's cool. But like, by that point, nobody gave a shit about the world bosses.
Yeah.
To actually do them. So.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah, no, so my experience with the Green Dragon was really funny. I literally logged on because again, similar situation. I got a ping. I like woke up specifically to do like this Green Dragon thing because we didn't know when it was gonna go live. I got on and like I guess the group that they were in was like full, and I was just like, okay, whatever. And I just went back to sleep. So I was just never saw any of those Green Dragons, never did them. I guess the thing that was even more interesting than the bosses to talk about is like the mafias that formed because of those dragons.
Of course.
Like, people fighting over those spawns. You basically had on one end, you had Relentless Insomnia / Fully Rested, and then you had this coalition of guilds who had all like banded together to fight these world bosses. And you had to basically you had to be part of one of those two groups if you wanted to see or do the world boss, and they had like a line for like the loot and stuff.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was like I remember like if you wanted, because there was like a specific item that was actually really good for the nature resist off of like one of the world dragons, or I think it was like the item that you turn in from one of the world dragons was like really good for nature resist, or had a lot of it or something. I don't know. It was like a necklace. It was it was a good nature resist piece, whatever.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah, it was like that was like the one of the most desired items. Like before AQ came out, people were trying to get. Did the dragon? What phase did dragons come out in? That was
phase 2.
Phase 4. Phase 4 was no. Phase 2 was Kazakh and the blue dragon and Azagar or
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Green dragons were separate, but I'm just doing it now because whatever. I'm talking about bosses.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so it was a good nature resist act, but yeah, there was like a line to get it. It was just like, all right, well, you're gonna get in line if you want this thing. And yeah, I don't know, the whole world boss situation, I did not expect it to go that way. I think it's again, it's a lot of that like talking earlier about like those EverQuest. I think in EverQuest there's no like raids, like everything is just out in the world in EverQuest. So when you do like bosses, it's just like you just have to be like the first one there, and you have to tag it and stuff. So you have to have like scouts literally just like logged out in these zones. So like some of that like that old fucking boomer EverQuest shit like seeped its way into Classic with the world bosses, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I think just between like needing gold in Classic and like all the other Classic bullshit, I just kind of I feel like I just didn't have it in me to like also do like the world boss stuff. I was just like, you know what, whatever. You guys can kill these world bosses. You guys can have fun. Good luck. You know. It's like I just yeah. Maybe in 15 years, classic or whatever, we'll have to kill the world bosses together. But and then I guess the next thing is a harsh segue here to PvP, classic PvP. What are your thoughts on classic PvP? Want to start with, like,
I quit the
world?
game. I quit the game. I fucking
Yeah,
played on a PvP server.
Yeah, let's talk about world PvP first. Go ahead.
So when we last talked about this, and I did stop intentionally on Hillsbrad because that was the site of many a massacre. Many Horde and Alliance died that day. That Phase 2 like released proper. I'm not even entirely sure why like the change, like it maybe just purely from the perspective of like Phase 2's released, PvP now sort of matters in a way. The Battlegrounds were not released yet at this time. So the only way to like get to rank 14 and get that stuff was to just kill the other faction repeatedly.
Yeah, I think it was solely just like the PvP system's out, but the Battlegrounds aren't, so this is the only way to do it. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, which made life absolutely miserable if you wanted to level in a PvP server. Because everybody was just killing everybody, and it literally didn't even like nobody cared about anything but killing one another. Like I remember distinctly there was a level 60 warrior that just showed up with like raid gear during Phase 2, and he literally spammed like go back to retail in like the fucking like he
I remember that. Yeah.
He put the translator in so that he could translate from Alliance to Horde. It was just like go to retail, you suck, eat my tears and shit like that. Like
that
like
shit was
super
great.
broken, weird ass fucking text shit. Like it was insane. Like it made me very aware of the fact that like there's a lot of psychopaths that play World of Warcraft that literally like they do nothing. Their satisfaction is bred from just knowing that they are inconveniencing another human being, and that's like all they do every day for hours and hours and hours on end. It's psychopathy. It's literally just the most insane shit possible, and I made me quit.
100%, because so that was like when I was just getting into Classic. I remember I had like an argument with somebody who I knew from, or like vaguely knew from another game, about like PvE or PvP, and it's just like in my so I've always played PvE. In my mind, PvP servers are just they offer nothing but an inconvenience to you. There's no reason to PvP in the world, except I guess in this one very specific small window of time, because Battlegrounds are infinitely more efficient. And then it's just like you're just literally asking to be inconvenienced by other people, or you're going to go out and inconvenience other people. There's no like there's nothing else out there to it. There's no like objectives, or there's no like you don't get bonus honor for world kills as far as I know. It's just it is purely inconveniencing. It's hasslers. It's people who are just like they like to hassle other people, you know. It's hasslers. And the thing is a lot of these PvP servers turn to PvE servers because the other whatever faction, like one faction just ends up quitting. Whatever the non-dominant faction is just quits, and they go to a PvE server, or they go to the PvP server where their faction is the dominant one.
It could even be like really like sort of tied in terms of like the dominance. Like it could be 50-50, but then like one guild will leave and like announce like, hey, we're leaving, just to let everybody know. And then like that'll prompt other guilds to kind of follow suit, and then like just the perception of like, oh, there's a ton of people now leaving the guild, even if it's still like balanced. Like two guilds leaving a server isn't like the death of the server, but like just the pure perception of people seeing like, oh, there are other people that are leaving, oh, we should follow suit.
We gotta get out of here.
That causing the fucking like avalanche of people just absolutely dipping. And we'll get into this when we talk about TBC, but that imbalancing of servers really would down the line would cause the population of particular servers to be completely and utterly fucked, literally beyond repair. But like I
Yeah.
said, that's a tale for TBC.
Yeah, it's I guess like yeah, I don't know, to bring that I guess back to like
Oh, yeah.
PvP specifically. It's just like yeah, it's just like people end up leaving servers. They end up always becoming one side of these PvP servers, and then they effectively become PvE servers because there's no other faction.
Yeah.
So it's just
100%.
like the whole thing of like world PvP, like it's I don't know, it's interesting, and like there is like elements of emergent gameplay there where you're just like questing and then like a rogue shows up or a hunter shows up and then you kind of have like a fight. Like that can happen. There's obviously people who like, you know, oh yeah, I was doing a quest and a hunter showed up and I had to fight him and like this crazy thing happened and like another guy showed up. You know what I'm talking about? It's like that can happen. But the majority of the time that doesn't happen. It's usually like higher level players who are just killing you, or players in groups who are just killing you when you have, you know, when you're just like solo or whatever. And yeah, it's just like the PvP servers are the worst. They're like in terms of like efficiency and whatnot, they serve no purpose. And I don't really see, like, I never understood, as somebody who's again always played on a PvE server, I just don't understand people's fascination with them. There's like some weird perception that they're like more hardcore, they're more dangerous, but they're just not. They're just the server is literally one faction. Like they can't be more dangerous because the other faction doesn't exist on this server. You know what I mean?
Right.
Except for like I guess that very small time window, but like even then, it's like usually one faction is overwhelmingly stronger than the other. I know there are some servers where like very rare situations where, like you said, they are even. I think Grobulus, that RP PvP server, was like they maintained a pretty good balance, or tried to anyways, I think, for a long time. So there are like niche scenarios, but yeah, PvP servers I've just never been a fan. Like world PvP, it's cool in concept. I guess like on the Hillsbrad topic, back in the day, I mean, I don't know if you know about this, but like Hillsbrad was like the battleground. Like Terran Mill and South Shore was like the place where like the fighting happens. Back in like original vanilla, you have like these big battles between those two areas. I guess it was just because they were so close to each other. I think for like one of WoW's anniversaries, they actually made like a battleground that was just like that area. You just like fight. Like I think you'd have to like fight and capture like the town or something. It was a cool idea. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know. World PvP kind of sucks. It's not great.
Yep, I co-signed. That is, I fully agree. I think the other aspect of it too is that like with Hillsbrad, it was so fucking laggy because there were still so many people at this point that were leveling at this point. Because we're talking like mid-20s, early 30s type of level, which is like you're kind of committed to the game. You probably played it over like a weekend or two, and so like you're coming back to it, and it's phase 2 at this point, and there's like a ton of people like right around your like level. But there's also at this, like, because it's phase 2, there's a significant number of level 60s that exist in the world that are way better geared than you and have all the skills and like all the spells, I should say, and just absolutely will just steamroll anybody like nearby. And so it just became like this fucking like nuclear arms race as to who had the more 60s in the area could like kind of guarantee like good times for. I didn't even try Stranglethorn Vale. I can't even imagine what that fucking place was like. I mean,
I just imagine Vietnam. I just imagine the Vietnam War. You remember those memes?
Yeah.
You remember that I sent you video with like
It was the Forrest Gump.
Yeah, Forrest
scene.
Gump, and it just has like all the WoW sound effects. Yeah.
Yeah. No, 100%. It was every bit that. I will say, I mean, I know this is the classic retrospective, but with SOD, they actually put in a ton of effort to keep servers balanced.
Oh, that's good.
PvP wise, and it was very effective. They were very like stringent on like who was able to create like a character on what faction. They like literally would block entire servers out from being able to like spawn as like you couldn't create a new character if you didn't already have a character, type of server blocking and stuff like that. And
well, they did that for Classic, but it was always like a blanket block. What they needed to do, and because this happened on Peggle, and this is jumping ahead just a little bit, but like Horde on Peggle was always very small, and Peggle was a very large server though. It was, I think, the biggest PvE Alliance server in US. And the thing is that they locked new character creations at a certain point. And I think that was around AQ maybe. The problem was though is that like the Alliance had enough people. It was fine. The problem was the Horde didn't have enough people, and they couldn't recruit from any other servers or whatever, because it was like, well, if you didn't already have a character here, you couldn't make a new one.
Right. Well, that's the the caveat that they did for SOD was that like if you could create a Horde character without any restrictions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what they needed to do for Classic. So it's nice that they eventually fixed that, because they needed to do that for Classic, and that was kind of fucked. So yeah, where were we? Oh yeah, we were talking about World PvP. I know there's like events in SOD too. There's like big World PvP events, which is kind of cool. They tried a little bit of that later. We can briefly touch on it in like TBC or whatever. But anything else to say about World PvP? I mean, that's what made you quit the game, I guess. Is what you're trying to say?
Yep. I quit. Didn't want to play it anymore, and I didn't come back until I got roped in the bug killing scheme. It was my first foray in the pyramid schemes, but in this case, it was bug killing.
Yeah,
and I was at the bottom rung.
You're the guy going around selling the. Never mind. Anyways,
we'll get there.
Yeah. Anyways, so I guess Battlegrounds. I love Battlegrounds and I love Classic PvP. I don't like World PvP, but I love Classic PvP. Classic Battlegrounds. Do you want to start? I don't know how much. Like, what did you do Battleground wise? I know you did a lot of PvP like towards the end.
I did PvP towards the end for gear for my Paladin because I didn't have any gear at all, and I just wanted to be able to like have something walking into it. And the Grand Marshal stuff was like was on discount functionally. For me, like as a warrior in doing PvP, it was pretty fucking miserable. I only ever played it with the guild. I only ever did like pre-mades because I did try to do it like, you know, not pre-mades, and I tried to do pre-mades that were like part of like the Pagel Bagel stuff. But because I didn't like invest at all in like a lot of like the engineering shit, like as a warrior, I'm just cooked. Like I didn't like bring like a bunch of FAPs. I didn't bring like, you know, the dynamites. I didn't bring like the fucking helmet, like the goblin exploding helmet, the helmet thing that let you like dash and shit like that. Like there's a whole like world of PvPing as a warrior that I never tapped into, and I only ever really did like a little bit in order to try and get like Don Julio's band, which was, I mean, it was just kind of bis. But I won a roll to get the quick strike ring in Molten Core, and that's when I like quit doing the Battlegrounds. As a warrior, it kind of sucks. If you invest as a warrior, it's a good time. So I will say, like,
I can confirm to you that it does suck as a warrior, but
you are a mage, and I understand.
That's
just
how I know.
Sitting there with my fucking twiddling my thumbs, like, okay, so, hopefully everybody else wins.
So I didn't really intend to do a lot of PvP going into Classic. Vanilla, I did a little bit. I think I was in Vanilla. I actually got to like rank 7, but it was very casual. I mostly did AV, did a little bit of the other Battlegrounds. I don't think I really ever did pre-mades or anything. I, of course, very much did not do Grand Marshal. Back in Vanilla, very few people did. It was very hard back then. Come Classic, I didn't really have any PvP aspirations. It was just because I never PvP was kind of tainted for me by arenas, and we'll get to that later. And I kind of forgot like just how fun Classic PvP was. Something that I really like about Classic PvP versus what PvP would become in like TBC and Wrath and so on and so forth was it's a good back and forth. You know what I mean? It is more about brawling. In future expansions, it becomes a lot about cooldowns and burst damage. But like you don't really have much in the way of cooldowns in Classic. Like as a Frost Mage, I really didn't have any like DPS cooldowns. I mean, I could spec.
You had Icy Veins, but it was like 20% haste.
No. You don't get Icy Veins until TBC. That's not a Classic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no. You have no damaging cooldown. You get Combustion if you go Fire, and then you get Arcane Power if you like go down in the Arcane tree. But remember, Arcane's
not Cold Snap also TBC?
No. Cold Snap's vanilla, but there's nothing to like. You can Cold Snap your Ice Block, and you can Cold Snap.
Oh, fair.
So it's like you would in a PvP scenario, you would hit like Frost Nova, you would Cone of Cold, and then maybe like if you needed to do that again. You could cold snap and hit him again for another freeze.
Oh.
Yeah, but there's no frost. As far as frost goes, there is no DPS cooldowns. But I feel like this for the like a lot of people's cooldowns though, like other classes though, their cooldowns are like really long. Like warriors have like their 30-minute like reckless whatever cooldown. A lot of the rogue, like a lot of like the big DPS cooldowns are big 30-minute cooldowns. Like yeah, somebody could like blow all their cooldowns on me, but that's it for like the whole battleground almost, right?
Yep. Yep. 100%.
So it's a lot more like brawling. You're just kind of like whacking each other and shoot. Well, actually, that came out bad. You're just like you're kind of brawling with each other. And there's a lot. You're trading blows a lot more compared to later expansions where it's just like some rogue teleports behind you and does like 10 trillion damage and like in such a short span of time that you literally cannot react. You know, and you're just stunned the whole time too. It's definitely more about like, yeah, rogues gank you, but it's like it takes them a second to actually kill you, and the whole thing just is like classic, like leveling, like raids. The whole process is just a lot slower, and I think it's a lot more fun than it would be in the future. Now, Battlegrounds specifically, I didn't really have any plans for PvP. I played a lot in the Peggle Bagel, though, because the Mage Biss, once you go Fire, or I guess even as Frost, I think, is the boots, the rank 10 boots and the rank 10 shoulders. Together, those end up being, like, I think you get hit, you get 1% hit, 1% crit, and then you get, like, more spell power than you would if you were to use, like, their AQ equivalents. They were pretty juiced. They were really good. So I kind of set out, was like, okay, I'll do rank 10. And I originally was just going to kind of do it on my own. And then Massive, of all people, got me into the Peggle Bagel. He hooked me up with a guy named Tysus, who at the time ran the Peggle Bagel. And it was like, first of all, it used to be just like the three of us. The three of us were like queuing AV together. And then we kind of, I'm pretty sure he ran the Peggle Bagel for a while, early on, and then he kind of pulled me into those pre-made groups. Those pre-made groups were wild, like getting into that whole world of like the bracket stacking and everything, and that was like definitely something that I didn't expect to do in Classic, but ended up doing anyways. Yeah. And it was cool, it was fun, but it was there was a certain point in time where, and I think I told you this before, I would literally just like PvP for like 8 hours a day. I'd just get onto WoW, and that was just like, I just like, okay, it's just like the next 8 to 10 hours is just like I would literally get on at like 12 o'clock at night, and then I'd PvP till like the reset at like, I forget when like the server, like the honor resets or whatever in the morning. And yeah, it was just like 10 hours of fucking PvP.
Insane. Just
doing like these pre-made games, and it was all about efficiency. It was like you never really wanted to like fight another pre-made unless like every now and again somebody would just like kind of ego challenge them, but like usually it was just like, oh, they're like a horde pre-made from Fairlina, yeah, just let them have it, go next. There were games where like we literally like some people would be in communications with people from the other side, and we'd be like, you know, hey, we'll give you this game, and then next time we meet up, you give us a free game. And we'll get it over with in like a minute. So we would all like kneel at the flag, like, and then they would come in, they would take the flag, they would run it back real fast 3 times. This is in Warsong, of course. And then next time we came across those guys, they would let us do it. So there was like win trading happening in there. I remember, like there was, so as a mage, like you talk about all those like pots and shit, I didn't bring any of that to a battleground. I literally just walked in there as Frost in my full PvE gear, and still had a really good time because, you know, Frost is pretty busted in PvP. Speaking of like I know how tough of time Warriors had. There's always one instance, and I wish I had it recorded. I didn't stream any of my PvP adventures, and I probably should have. There's one instance that we'll never forget, where I was guarding a flag in a Arathi Basin, and a warrior came up the ramp. I was on the lumber mill up top. He came up the ramp, and I was sitting on my mount next to the flag, and he just sees me, and he just slowly backs away, and then he turns around and runs. He just wanted I think I waved at him, and then he just ran away. He wanted none of that. I've known warriors. So amazing. Dude, I've seen warriors who drop like because like those like like FAPs and shit, those were expensive on those servers. There would be warriors from like those like big servers where those pots were really expensive, and it was like warriors would have to like literally drop 10 gold to kill me. They had to like pay the toll. If you want to kill the mage, you gotta fucking pay, buddy.
Nah, that's crazy.
Time to pay up, yeah. It's like 10 gold if you wanted to get out of my fucking Frost Nova, and I could just cold snap and like do it again. And then because he just like sitting like, oh my god, it was so great when a warrior would try to go like ham and pop everything on me, and I could just sit and like ice block, and he's just like juiced up, just like wailing on the ice block, and I could just sit there AFK and just like, yep, I see you. Such a good time.
Yeah.
Did you have like a favorite battleground out of the 3?
Favorite battleground out of the 3.
Yeah.
I think my favorite that I think I had the most fun doing Warsong Gulch, and that's almost entirely because I was doing those with TG.
Yeah.
We were Nax geared, and we were like, yo, you guys want to just fucking run some Warsong Gulch? And we would be like 10 stack Nax geared, decked out of our fucking brains, and we would literally go up against like 10 fucking dudes who just installed the game. Like, it was just like a ragtag bunch of dudes who like barely had like anything. Like, one dude like was wielding like a paperclip, another dude had like a shovel, and then we've got like fucking like, and then you'd have like Catlord come in with like Gressel. I had like fucking I'd have like the Hatchet. We'd have Hatred, who's like the most geared druid in like the entire world, being our fucking flag carrier, and I had like just a fucking ton of fun two-shotting people, and you'd watch like the fucking mage like just blink away and just run with all that he could, and eventually they would literally every single one of the other people on the other team, all 10 of them, would be stuck in their graveyard just dying on repeat over and over again. They would not be able to do anything, so they just AFK'd and just automatically respawned every 30 seconds and were just mowed down by us.
We definitely in the pre-mades had games like that, going both ways. Some games where we would just like camp the Horde graveyard, other games where we would just get camped in our graveyard. Actually, I don't think I ever got camped in a pre-made. That only happened in like the random groups. But we definitely camped some like random Horde pugs. Not pre-made, just like, like the random people queuing up. Yeah, Warsong was the one that I did the most with the pre-made people, and the one I'll definitely remember the most. Actually, that was like the only one that I got exalted with. I had for like all of Classic. I always wore my Silverwing Battle Tabard. I never actually had that in vanilla. I could never like, because people like people weren't doing like Warsong pre-mades, right? So it was like if you wanted to get. Because it actually sucked. Like, PvP really sucked if you're not with a pre-made, especially as Alliance. Like, you basically, it's an insta. Every time you queue up, it's an insta loss. You're just queuing into a fucking loss as Alliance in like retail. So it was like if I ever wanted to like level up those factions, I basically just had to queue up into a loss and just do nothing until the game was over. But because of the pre-made, I was able to get exalted with them. I almost got exalted with the League of Arathor. I was so close. I was like 2,000 away. That was the Arathi Basin guys. But yeah, I mostly did Warsong. A lot of games, a lot of long nights doing that. All the bracket stuff was always wild. I was basically just kind of like got roped into that whole system and was just like following along with them and like maxing out my honor, like, because there was basically like, so you had the guys who were doing Grand Marshal, they had their own cap, then you had the guys behind them who were rank 13 who were like in a holding pattern, basically waiting to for it to be their turn to go to Grand Marshal, and then you had the people behind them who were like waiting to get into that group, and they also had their own cap. And I was in that third group because I was never really interested in like Grand Marshal. So I would just like, I would just PvP with these people and then hit whatever cap was like set for that week, and then I would finally be done and I could just do whatever after that. I remember specifically, so for the most part it was all pretty like jovial. Everyone was like pretty friendly and like nobody ever gave anyone issues. It was all very chill. The games were a lot of fun. There was one guy, I think his name was Fred, if I remember right. We had one bracket breaker. It was this Fred guy. and the Fred guy, I guess spoilers for the end of the story, he was a botter. But nobody knew that at the time, yeah. But he would basically get, like, millions of honor a week. Like, a ridiculous amount. I remember one week, the honor cap was, like, 1.1 million or something. Like, just an absurd amount. Like, other people on other servers would be, like, maybe 300k. I'm like, yeah, no, our honor cap this week is 1 million. It's just like, yeah, I don't know, dude. Just a ridiculous amount of fucking honor. And, yeah, it was really interesting because, like, he originally, like, he kind of didn't want to, like, follow the system and, like, kind of, like, join with everyone else. He kind of wanted to do his own thing. And it wasn't a problem at first, but it sort of become a problem when he got more and more honor. And people weren't sure if he was botting or account sharing or, like, what his deal was. He ended up getting banned for botting. It was kind of fucked, though, because at a certain point, we were just like, okay, do you just want to cut the line? Like, if you're just going to do this, we'll just let you go to Grand Marshal this week. You can join us. Go to Grand Marshal this week, take your spot, and then we can just get back to doing our thing. And I think he declined that, which is kind of like, yeah, it was really funny. It was like they even offered him just like, yeah, you just want to cut the line because we just don't want to deal with you. We just want to get rid of you. And it's kind of interesting because I feel like, I mean, I don't know like how Blizzard's like banning works, but I almost feel like if he would have just taken that offer, he probably wouldn't have had to like, I don't know like how often he was botting. I don't know if he was just botting near the end or if he was always botting or how that worked out, but yeah, it was funny. The honor caps were very high that week. I remember what's his name? Do you remember Vive from back in the day? A priest in Fully Rested.
Vive? That sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was one of the people in there. A lot of Fully Rested people were in there in those groups. Vive was in there. That dude was bananas. That dude, like, he would literally like PvP for like 30 hours straight and hit cap in like a day and a half, and then he would just be done, and that was it.
Wow.
And it's just like, all right, dude, I don't know how you're doing that, but you need to calm down. I didn't do a lot of Arathi Basin. I actually didn't like Arathi Basin as much. The nice thing though, or you could do Arathi Basin very quickly if you actually like 5-capped them. I don't know. Did you ever 5-cap an Arathi Basin?
Yeah, I have for sure.
Okay,
I've been a part of like just that sort of back and forth. We're just like, okay, it's our turn. Okay, it's your turn. Okay, it's our turn.
Gotcha. Yeah. Because like, if you do like the 5-cap in there, it's like that fucking battleground's over in like 2 seconds. Arathi Basin was really only done in that pre-made group when it was AB weekend. Because outside of that, I think Warsong was just considered to be more efficient. Because you also needed like more people, and it was just, I don't know, they didn't want to like scale up. I know there was like some the Pagel Bagel Discord definitely like degraded over time. Like a lot of the better kind of more competent people and more I don't know if friendly is the right word, but not like less obnoxious people. Let's say that they sort of dipped early on, and they like once because they were like the first people to get Grand Marshals. So then you were just left with these like fucking miscreants or whatever, and they were just, yeah, I don't know, pretty annoying near the end. I slightly regret not gritting Grand Marshal, but like on the track, like the pace that I was on, it would have like cut pretty close to the AQ thing, so it was just like, whatever. Maybe next time, maybe in 15 years. The rewards aren't also like what really sucks is like the rewards for like the mages, like the actual set isn't that great. It would be really so the fucked up thing is that the rank 10 set, the good part about it is the set bonus. The first, it's like there's 3 set bonuses I think for the whole thing. The first set bonus is a 23 spell power set bonus, but for Grand Marshal it's flipped. So it's like the final set bonus, it's the same set bonuses, but like the last and the first one are flipped around. So the first set bonus is like some stupid stamina bonus, whereas the last one is the spell power one. The sword is pretty nice though, but anyways, anything else? Oh, I guess we didn't talk about Arathi, or not Arathi Base, Archak Valley. Remember fucking Drecker Keck? Did you do? I guess you weren't leveled up when that came out, were you?
Um, I remember doing well. Okay, so I will say this: like, I did do AVs for my Don Julio's because that was like kind of like the best. I think Don Julio's requires the AV rep. I think that one you have to get
Yeah,
exalted
yeah,
in
yeah. You get
AV
exalted for that.
for that ring specifically. So I definitely did do that stuff, and I definitely remember the Drecker Keck stuff, and that sort of mentality existed even into Wrath, because Wrath is where they allowed battle. I don't know if it was Wrath thing, but um, the best XP per hour was actually doing battlegrounds and just doing AV like over and over and over again, like just fucking running to. It was literally Drecker Keck. So I have a lot of experience, unfortunately, with Altering Valley, and I'm very experienced with the Drecker Keck memes. But yeah, in my days as Stronghammer, as the warrior, I definitely did put in my time doing AVs. But I definitely didn't worry about rank or anything like that. I think I made it to like knight. It was like the highest I went, which I think is like rank 5, maybe like rank 6 at the highest possible. But I really don't remember. I
Gosh.
really didn't give a shit. Thankfully.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it was late for me because like the other thing too is that like it was I read somewhere that the weapons and armor you got were like AQ
They're
level, and
AQ,
the AQ is
yeah.
about, so it was about to come out, so I was like, okay, well fuck it, I'm just gonna
Yeah,
wait.
yeah.
It'll be
No,
fine.
no reason to bother with that at that point. That's definitely something that you do like early on. Yeah, I don't know. AQ or not AQ? Yeah, Ardrake Valley is pretty cool. I remember when that first came out. Yeah, it was like Director Keck for like the first week, and I remember Alliance was just like steamrolling every battleground because I think it was like one of those cases where like all the competent players were out, and just like because everyone wanted to grind their rep. Because I think everyone gets something good from the AV rep. For mages, it was the offhands. You get those like 40 spell power. Those fat offhands are really good. There's like a fire one, the frost one, the shadow one. I think for all casters really. That was like the Biss offhand you would get. And yeah, I don't know. AV is pretty cool. That, like I said, that was like my go-to battleground back in the day because it was like more. It was basically just like not like a PvP battleground. Everyone just kind of like ran around each other and tried to avoid PvP. Although occasionally you'd get into those like really long games. I guess like thinking of original vanilla, that's kind of another like ancient memory of mine is doing like AV, because I think in Classic the battlegrounds were cross server, but that wasn't the way it was in vanilla. In vanilla, it was just your server. So like if you wanted to do an AV, it was literally 80 people from your server had to queue up to AV, which could be a problem if your server was like more Alliance or Horde dominated, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I remember a lot of times I would queue up for like AV or something, and the battleground wouldn't pop until like I was literally like ready to go. I was like, all right, fuck this, I'll just do a dungeon or something, and then it would pop like right as I'm going to the dungeon with the group, and I'm just like, oh fuck you.
Yeah.
But yeah, back in the day, the AV was also a lot longer. You did all like the side stuff, which I thought that stuff was really cool, like where you like buff up the NPCs with like the shards and the armor scraps. You could like summon the Forest Lord. Obviously in Classic, that happened a few times. I think I saw like 1 or 2 battlegrounds where like the Forest Lord and the Frost Dude were like fighting at mid, and that was pretty cool.
I have no knowledge of any of this, Scorch. As a
Oh really? Okay. So okay, let me back up.
But like, I get the general gist of it, but I just wanted to make that note of just like, yeah, nobody ever did any of that shit.
Yeah.
And then if people were trying to do that shit, they would be immediately reported like at mass that they were AFK, and then they would like leave.
Yeah, well, it was like, yeah, you looted the Horde bodies, and you'd get like the shards and the scraps, and then you would go back to your base and you would turn it in, and then there was 3 different things you could turn in. There was the air support thing, so you rescued like the Griffin Riders, and then they would like basically provide air support at a certain point. They would like just drop patches of fire, and I think they would like snipe people from like their Griffins above, I think is what they did. I don't remember. Oh no, there's one more thing too. I'll get to that. There's the scraps. The scraps would increase the armor and like the level of the guards. So it just basically gave them more health and more damage, like the little guards that guarded like the graveyards and stuff that would die in like 0.1 seconds. the stones that you could turn into the druids, if you turned enough in, they would go to mid, and you could do a summoning ritual to summon a big ent, and then he would fight. And then if the horde did it, they had like a big frost elemental, and they would just like duke it out in the mid map. And then if the other guy wasn't there, so like if you summoned the ent and the frost guy wasn't there, the forest lord would just like run down, and he would just like kill everything in his way. He was like a big elite like mini boss, right? The last one was the Ram Riders. The Ram Riders were like elite NPCs, and the way to get the Ram Riders was like you had to go into those caves, and like they're like next to the base in Artrak Valley, like they're like west of the base, if that makes any sense. Like you have to go down to that little like lake if you're just like running to mid. That little lake, and there's some harpies down there, and there's like a cave, and I think there's some rams down there as well. And you go down there, you have to like leash the rams up with this item that you get and bring them back to the stables. And then when you have enough rams, you get ram riders, and it's just like a bunch of elite dwarfs on rams that like run down mid, and they just stop and kill everything in their way.
Sure.
So there's all these like mechanics happening that people just like don't use at all. They're just like not useful in any capacity, which is really funny.
Wow.
But back in the day, people used to fuck with that stuff some more, because AV back in the day used to be like days. That's like one thing I maybe forgot to mention. Is like AV back in the day would literally go on for days at a time. Like you could do the same art track. You would like hop into an art track valley, play for like 2 or 3 hours, hop out, come back the next day. That same fucking game is still going on.
That's amazing.
So yeah, AV has a special place in my heart. And then after Classic, I think Warsong does as well. And Arathi Basin's alright. I generally do. I like all of them, though. Classic PvP is a lot of fun. I don't think there's any... Did you have anything else on Classic PvP?
No, I'm good. Yeah. Well, the Battlegrounds, they were solid. I'll say that. Like, I could see the appeal for people, undoubtedly. But, yeah. I guess I always felt like it was a weird thing that... I thought the PvP system, in terms of like the ranks and stuff like that, was like really anti-player, in like just like, a really awful way. That like there was just this huge like necessity and requirement for you to just constantly be like playing the PvP and like not stopping, because the decay was so devastating. If it would always happen. The decay always hit every single week, and you always had to account for it. And so, yeah, I guess.
That's
the rank thing.
Go ahead.
Kind of felt.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say. It was like the rank thing felt really bad in terms of like getting to rank 14. It was like one of the big reasons why it was like just such a fucking disaster. It was just like took forever and like required like your constant attention.
That's fair. I like the ranking system in Classic. I like the cooperation that it requires. Like bringing people together to like, okay, you're gonna do Grand Marshal this week, then I'm gonna go next week, and this guy's gonna go after me, and so on and so forth. I think that stuff is really cool. And I guess like I'm more of like a degenerate grinder, so I don't mind like the constant need to play. I think in MMOs, and this is like a little beyond the scope of just PvP, but I do like the idea that there are some things that other like players, like if you don't put the time in, you just won't be able to access. And I think that's one of the problems with later WoW, is I think there really should be things in the game that like not all parts of this game should be accessible, I think, to everybody. I think there are definitely like, yeah, it's gonna take a real fucking turbo nerd and a lot of autism to get this shit, you know. And it's just like, and I think it really makes that thing feel special. Like Grand Marshal feels special. It is a big grind, and there's nothing quite similar to it, I think, in any of the later expansions. It's just like this big mountain you have to climb, and you get to the top, and you get to be the GM for the week, and you get all the cool weapons, and the weapons do look really fucking cool, by the way. Whoever made those did a good job.
I agree. No doubt.
But yeah, so I don't know. I love Classic PvP and the system and everything.
Yeah, and I mean, I totally agree with the sentiment. Like, just the notion of like, not everybody can get it. And like you need to like be a turbo nerd in order to achieve Grand Marshal. I guess like the 14 hours a day for a whole week that some people like had to do in order to get that grind and do that for like months on end, I think is excessive. But like but So like for me, I think there's some sort of middle ground, but I totally hear your point. Like I agree. Like that idea of like the camaraderie of like the community needs to come together, which wasn't intended, by the way. The
Oh yeah,
intention
no,
was
I
like
know. Oh no, I know.
the
Believe
brackets
me.
were supposed to be like one person at a time type of
Yeah.
situation and like encourage like bracket breaking. But then people figured out like, oh, well, if everybody's at the same spot, it's so weird that like the things that they wanted to have people do as like a group sort of effort, people found ways to solo.
Yeah.
And then the things that they wanted to be like a solo sort of like achievement, people found to do like as a group. And it's just insane to me. Like that's so fucking cool, but at the same time like that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I like I said, I'm all about it. I think it's great. I mean there was wild things like another thing that I didn't even mention was like you had to like pump up the numbers of like because it was like you could have more than one like Grand Marshal or like rank 13 or whatever. Like it depended on like how many people were like in your bracket. So what would end up happening is like people would come from other like you would do like bracket boosting with other servers. So like people would make like a level 1 horde, and then he would like get a kill or whatever, and then he would join the bracket technically.
Oh, he would die.
Yeah,
That's
he would die, and then that would put him in the bracket on your server.
It was pools. It was a pooling.
Oh, the pooling. Yeah, there you go.
I remember now.
Yeah, and I remember like taking part in that shit too, where I made a bunch of like low-level characters to like join the pool on like some other server.
Right.
And they did that on ours, and yeah, I don't know. I kind of like that stuff, the working together, but I don't know. I kind of get what you're saying too. I mean, it is a bit of obtuse, but I don't know. I'm all about that.
Yeah. Shout out that guy that died playing World of Warcraft. I hope he made that GM.
Rest in power, King.
Rest in power, King.
You deserve it. An absolute Giga Chad.
Fucking.
A true Giga Chad, yeah.
True Giga Chad, one and only. They should have made a memorial for him.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm done. Okay, well, that's all I got for PvP.
Yeah, I think I'm good on PvP as well. Phase 3, Blackwing Lair, Darkmoon Fair. Darkmoon Fair, I will start with that because I don't think there's a lot to say. Did you get any of the rewards for Darkmoon Fair? Did you ever like fuck with any of the fair stuff besides the buff?
Hell no.
No? Okay.
Absolutely. Fuck
Yeah,
no.
that's
I did for Wrath, but like just because there's some stuff that was like cool and it gave you XP and stuff like that, but like literally never for Classic. I didn't even know there was like a rep associated with Darkmoon Fair until people were talking about it for Insane in the Membrane. So, yeah, that's nope. Is my answer.
Yeah, that was another grind I had to do. That wasn't very fun. I know like the Darkmoon decks for casters were never particularly great, but some of those melee Darkmoon decks were pretty crazy. Later on, I think the vanilla Darkmoon decks are like really weird. Like I know there's like one of them that's like I think it's like Blue Dragon. It gives you like clear casting basically. Or
whoa.
Let me see what it does. Hold on. Look this up. Darkmoon card Blue Dragon. 2% chance on successful spell cast to allow 100. Oh no, so it's 100% mana regeneration for 15 seconds. Which is pretty nice. So not clear casting. There's like one that like allows you. It gives you like a small percent chance to like res. It's like a 1% chance that you just like come back to life or whatever, like after dying.
Sure.
Yeah, the classic ones are a little wacky, which is okay. I think trinkets in general in classic are like weird up until like Nax. A lot are like I guess you have like the talisman and stuff. Like if you look at a lot of like the early trinkets, like some of them are just like utility almost, like weird utility. Like you get like that Lorfa from or whatever that fucking thing is, the remove bleed from the Searing Gorge. There's like the one trinket that like lets you charge and stuff.
Oh yeah. I remember Lorfa. And there's the actual goat trinket is the fucking the move speed one that you got. It was the
carrot on a stick.
That's the mount move speed one, but there was
Oh.
an activatable like pocket watch trinket
Oh, I know what you're talking
that you could
about.
use. It was
Yeah.
like a 30-45 minute cooldown.
Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it was like trinkets were like a utility thing until like way later. Like in Nax is kind of when they became like what they would eventually just be forever after that.
The nifty stopwatch. That's what it was. 40% move speed for 10 seconds, dude.
Damn.
What the fuck,
It's like a rogue
dude?
sprint. Yeah, that's crazy.
That is nuts. I remember that. I had that on my warrior. It was such a good trinket.
Yeah, the Dark Moon always had like goofy stuff. There's like all the little like mini games. They eventually like really in future expansions they like revamped the Dark Moon Fair to be like Dark Moon Island. And there's like all these like carnival games and shit. In vanilla specifically, I mean, really most people just used it for the buff. I'll always remember like the Cord copy pasta about about like going to see the Hedgehog Man or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, go at night, you know, sneak in at night to see Hedgehog Man, get Hedgehog's blessing. Or what was I don't remember what it was.
It's like search the pink number, like.
Oh yeah, those copy pastas were so good.
Oh my god.
One of the best parts of Classic is those fucking like Chinese proverb copy pastas.
100%. Those memes, beautiful.
Yeah.
To say the least.
100%. So good. But yeah, it was mostly just for that buff. That 10% buff was like so huge though. Like Dark Moon Week was like nuts.
It was really nuts.
You could just go so hard with those buffs. I mean, like the other buffs were already crazy, but then to also get like, here's just like 10% more damage, or was it 10% damage, or was it like a spell power? It was 10%. Okay.
10% damage.
That's wild.
Straight up 10% damage. Yeah, I mean, and you didn't play like the warrior side of it, so like, I mean, you touched on this during the PvP stuff, but recklessness made it so that like all of your abilities crit, every single attack that you did, every ability that you did crit. So you crit on top of, like, you would do Death Wish on top of that, which would be an additional like 10% or 20% or something like that damage done for 30 seconds, and then you would guarantee crit plus all of the world buffs across the board, dude. Like, your threat as a warrior during that time was just unfucking real. So you had to like if you weren't paying attention, you would just like rip threat on trash and die instantly, like without like question. So I would like follow Canute around like constantly and be like, okay, what's Canute doing? Like Canute was really good about getting like threat and aggro, because Thunder Fury was bugged during vanilla and they never fixed it. They knew about the bug and was just like kind of letting it go in terms of like the threat, but
just like extra threat.
Yeah, the nature damage part of it like triple dipped basically, especially like on like single target stuff. And so like you would just kind of ramp up and like you would still like dual wield, but you would run like Thunder Fury and you'd be able to like get like AoE threat on stuff and like actually do like quite well with like AoE threat. Like just in general. And typically the packs weren't that big that you had to like worry about it, and sometimes you would run like a, you know, we'd have Hatred pick up whatever we were missing, right? He just swiped things down and be good enough because he was geared out of his mind. But yeah, so you had to be very careful. And I remember, I mean, there was so many instances of AQ stuff where like threat drops were just constant. And it was really fucking scary.
Oh yeah, no, the threat drops in like any of those raids was very spooky. Just anytime there was like a mob that was not picked up by a tank, it was like, oh shit, like who's gonna die, who's gonna lose their world buffs and have a bad night.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, that was like, it just felt bad. Like you didn't want to raid. Like you lost your buffs, and it was just like I didn't even care about parsing, but it was just like, ugh, I'm done. You just like you stop trying at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless everyone else lost their buffs, then it's kind of like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I guess the shit show was equal.
I guess like the world buff is like really the only notable thing about the Dark Moon. I think like that necklace you could get was like okay for casters, but I never bothered. They had a better neck by then.
Yeah, there was nothing for physical DPS whatsoever. Like I think there was like some like engineering recipes that were kind of cool, but like I literally didn't even learn what they were.
Yeah, I didn't bother with any of that shit. So then moving on to Blackwing Lair.
That's a big one.
That is a big one. What do you got for Blackwing Lair?
I got for Blackwing Lair? I think Blackwing Lair. You know, Blackwing Lair is a good fucking raid, man. I have to say. Aside from the
I
fucking
agree.
suppression room, I think
Oh, you don't like the suppression room? I like the suppression room.
the suppression room as a melee is really fucking awful because it combines a lot of like the oh shit I'm going to die with like just the boringness of like a gauntlet. And like the other aspect too is that like if you fell behind as a warrior and the suppression thing came back up, you're dead.
Oh, no.
And nobody's
Yeah.
coming back for you.
Yeah.
Literally, like I've had that happen to me once. And I've never felt more helpless in my life because you're just like 80% move slowed and you're just like I've got all of my buffs and I remember like saying something in Discord. It's like, hey guys, I'm still behind. And nobody coming back for me, and the whelps like respawn, and they're like, "Yeah, you're gonna have to run back in, man."
Just run back, we'll summon you.
Oh god, yeah, that was heartbreaking. But I think the fights were really cool. I think was it Flame Gore was the guy that you had to hide in the corner, if you didn't have like the fire resist like set.
Oh yeah. You had to for his like flame buffer or whatever. You had to like a line of sight it and like drop the stacks.
I should probably go in order though. Razor Gore, like you started off with, Mr. Scorch, the dude. I don't even know what it's like to like control the thing, but I think you only ever controlled the fucking like.
Oh yeah, well I didn't know. I
right?
didn't always do that. I think I don't remember like what point I started doing that at, but yeah, I pretty much always just did the orb because I didn't want to do that fight, so I just was like, okay, well I'll just do this is more interesting because like the alternative is like casters are just not like playing a cat. Okay, so there's casters I think in like early like all like WoW. Like classic through like Wrath or vanilla through Wrath, I think casters are just like a smoother and easier experience in the raids. Sure. However, there is an exception to this, and that is ad fights. Now, not that ad fights are hard for casters, they're just boring because you can't really cast on ads. Like I can get maybe one fireball off, if that, and it only got worse as we got more gear. So it's just like I can't do anything to these guys. So it's like I'm just sitting there like I don't know. I'll throw a fire blast out, or I guess I could use Scorch or something. And it's just like I can't do anything. So I was just like, well, let me just control the fucking thing. So I did that, and then I just did that forever. So I had more fun. I had more fun doing that. That fight was such a cakewalk. You don't understand though. Speaking of that fight, back in the day. That fight was a fucking Einstein project. I don't think you understand what that fight was like back in the day. You don't understand. We used to kite, the ads that come out that would just like come to the throne and we would just like immediately bop them in Classic. Yeah. Back in the day, we had 4 groups in 4 different corners, and we had tanks running in figure 8s around the room.
No way.
We had tanks running in figure 8s around the fucking room, like kiting, I think, the dragons or something, and like kiting the ads around, like, and then we would kill like the casters or something, and the tanks would like pick up the other ads, and it would, absolute disaster, just fucking chaos.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's
that
amazing.
Fight was so wacky back in the day.
Yeah, I can only imagine. That's amazing to hear. Yeah, and I mean, I was on the flip side for you. Like, I know you were saying, like, as a caster, it fucking sucks because you, like, casted for, like, 2.5 seconds, and as, like, the projectile, like, made its way to the dude, he'd be dead already. But as a melee, fucking, man, I tore that shit up. I was having so much fun. Like, I would just run around and just kill shit, like, constantly, man. Just, like, because all you're doing was cleaving. And then, like, Canute or, like, Hatred would, like, call out. It's like, hey, we need, like, people on, like, the orb. And then, like, I'd run over to, like, just stand next to you and just fucking, like, kill shit that, like, spawned.
Yeah.
And, yeah. No, man, as a melee, it's fun. Just because you're just mindlessly killing trash, basically.
I sent you this. I don't think they're doing the kite here, but they are doing, like, the 4 corners shit.
Oh, my God. 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Oh yeah. This
Let's
is
go.
Like, yeah. This was wow. This is what you did. But
this
yeah,
music's amazing.
That fight was really something back in the day, and he's just like doing the kite and shit. It was just like so. There's something interesting about BWL. BWL was like the highest rate I ever got to in vanilla.
Oh,
I think like the thing about vanilla WoW, famously, like only like 0.7% of like WoW players ever got to like Naxxramas, right? Like it wasn't like a lot of people didn't make it very far compared to like now where everyone did everything.
well, I mean, I remember that. I actually do remember in terms of like reading about the news surrounding like Naxxramas, and it was like Nax came out like after basically right around like TBC's announcement functionally,
Yeah.
and so it was like it felt really pointless to like even go in and do it because like the difficulty of the raid was like several times more difficult than AQ ever was, even at its hardest.
Yeah.
And like people were already pretty brain dead about it, and just like fuck it, why would we like waste our time like progging on something that's going to be invalidated in like a number of months?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, how interesting.
No, for sure. But yeah, that so BWL was like that was kind of the like for me this was like the end game back in the day. But yeah, this fight was like total pandemonium.
Amazing.
Always pissed me off because he never dropped those fucking shoulders. We never saw those shoulders off this guy. Ever.
Hell yeah.
He always dropped because we need the best in slot. He dropped like the best in slot caster shoulders, the Blackwing Cabal ones, and we just we never got those.
Gotcha.
Valstraza? That's the next boss, right?
Yep, Valstraz, the Corrupt.
The Corrupt.
The DPS.
Pretty cool fight. Yeah, like a DPS race fight. Definitely like one of the... I'm trying to think if there was like a fight before this that was like a DPS, like real DPS check. I don't think there really was. I think most fights were like... The DPS requirement wasn't particularly high. It was more just like not dying to shit and you would be fine. Like in Molten Core and Onyxia. I think this was like the first like real like, okay, everyone's got to do DPS or we're gonna fucking lose, you know? Because he's killing people one by one. This fight felt bad because if you got chosen to like blow up, even though I think he only like by the end like he only was like blowing up like 2 or 3 people or something like that.
Yeah.
Because with world buffs and shit, you just like, and then everyone like warriors just have like unlimited rage, casters have like unlimited mana, which didn't really help for mages, but whatever. But yeah, like everyone was just pumping so hard, but it still felt really bad if you were just like randomly chosen. I think you could hearth out and get rid of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you wouldn't be eligible for loot then. So if you needed something off this guy, you could not get it. For loot on this guy, obviously he dropped the mage trinket. I guess that's something about BWL that we should mention now is that every boss there's class trinkets, and I think this is the only time they've ever done like class trinkets like this in a raid. Where like every class has their own trinket, and some are a lot better than others. Like the Black Book off of Razor Gore, the Untamed, empowers your pet, increasing pet damage by 100% and pet armor by 100% for 30 seconds. Which is like, I mean, 100% damage on pet increase is like okay, but I assume there's probably better trinkets for Warlocks back then.
I imagine. I wouldn't be surprised if Ephemeral Power and Netherian's Tear were the two that you wanted to have. Because, like, wasn't Netherian's Tear like 2% hit or something like that?
2% hit, yeah. Netherian's Tear is fucking bananas.
Yeah, people unironically use that into TBC.
Oh yeah, no, I did. I had that until TBC. It was such a good fucking trinket. Valstraza though dropped the Mage trinket, which was fucking bananas. It was
Mind quickening gem.
Literally, it's literally fucking heroism. 33% increased casting speed. That's heroism. I mean, that's actually better than heroism.
That's amazing.
It is such a good trinket, and I remember I was the last one to get that shit, and that felt really bad. But
damn. Yeah,
the dead last to get that one. Did you? I guess warriors didn't use wrath at all, did you?
No. Heavens no. I think certain. I think you used the some. If you were sweaty, you would use what was it? I think it was like forget how many pieces you needed, but there was like a certain number of pieces that you would use in order to buff up Battle Shout, which was just like an AOE attack power increase, and that person would like swap to the Wrath set, do the Battle Shout, and then swap. It is 3 pieces. Okay, I thought it was 3 pieces, but I didn't want to say it'd be wrong. But yeah, you would swap to your Wrath set, and you would shout, and then you would swap back, and you would kill the boss. That's the extent of what you would use it. I think I don't know much about warrior tanking, but I think they used the helmet a lot in those pieces.
Gotcha.
I imagine there's probably some other like during this time. I imagine there was like a good number of Wrath pieces that you would use, but more often than not, it'd be Fury Prot, and you'd be using like Fury pieces in order to like make sure you have like good enough threat, and you did good damage and stuff like that. But yeah, it's very minimal in terms of like what Wrath sets were used, and that was the big problem with Fury DPS, is that like you never really used your tier ever.
Yeah.
There was just
I think
not only was there no point.
I think most classes were that. I know rogues used their tier, but I think a lot of other classes did not use tier though. I know like bait. So, well, never mind. Here, you finish, and I'll get into that.
Sure. I'm glad you brought up the rogue thing, because that was going to be my next point. It's just like it was where I really learned that like DKP as a system just does not fucking work whatsoever, because you would have rogues that would be able to save their DKP, not really spend that much to get their tier pieces, because it always dropped, and then have like thousands of DKP to use on like the trinkets that dropped or the weapons that dropped and stuff like that. Whereas like warriors would literally have to fight for every single piece that dropped, and like every single piece was huge, and you were competing with the tanks, and you were competing with like, you know, sometimes there were like leather pieces that you needed to get, then you'd have to compete with the rogues again, or the hunters and shit like that, and you're just like, this is a fucking mess. And you would walk out of all of it in your fucking clown suit with your big red boots on, going, man, I'm really glad I picked warrior.
You really did wear big red boots, Jesus.
You never took those bad boys off for the rest of the game. Like those were your BIS all game, no replacements whatsoever.
Damn. Big red boots.
Not even in Nax was there a replacement. Literally, because the Nax warrior boots were tier, and everybody would just use tier for their DPS, and I don't even think there was like a good DPS boot even in the leather category that people wanted. I think it was just all like designated to like the 8-piece fucking tier, which 8-piece tier, what the fuck? That was, I mean, that's not exclusive to Nax. It was like a tier 1 and tier 2 thing, but you know, that's just how the way things were back then. So yeah, I think Blackwing Lair taught me a lot about the game. And Veilshaz was a cool fight. I think the MQG was hilarious because of all the memes. That trinket would be good even into TBC. People would be swapping to it for trash and stuff like that, especially if they wanted to like do really well, like ad fights and stuff like that. People were using MQG unironically. Like I know they were using it in SSC and TK like a lot. So absolutely insane trinket. Insane.
It's a good fucking trinket. I think that was like basically my trinket throughout most of Classic. I don't think I thought there was like a trinket in Nax I might have picked up. I can't remember, to be honest. I think it was like that and Ethereum's tier just for the whole like all of Classic. I can't remember 100%, but yeah. It's crazy.
Those are two good trinkets to have.
yeah. No, both of those were just nuts.
I think the only thing Valstrauss dropped was a helmet for that. If you didn't have Lionheart helm, which was the most iconic warrior helmet, you would have the I think it was the Helm of Endless Rage.
Do you know
what it was.
The Lionheart lore on our server? Have I ever told you that story?
I believe you. I have heard that story, but I mean, for the record, I would love to hear it again. It's probably been a number of years.
The Lionheart helm obviously is a very iconic warrior helm. I think it's like BIS for like those early phases. I don't know.
BIS all game. BIS period.
Oh, BIS. Okay, period. Okay, I did not know
BIS
that.
period.
Damn.
2% crit,
Holy
2%
shit.
hit, insanity. That helmet was insanity.
Yeah, you guys had a lot of early game BIS items. Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Because yeah, I know like mages are like one of the classes that like we just replace everything in Nax pretty much, except for I guess maybe trinkets. Anyways, Lionheart Helm, super bis item. The thing is that it is the recipe is like a world drop, like a BOE, just like blacksmithing pattern.
Yeah.
On our server, the first one went to a guy. Oh, I'm blanking on his name. Oh, there we go. Vicious. His name was Vicious. He was the leader of Relentless Insomnia.
Oh, here we go. These guys.
Yeah. Vicious charged a fee of 500 gold per Lionheart craft, which is insane. That's 500. This is early. This is like phase 1 of Classic.
Yeah.
Like people don't even have like their epic mounts and shit. 500 gold if you want this helm made, plus all the mats to make it. Insane. So this goes on for a while. People really don't like this Vicious guy, but it's like, well, I mean, he is the only one. Another one drops. What ends up happening here is that we, as a guild, ended up purchasing it from this guy. We made him like an offer. I think we offered him like quite a few thousand gold. It was like 8,000 maybe to buy this recipe. Or maybe it might have been less than 8. It might have been like 4,000 or something. I don't remember exactly the number we paid. It was a few thousand gold though. And Vicious also offered this guy like almost double, I think, what we offered him, because he was going to take the recipe and destroy it. Because it was worth more to him destroyed, because he could just continue making the Lionheart helms. I know somebody on Horde had the recipe as well, so what some people would do is they would actually move the mats, like their mats, through the like neutral auction house to like a Horde alt, and then have the Horde guy make it for them. That's how like much people just didn't want to give like Vicious gold, because Relentless Insomnia were quickly growing a reputation as like the ultimate pricks on the server.
Right.
So yeah, we ended up buying this recipe. Dame learned it, and then I think he only charged like 50 gold per craft.
Wow.
And then the crazy thing is that nobody went to Vicious after that. I think apparently he made that gold back. Like however many thousand gold. Again, it might have been like 4,000 or something that we paid this guy for the recipe. Like he made that back in crafts.
Absolutely.
Because everyone just went to him at that point. And obviously there's a lot of warriors in Classic. So yeah, that's basically that's like the Lionheart story. And then it earned our guild
some goodwill.
Some goodwill on the server, yeah.
Yeah.
As being the ones to bring down the Lionheart monopoly.
Fuck yeah. It's awesome. Yeah, I remember this story. And I remember actually, I was talking to Dame, and he told me the story as well. He had some really interesting insights. I've forgotten since then, but like I remember this story being told like a few times, and honestly, it's a great story. It's one of those things that would just make me love like MMOs. It's just like that sort of like fucking drama and like that back and forth. Like to explain it to a person that like to a lay person like would take like a minute, but I think anybody would like really appreciate that sort of like story of like, yeah, fuck you, man. Like
it's a great story.
Great story.
It's a great little story there. But anyways, Blackwing Lair.
Yeah. Blackwing Lair. Next up is Broodlord.
Broodlord. Broodlord's gonna make another guest appearance later on here. Anything about Broodlord? I mean, the suppression room, you already kind of mentioned that. I don't mind the suppression room. The only thing mages have to be careful of is like can't go too hard with the AoE. But like falling behind was never a fear because Blink just negated the suppression mechanic. The suppression room back in the day was pretty crazy. I'll say that. Like that was, I remember many a wipes back in the day in that suppression room. Trying to get through there, like back in actual like vanilla.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have anything really else to say. Like Broodlord's kind of a boring fight. I guess Maladaf. Maladaf was like a big key item that he dropped. Was Life-Giving Gem used at all? I assume it's like a tank thing.
Life-Giving Gem was a good trinket, but yeah, that was a really good trinket, and it was definitely used.
Gotcha.
Who dropped? There was one trinket. It might be coming up later. But there was like Blackwing Lair basically had like the two tank trinkets that you really wanted.
There's Scaling's Impending Scarab or whatever.
Something like that. Yeah.
I know what trinket you're thinking of.
Yeah. But yeah, Life Giving Gem, very good trinket. Even I got like one of those, and it's like there's like another last stand functionally, which is just a big
Yeah,
maximum
that's
health
huge.
increase
That's huge.
cooldown.
Yeah.
Like you guys got Bloodlust, we got like an extra fucking health bar basically, which is in
Yeah.
terms of like being able to survive like as a Fury prot, very useful. So I know that was used.
And then Maladeath. Maladeath's one of the coolest looking weapons in the game, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. It is very
If you-
awkwardly statted though. Um, but yeah, I have seen it.
I mean,
Yeah,
look at that.
it's
That is such a cool fucking sword.
it is a really cool sword.
It just like drops off some random boss too. Just like that
Yeah.
sick ass like fucking. You got like a big sword coming out like a dragon mouth. That's very cool.
I agree.
Um,
Yeah, it but like I said, it's very awkwardly statted. Like the +4 weapon skill doesn't actually do all that much,
'cause
unfortunately.
you need to break the 5 mark or whatever, right?
Yeah, yeah. For whatever reason, the math comes out to be like the 5 is a break point, literally,
Yeah.
and it being at 4, it literally just doesn't matter at all. If it had been a 5, it probably would be one of the best weapons in the game. But because it's 4, it's like
Not
mid
that,
to bottom
yeah,
tier.
Yeah.
It's like it's insane how much that matters. But yeah, so with that said, and also like a lot of times you're just gonna be a human, and so you already have like the +5. So then it getting like a +4 to like 309 weapon skill, like it helps. And this is what I was talking about before. It's just like it has diminishing returns. So it's still like, and it's also fast too. 2.2 weapons, 2.2 speed is like fast as fuck. And as a warrior, you kind of want like slower weapons, like just kind of in
Yeah.
general. Though fast weapons are nice in the offhand in order to generate rage, but that's kind of like, you know, we're getting into like the sweaty like
Yeah.
push up the glass is bullshit that doesn't really matter.
I always remember Broodlord because he never dropped those fucking bracers. We saw bracers
funny.
with arcane accuracy like maybe twice. I even think so. The way
Wow.
it's kind of interesting. So this is the point where I took over like mage duties because the store didn't want to do that anymore. So on top of like the ad spamming stuff that I would do, I was like, okay, well now I'm handling the mage stuff, including like loot. And the way we distributed loot in BWL was because mages had like built-in 6% hit. So we gave Warlocks hit gear, and then we kind of just split it into Warlocks getting hit, mages got crit stuff in preparation for going fire in AQ,
Sure.
where crit was very useful for us. So yeah, it was like those were prio to Warlocks, and I don't think we ever like got enough for all of our Warlocks. We saw like literally like
Damn.
2 or maybe 3 pairs. Pretty rough.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah, it was like we kind of got shit on for like caster loot in general. But yeah, otherwise not a whole lot off that boss. We'll come back to him though.
Fire Maw.
Fire Maw.
That was the guy that I was talking about where you had to like hide in the
behind,
corner.
Yeah, hide behind the door, like line of sighted or whatever.
Yeah, I think I accidentally called him Flame Gore before, but yeah, Fire Maw is this guy. He dropped the fist weapon that was kind of good.
That was a cool looking fist weapon. A lot of the weapons in BWL are really cool. Like they
Yeah.
like they look like. Have you ever seen the trash gun? That's like the drag. It's like I think it's a bad weapon, but it's like the gun with like the dragon eye scope on top of it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've got it in my head. An image of it.
Like Drake Talon Cleaver is really cool.
Yep. I used Drake Talon Cleaver a little bit because like just to have some sort of like epic weapon, but the problem with the one-handed fist weapons, like in general, was just like there was no weapon skill for it, so you just couldn't use it, which is such a shame. I think if I recall correctly, I think hunters would be happy to use the claw because it did increase your chance to get a crit. But I don't know, like if it was. I don't know really much about hunters at all. I remember them using fist weapons, like in general, just for like as stat sticks. But
Yeah.
I don't know if this made the
Well,
cut.
I mean, that was like the big meme back in the day. It was like everything was. It's like a pretty ancient like vanilla WoW meme. Is that everything was a hunter weapon because it was all just like stat sticks, right? So it was just like
Fair.
every sword that like, oh, that's an upgrade versus my sword. That's a hunter weapon. Even though it's like they're not actually going to get. I mean, it's just they're just getting the stats out of it. So
Yeah, and I mean Drake Town Pauldrons. I mean, you and I had a meme surrounding it because I was using the fucking Herod's shoulders for a long ass time.
oh yeah.
And you're like, oh my god, oh no, you got your fucking new egg in. The second Pauldrons finally showed up.
Yeah.
You finally got both of them, man. Congrats. It's like, you know what, Scourge, how about you fuck yourself?
I forgot about that. Holy shit.
Dude, I'm
Yeah.
fucking traumatized seeing those fucking shoulders because I used.
Yeah, those shoulders are pretty cool.
They were pretty cool. They looked good on the Dwarf Warrior. I'll say that.
Yeah. Those look really. All the BWL stuff looks really cool.
Yeah.
Fireball didn't really have anything for cast. It's like one of those fights where it's just like, yeah, it's just like a garbage boss. There's nothing good here for casters. I guess Fireball's clutch was kind of okay if you were desperate for a belt, but all this other stuff was just like fucking trash.
Yep.
I do have a funny anecdote back in the day. So the way Firemaul was tanked back in the day was actually, so you know that go behind the like wall shit?
Yeah.
Back in the day, there used to be a cheesy strat where you could tank Firemaul like in front of a ledge, and it would make it so that like his flame buffet wouldn't hit, like you were kind of like line of sight of the flame buffet, but you could still attack him and he could still like melee you. Like, you know, the doors have like those little nubs that kind of stick out of them.
Sure.
Yeah, you would like tank it, like you would be on one side of the nub and he was on the other, and you would basically line of sight the flame buffet, and it was really funny because I think we actually, I remember our first BWL, we actually tried doing this and it didn't work. So either they changed it or they fixed it or we weren't doing it right. I don't remember.
Interesting.
Our first BWL was really cool. We full cleared in the first night, but anyways, yeah, so that little like nub, and back in the day my main tank in actual vanilla was Dwarf Warrior, and I remember he wasn't tall enough to do the tank thing behind the doors, so we had to like keep giving him Deviant Delight to like turn him into like a pirate or a ninja or whatever, so that he was like tall enough to tank the fucking boss. It's the fun little anecdote about the Razor or Firemaul there.
Interesting.
So then you have the other two dragons. I remember, don't we like fight these guys at the same time at one point? We have Ebonrock and Flamegore. These guys just like, they don't do anything. I don't remember this guy. I just remember planting my feet and just like pressing Frostbolt and just like I'm pretty sure on one of these like fights, I was just like I was literally just on my phone, not looking at the game at all. I did not pay attention on these fights.
Yeah,
there was
I mean that checks out.
Yeah, there was like no mechanic. These are just like filler bosses. However, our friend Ebonrock here does drop the goat melee trinket.
Oh my god. The
DFT.
DFT.
Yeah, DFT.
Classic. Yeah, I never saw that. I'm a Dwarf Warrior. Nope, not for you.
Damn.
That's not tall enough.
Yeah, not tall enough to ride this ride. Oh my god.
That's a no-go, sir. I remember we did that DFT runs like multiple times, and then eventually we just kind of.
That.
I think somebody got it. I don't know. I don't remember who it was. And then they were like, "All right, that's it. We're done." And I was like, guys." And they're like, "Nope, nobody else needs the trinket." I was like, "Wait, guys, but what about? That's it. No more Drake Bound Talisman. Good job, everybody. We got them all that we needed."
Jesus, that's great.
Yeah, no, it was a long history of me getting shit on by TG, but you know, c'est la vie.
Band of Force Concentration was actually pretty good. I think I had one of those for a little while. That was a decent capture item.
This is where that gun you were talking about was.
I thought it was a trash gun, but it's actually, it drops off this boss. That is such a cool looking gun. And look at what it looks like when it shoots. Like the mouth fucking opens and shit. Dude, what a cool gun. And it's just like not used
a lot of work into that.
Yeah, just like a garbage weapon, but it's so fucking cool looking.
Yeah.
Didn't you say like one of the boomers in like that guild that you joined was using that gun? Like it was like a dwarf hunter or something.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I saw a lot of shit, Scorch. I'll be honest with you. Like, honestly, I mean, you know, we could talk about how you wanted me to get the pure classic experience, and I guarantee, like, there were people who were playing this game back in 2005 and didn't change any of their strategies or how they played back then.
Oh
Like they
yeah.
just
Yeah,
like
no, well, okay, well let's get through BWL and then we can talk about your overall kind of experiences with that guild, because that's an interesting story I think, and I want to kind of mention some of the TG stuff that happened there, in BWL as well. So let's just keep. I just want to power through these bosses. So Flame Gore, Ebon Rock, nothing interesting to talk about. Ebon Rock does drop Stylenes and Pending Scabbard. That's the tank trinket. Even back in the day, that was like the Giga tank trinket. Anything good off? No, this boss dropped shit. Herald of Woe, I think, was like, wasn't it like a druid tank weapon or something? I don't know.
Well, the one thing about the Scarab is that like the big things you have to remember is that it blocks attacks with a shield and increases the value of your block of a shield as well.
Oh, okay.
So like you almost only ever used it for the increased defense because it was like plus 13 is a lot. So that's why it was good. Not because of like the block or anything like that, because no Fury Prot were using it for the block, but a lot of times like Fury Prot would like drop that trinket in favor of like one of the DPS ones, whether it be like DFT or like, you know, a Diamond Flask, unironically. But yeah.
Chromagus. Chromagus is like a cool boss. Like for like an early vanilla boss, he's like actually like a really cool fight.
Yeah.
For casters, little fucked for casters because very RNG dependent. Sometimes sometimes you could literally sometimes it was to the moon, and then other times it was just like, oh, I might as well just go AFK. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I will say mages probably got like a slightly better deal. Well, I think, did warlocks have any fire damage they could do back then?
I think the short answer is I believe so, but it wasn't good. Like I think there was like Searing Pain was one, but that would generate a ton of threat. You had Emulate, but I don't think Incinerate existed at the time.
Gotcha.
I remember there being I think it was still Shadow Bolt that you were using as a destruction, and I think there was something that used. I think it was Disintegrate. Was the instant cast thing that spent your Immolate. So like you would like put up your Immolate dot, you would wait for it to just about fall off, and then you would cast Disintegrate, and that would eat your Immolate dot. But even that was just like super niche, super bad. You're just gonna cast fucking Shadow Bolt, and you're not casting any dots, because if you did, one of the Fury Warriors would literally dox you and beat the shit out of you in real life. because there's a debuff cap of only 40, and if they saw like a Shadow Word Pain up, if they saw like a Moonfire, you saw like a fucking
jumping
Immolate
straight on that shit.
Yeah, and if you put up an Immolate and you put up a Curse of Agony, and it wasn't like a Curse of Recklessness, I think it was, which was the remove armor curse. You were actually castrated.
You were in trouble.
Yeah, they would begin to whip you and fucking set you to the gulag.
Yeah, I mean that's what I remember most. So I guess mages got a slightly better deal here, because it was like you could do frost or fire. When we were, I mean, obviously frost was better when we were all geared up for frost before like AQ came out, and then when fire came out, this boss you could do some like, it was actually scary. Like if this guy, like if you got like the fire debuff on this guy, you just like, it was almost a guaranteed. I died to him pulling. I think most of our mages, at least at some point, died to pulling aggro to this guy. Because it was just like it was like 100 or 200% like damage increase. And it was just like combined with like world buffs, and like at that point it would have been AQ gear. You're just cranking on this guy. Frost's kind of the same way, just because it was such a huge damage increase. Some of the debuffs could be kind of annoying. I remember you needed like the hourglass sand. This boss was really hard back in the day. What's kind of interesting is we ended up doing the fight like at that door, But back in the day, we used to pull him down to like where you fight like a little back from where the alchemist tables were, basically, like in those like cubbies. You know the cubbies with like the weird like vials and shit, like the equipment, like the weird like tubes and stuff. There's like all those like little cubbies like leading up to like Flame Gore and Ebon Rock. We used to kind of pull him back like all the way down there for whatever reason and fight him there instead of at the door. But yeah, that was a tough boss back in the day. Chromagus was also the furthest that I ever got back. Well, I guess I got to Nefarian, but he was like the furthest boss that I ever killed back in actual vanilla. I think I killed him like one time. So obviously he drops shoulders. He has some good drops too. Shoulders he drops. We already talked about chromatic boots. He drops the shield. The Elementium Reinforced Bulwark, pretty iconic shield. The crossbow, I think, was good for hunters, if I remember right. Claw of Chromagus. So the way the way we split up items was that mages were taking the Shadow Flame Staff, I believe, but that never dropped. So I think a couple of warlocks ended up getting the claw. Anything else off this guy was worth noting? Not really. I think most people were just hoping for the boots every week. Anyways, kind of a fun fight after two really boring fights. What was that?
Oh, I was gonna say Chromagus was the clown shoes for
the chromatic boots.
Classic.
Right? Yeah.
Chromatic boots, indeed.
Yeah.
And I think the most memorable moment for Chromagus for me was when Yakumo hit like world first boomkin on it.
Oh, really?
And because it dropped, like, it went arcane into nature damage.
Oh, okay, that's pretty big.
Is what happened with the Chromagus. So he literally, like, innervated himself, popped the mana pot. Dude fucking he hit the gas, dude. And he was competing, bro. He was I think he was, like, unironically, like, top 5, like, on the fight. Like, because it's it's Chromagus.
Yeah.
And he wasn't number 1, even with all of that. But, like, he was blasted. And it was actually fucking insane to watch the boomkin just, like, absolutely ripping.
Yeah. It was a cool fight as a caster. Like if you got like, I mean, even the warlocks, if he just kept going the shadow debuff or whatever, I mean, it was just like anyone. It was a total dice roll. I would say mages had like the best spread, just because like even arcane we could still do like fucking magic missiles. But yeah, it was like if you kind of lined it up, if the moons aligned correctly for that fight, like any caster could get lucky and just do like a shit zillion damage. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, shout out Chromagus.
And then Nefarian. I mean, this guy drops like so much shit.
Yeah.
Right here, I guess start with like what kind of like melee shit does he drop? Do you want to start with that? Anything?
I think the most iconic thing for me personally was Cruel Sharok, the one-handed axe that drops. I got that for free basically because nobody else wanted it, and I'm a fucking dwarf. I was working on his Edge Masters. But I think like for DPS, for like physical DPS, at least for like the at least on the warrior side, like there wasn't much. I think this was like a big sort of caster guy, if anything, because there was Ashkandi was iconic. It looked cool.
Very iconic,
but that was like a PvP weapon. Like if you were like you would go like arms and you'd go in the PvP and you'd like two-handed, and that was like the thing for warriors back then. Then Cruel Sharok was really cool. I thought
Lockamar was a big healing weapon.
Lockamar was great. I think it was great because it was one of the most iconic like sort of meme pieces for that and Jindo's were iconic meme pieces for the Diamond Flask set.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
You would stack up healing by magical spells and effects by whatever, and you would get all that together. You would cast Diamond Flask, and you would swap to your normal stuff, and the Diamond Flask would tick as if you still had your full healing set. Lockamir was one of those items that some warriors had. Most had Jindos. I had Jindos, and I I sold my first Jindos for like 300 gold to another warrior. Then I got my own Jindos later. But yeah, big caster. I mean, I'll let you talk about the caster stuff, but yeah, because there's other than Cool Shrock and that, not much else.
So you have Shadowflame Staff. We never saw any of these. Like, I don't think we saw, like, we might have... Okay, no. I think we saw one. And I think the guy we gave it to ended up, like, quitting. Like, a couple weeks later. Yeah, I think it was, because it was around this time, so I kind of mentioned, I wish I could, like, find these old names. The guy's name was, like, Mystic, and he was he was, like, a former crackhead. And this guy ended up giving us a lot of trouble, and I think he's the guy who had our, like, one Shadowflame Staff. I think we gave it to him, and we really shouldn't have.
Gotcha.
And then he like, left the guild. And, yeah, unfortunate. Like, we just never saw... So, like, for this boss, like, talk about, like, I don't know, I really would love to know how Loot and WoW actually works. Like, I don't know if, like, seeding matters at all, like, who enters the dungeon first, because we always got Boots of the Shadowflame every fucking week, and Prester's Talisman of Connivery every week, without fail. Those two items. Don't know why it was those two specifically, but we were just absolutely just fucked right in the ass when it comes to any of the caster stuff. Never saw any Shadowflame Staffs. Netherlands Tier, we actually did see a decent amount of those. I didn't get mine until, like, fucking, like, almost, I think after AQ came out. It was a long time before I got mine. I remember I was, like, the last one to get Netherlands Tier. And then I think it was my turn, and then I passed to Yakimo. And then I got the one after that, and I think that was, like, the last one that was needed. However, I did get the first Mission Daru Circlet of the Mind Flayer. Very sick helmet. 35 spell power, 2% crit, 24 int. Very sick helmet. Very goofy looking. It's like a gray, like, fucking disc. It's like a yarmulke or something. It's just like, I don't know what the fuck it's supposed to be, but very goofy looking item. Very good helmet though. That is caster bis or mage bis anyways until Nax, and you replace it with tier 3. Kind of lucked out on that one. That was from our first BWL run, I believe. And yeah, our first BWL, I want to say it was like our first, maybe our, yeah, I think it was our first. I was kind of divvying up caster loot at this point. And basically it was like, we were still on, because we had 8 mages, so we were still on a system of like, yeah, you only can get one thing a night. And I think everyone else kind of got like a tier piece, or like, I think Mind Quickening gem dropped. Like, everyone else kind of got something, and it came down to me and this, it was like the crackhead guy I mentioned earlier. And then we just rolled off, and I won that. And I think I could have memed it to where I just took it. But we ended up rolling off for it. I won the roll, and then that was a good decision because we never saw another one forever.
Wow.
Yeah, we didn't see another one until AQ was already out, I think. Like, near the end of AQ, I think we saw, like, 2 more. Yeah, very, very rare for us. We saw, like, no Mission Darus, and it was very unfortunate because that was such a good helmet for casters. I remember making, I wish I had the picture still, I made a poster, the little X-Files I Want to Believe poster, and I just, like, I put the Mission Darus, like, over the UFO.
That's awesome.
And, yeah, that was funny. But yeah, that's Nefarian. Nefarian was the first new boss for me in Vanilla, because, yeah, I had seen Nefarian before in original Vanilla, did not kill him, though.
No shit.
Yeah. Obviously, there's, like, the whole... I'm not sure there's a lot to say. I mean, the Nefarian fight is, like, really... Probably one of the first, like, really, I guess, quote-unquote, hard fights of Vanilla. Like, there's a lot going on in that fight. You have, like, the initial, like, ad phase where you kill, like, the dragons that come out of the doors. And the dragons, like, every week they change colors. Which is really interesting because they kind of, like... That was something that they very rarely used that I actually really liked as a mechanic. Where, like, a boss would, like, change week to week. You know what I mean? Like, some part of a boss fight, or some, like, a boss, maybe even, like, the whole boss fight would just change, depending on the week. But yeah, so that fight was, like, different colored dragons would come out of those doors. You had the class calls, which were a lot of fun. He would do like the polymorphs. I remember there was one that used to really fuck people over. I forget which one that is. I think the warlocks would like summon infernals.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the rest of them were. There's a few of them. I think I will say, credit to Blizzard, they actually made a Death Knight class call for him. Like in Wrath, they added that for like whatever reason. Yeah, somebody just like wasted their afternoon adding a Death Knight class call. I'm pretty sure he just like grips everybody in, like death grips everybody to him.
That's wild.
Yeah, I don't know why they added that. Anyways, yeah, Neferi,
I think
go ahead.
I think the one that you're thinking of was what was the, I think it was the Paladin one where he like got like a bop. He just like,
Oh, the tank would like lose aggro, I think is what that was.
yeah, something like that. I don't know. That was awful. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyways, cool fight. Definitely like more
cool
mechanically intense than like anything else. Like, because again, like we're like this is right after Molten Core, which those fights have zero mechanics to them. So yeah, a lot more like mechanically intense. I mean, easy by today's standard, but still, even back in the day, it was a very hard fight.
Sure.
But yeah, I guess that wraps up BWL. Yeah, I guess the only thing I forgot to mention earlier was the Mage tier stuff. The Netherwind set was really interesting because it was like this RNG set. It was like, in theory, this set could be BIS because the set bonus was like, when you cast a spell, you have a chance that your next spell cast will be an insta-cast.
Mm-hmm.
And that could just chain, I think. So you could like pop off a fight and get like a bunch of free cast and do super good.
Yeah.
Or that would not proc the entire fight and it sucked. So it was like the slot machine. I remember we had Shabo was like our one mage who ran that, which was kind of interesting. Wow. I mean, good for him because he avoided like all the contested pieces. Because when you do that set, like that set is like pretty, I guess pretty balanced in terms of like, stats and stuff.
Yeah, I guess damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit. Oh well. Yeah, that seems pretty cool. Oh, what I was gonna say, wasn't tier 2 like really useful for mages because it increased like the range of your arcane explosion or some shit?
It was the range of Blizzard. Yeah, so I got a tier 2 set later for boosting. I mean, it increases the range of all your AoE spells, but I specifically used it for boosting because the set had a lot of intellect. It had a lot of intellect, and then yeah, the set bonus increased the range of your blizzards, so it was a perfect set for doing the ZG farm / boost.
Gotcha.
And I used it for that. So.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. And then the other thing I forgot to mention was CTS. There's like the quick story surrounding me stealing it from Triumvirate, who I eventually would come back to.
Oh yeah.
That Triumvirate was using the Guardians squad. That was the one of the 3 guilds that were being ran. You can kind of consider them to be the JV, junior varsity group.
Yeah.
And they were just kind of like everybody else. It was Team Mystic that was like number 1, and they were among the best of the server. And I think it was like Kingslayer or something like that. Something like that. I don't remember the exact name. And then there was us and Guardians, and it was just like whoever the fuck is left. And just like my first day going into that was they hazed me by having me read out a random porn art like actress's like bio.
Oh god.
I actually have that. I have that saved as a highlight on my channel. I can pull that up.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Of me reading that out. A classic moment. And yeah, so fast forward to BWL with these guys, and I had talked to the guild lead because I was going to be transitioning out of BWL because I actually had like a ton of gear at this point, and I was talking with Canute and Hatred, and we had done like the bug farm already at this point, and so I was actually quite familiar with a lot of people, and I was good friends with Callisto, and like I had you like it's still as an officer in the guild, so it was kind of like a good like sort of transition point of me going from Guardians, where it's just like barely clearing AQ 40. I don't even think I don't even think they killed Cthulhu while I was a part of it. maybe we killed it once. I don't know. It was like something like that. It was like maybe we killed it once or twice, but it was like a struggle bus all the way through. And TG was like, yeah, we'll take a warrior, sure, that's geared like you, fine, fuck it. And I was like, okay, sick. So I'm gonna transition. And then I was talking with Street, and we had done who was the guildmaster for the Guardian squad, and they had made like this sort of like big change surrounding weapons in particular, because we were realizing like DKP as a system is very flawed for like physical DPS due to the thing I was talking about before, which was like rogues were able to just like basically kind of collude and say like, okay, you get this tier and then I'll get this tier and then you get that tier, because tier dropped like fucking hotcakes.
Yeah.
And rogue bis was tier, and warriors had to fight for scraps like everywhere else, and so didn't have anything for the weapons and things like that. So they had made a change. So weapons that had dropped would kind of like work a little bit differently in terms of like the priority of who was going to get what. And they made it so like if you had like a wish list sort of deal, like sort of like a soft reserve type of deal, like people who had soft reserve specific weapons that they were looking for would have like a sort of like a different auction that would go off in order to like kind of better prioritize the weapons rather than like purely going to like one or another person because they just, you know, had like billions of DKP because they didn't spend anything. It was just kind of like a way to like combat the colluding that caused people to just like have inflated DKP amounts even after like resetting it. Like people, like the leadership would like reset people's DKP because they would have like so much of it because they just didn't need to spend it in order to get all the gear they wanted.
Yeah.
And all that information was sort of publicly available, so you could see like the huge disparity. It would be like rogues who had like thousands of DKP, and then you would see like warriors and like other classes with like maybe like a couple hundred. So it was super wild that way. And all of that to say that I basically was like kind of saving up my DKP. I kind of bought like a bunch of like the off pieces, and I wasn't too like kind of crazy about like some other stuff. At the time, like I got Cruel Shirok because nobody else wanted it because I was a fucking dwarf warrior, and I was really close to being able to afford Edge Masters. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna pick it up now because I see it, and like I will eventually get Edge Masters, and I'll like full swap the Cruel Shirok once I have Edge Masters, and that'll be fucking sick. And then the other thing I need is now I need like an offhand or a main hand, some sort of like second weapon, because I don't want to be using daggers anymore.
Yeah.
Lo and behold, last night that I'm going to be raiding with these guys and Guardians, CTS drops. And I fucking I mean, there's no other point. Like, I'm just gonna full send it. I put in all of my DKP that I had. I was probably like, I think it was like 800 something DKP at this point. And I was like, you know what? I probably am not gonna win it, but that's fine. We're just gonna send it and pray. And there's rogues, right? And CTS is BIS for everybody, right? Any physical DPS is gonna want CTS, including sword rogues, which was like the most popular sort of spec at the time. And what had happened was on the rogue side is that they were going to try and utilize the that system that I was mentioning before, which is like that soft reserve, like separate wish list sort of auction thing that was going on. For weapons specifically, and so they had colluded for this girl to try and get it really cheaply, and so she only put in like a little bit of DKP, like barely anything, thinking that this was the weapon that they were going to change to the wish list thing and have divvied out that way to change like the way that priority sort of worked. Lo and behold, Street forgot about that and gave it to me.
God bless.
So God bless. I got it, and I was like, "Oh, let's go! Yeah!" And then I immediately equipped it, not thinking about it, because I was like, "Oh, I won! Holy fuck, I did it!" Immediately equipped it. I'm showing off to my warrior buds. We're like in the corner, like the fucking fight started with Nefarian, and the fucking ads are coming out, and I've got like 3 fucking warrior buds that are looking at me like, "Yeah, dude, that looks fucking sick. Oh, you got Cross Rock? Hell yeah!" Like just like like a couple of fucking goons, dude. Oh, I love those guys so much, and I'm so glad I got to play with them again. But we're standing around like fucking idiots, just like not doing the fight at all. And then Street's like, hold on guys, give me just a minute. And then like that turns out that the rogues were pissed, like absolutely fucking ballistically pissed. And then I was like, that had happened because they're like, Street, what the fuck happened with the system? Blah blah blah. And I didn't really hear. I didn't hear what happened with that specifically, but that was the night that I basically announced that I was leaving as well. I didn't like really.
Yeah, that's
I didn't.
kinda,
I didn't.
that's kind of fucked.
I didn't tell anybody else in the guild except for the leadership. I told leadership that this was going to be my last day like weeks ago, but I didn't like make it publicly known in the guild. Like I didn't like post anything, and then I just kind of like, hey, said like goodbye, and thanks for the. I said like largely just like, hey, thanks for like having me, like thanks for thanks for the guild time. I'm gonna be heading out here. Hope you guys have like a good like sort of rest classic. And people fucking shit on me, dude. Like I got like DMs and shit like that, and people like messaging me like "fuck you, man," like stuff. And I was like,
God damn.
That is crazy. I told Street, and those people eventually did delete their like DMs to me about that sort of shit, and it was just like really fucked up. I didn't get any apologies, but like, that was super
that's
weird.
Wild. No, I was I don't think I ever got into like a beef with anybody. I guess like yeah, behind I guess like so yeah, behind the scenes at this time, I actually found an old like I was looking for an old like raid roster, TG raid roster list. So I think Knock is maybe the guy I was thinking of. I don't really see him in here.
Duende, I think.
No, not Duende. Duende was the guy with the wife. Knock was the paladin. So originally we had a guy named OG Cope. OG Cope was our that was the fucking off tank that we used for a really long time. We had him. I'm just looking for the list. Mystic was the name of the mage who was like a crackhead.
Okay. Rekthar was the Ret, wasn't he?
Yep, Rekthar was the Ret. Yep, I'm seeing that here. We used to have another paladin named Reddit, and that guy was kind of a drama queen. Nobody really liked him. He just like always like complained about stuff and caused problems, and I think we just eventually like booted him, or he just kind of left.
Sure.
Did I ever tell you the story about like the time Distorted got into a fight with Parabellum? Do you know Parabellum? Have you ever heard of this guy?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So let me tell you about Parabellum here. I guess we can quickly kind of talk about some guild stuff. So Parabellum was a hunter. At this time, we had another hunter. So there's Opti. Who was the fucking? What was the one guy? What was the one hunter? He was a nice guy, but he didn't really know what he was doing. I'm trying to find Rio. So Rio was our original like hunter officer, but that guy does not know how to play hunter or really play the game. Well-meaning guy, doesn't really know what he's doing.
Sure.
So we would occasionally bring in like Roth or this other guy named Parabellum to like help, because every phase we basically went over each item and try to figure out like where it would go, like who has priority, just in terms of like class, right, and stuff like that. Okay. Anyways, this Parabellum guy is in the guild basically since launch. He's friends with somebody, I don't remember who exactly. And early on in phase 1, because there's nothing to do with, you just do Molten Core once a week and Ani. A bunch of TG people decide they're going to go over and play Horde for a little bit. And they made a guild called Tilted Wyverns. Parabellum made like some fucking Tauren like female with like a titty joke name. And then I think Distorted wanted to like make the same character, or like he wanted to make a character with the same name, but I think Parabellum beat him to it or something. I wasn't here for any of it. This is like all secondhand. Sure. Anyways, this dude got really pissed at Distorted because Distorted had people like report his name as being inappropriate, and like he got like hit with a forced name change. And then from that dude just forever hated Distorted to the point where it like became a problem where he like didn't want to like raid or like interact with this. I think he had like Distorted on like ignore at some point, and it was just like. That was a point of contention. I'm just like trying to dig up like old drama. I guess because we're moving out of BWL here and into phase 4, which is we already talked about the Green Dragons. Really, not much else to say there. But that's Zul Grub. So this Mystic guy is like a crackhead. He's one of our many mages.
Yeah.
And this Mystic guy is a total crackhead. He tells all these like stories about him and like his fucking junky girlfriends that he used to have and all this wild stuff. anyways, we get to ZG, and he offers to. He's like, hey guys, I want to be the guy who like has the tailoring recipes, because ZG, a big thing for casters was Bloodvine. Bloodvine was really huge because it was a huge source of hit for casters. So everyone in the guild's kind of like, sure, we decide like as a guild we're going to basically pump this guy with ZG tokens from our runs. We're going to pull them together, and he's going to get the rep, and he's going to get the recipes, and then he can craft them. This sort of all came to a head though, because like he got the recipes, but he wanted to craft them at like a fee to guildies.
No. Oh yeah. I remember you guys talking about this guy.
Yeah, he wanted to like charge people for these crafts, and I don't think he wanted to charge much, but it was still like, no. What do you like, dude? You cannot charge people in the guild for these crafts. Like, you don't like that. Doesn't work that way, buddy. And then he got really upset about that, and then he's always kind of been a bit of a problem guy, just starting things with people. And I know we there was like two. It was like him and that Reddit guy. We had to have like multiple meetings over these two people. And then I think the Reddit guy, I think we either kicked or he quit, or I don't remember exactly what happened. Just a very kind of whiny guy. And then this Mystic guy, I think we got close to kicking him, and we decided not to. And then I think he ended up getting that staff, and then he quit like shortly after that, after getting the that Shadow Flame staff. Parabellum, I think, quit after a while as well, because it was just like he just did not get along with Distorted, and he just didn't want to be there anymore. I remember it was really awkward, because later on, he like... I think he tried to talk to me, because I didn't have a problem with this. I didn't have a problem with any of these. Well, I didn't really like Mystic, because he was a mage, and I had to deal with that. But all these other people, I was just like, whatever, I don't have to deal with them. Not my problem. But this Parabellum guy, I didn't really have a problem with him, and I remember he tried to like contact me way later on. He was just like, he was just started playing again. He just saw me, and he was like, "Hey, how's it going?" I thought I didn't know who he was. I totally forgot about him, because this was like the end of Classic. This would have been like by Nax. I'm just like, I thought he was a dude I PvP'd with, so I was just like awkward, like, "Hey, dude, how's it going?" Just like, I don't know who the fuck this is. Maybe I PvP'd with him at some point. So that was funny. But yeah, so that's just like a few random cases of kind of drama. Man, it's weird looking at these old rosters. Glibman. Yeah, we had this guy there's another mage named Glibman who like, I remember I was so pissed at him, because like the dude, so he showed up for like some of the first raids, and then he quit for like 3 months because he's like, I got college classes or whatever. It's like, okay, that's fine. It's like, whatever. There's lots of mages. And then he came back like a few months later to like raid with us. And I remember like the Arcanist bindings, the tier 1 bindings were actually like pretty good, because I think like I said, like the tier 1 like the actual like raid bis for tier 1 was like one of those like Frozen Wrath like frost spell power bracers that were like really rare. And I remember like fucking I wasn't doing mage loot at this point, and they were gonna give him these bracers. Like, whoa, you need to not give this motherfucker these bracers. This dude has been gone for like fucking 5, 6, 7 weeks or whatever. Like, do not give this dude these fucking bracers. Give them to like anyone else. And yeah, I was like one of the only times about like loot I got really irate, because that dude just like kind of came and went, and I was like, I just like, no, get the fuck out of here. Either you like raid with us or you just like go. So yeah, I guess that's I guess ZG is I just kind of cover some like random guild things at this point that I wanted to go over. ZG, what do you got on ZG? Anything to say about ZG?
I'll talk about ZG in this moment, but I just wanted to make mention I added to the doc.
Okay.
The way that Canute and Luxter did loot versus how you did loot. Since we're talking a lot about like how like the mage looting and stuff like that.
Where
you might have to scroll down.
Is it phase 6? Where is it? What is it under? Oh,
it's,
here.
It's all the way at the bottom.
Oh yeah. I remember that. Chance time.
Chance time with the fucking Mario Party.
It really was chance time, bro. It was like, I don't know, like we're all casting fireball. Like what the fuck do you want me to do? Like I don't know. Give it to Faye, I guess.
So funny.
Roll off. Like who hasn't gotten something in a while?
Yeah, where's Milk Mana at?
Yeah. Oh no, Milk Mana was another problem. We'll get to Milk Mana. We'll get the fucking Milkmana. I think around BWL isn't that when like Double and them joined up as well? I think those guys kind of joined the guild around this time, if I remember right.
They're before my time. Couldn't tell you.
Oh really? Okay, so yeah, I think um 6 content phase. I'm trying to figure out when phase 2 drop. November 12th, 2019 was okay. No, it'd be phase 3. February 12th. So that is February 12th, 2020 is when that dropped. So I'm just trying to like I have like a roster list, so I'm just like trying to line up the roster, if that makes any sense. I have like a roster, so I'm trying to like line up the fucking stupid roster list to see who all was in the guild. So no, they weren't in the guild yet. No, yeah, they weren't in. This is February. April. They might have joined a little bit later. I don't know if I can. Anyone with the copy link? I don't know if I can show this because it's like an old Google Doc. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so I think they joined sometime near maybe the end of BWL, sometime in like ZG. When did you joined like before like AQ, right? I know you joined after AQ if I remember right. Right?
I joined officially after AQ had released because I had done I did the first AQ 20 with you guys.
Oh, okay,
with TG.
Gotcha,
so like,
gotcha.
Like when we'll talk.
Yeah, we'll get to that. That's fine. No, I wasn't sure. I'm just trying to get the timeline right. Anyways, ZG.
Yep.
Did you do ZG at all? Like I know you.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, ZG was my bread and butter.
Bread and butter. Okay. Tell me about ZG then.
It's ZG. Oh man, I say bread and butter because like it was so easy for me to get into ZGs consistently because a lot of times it was literally just like casters that like were a part of it. And a lot of the stuff that like melee DPS were like hunting for, like nobody really gave a shit about. There's like a 2% hit like gloves. Like I think some shoulders were pretty cool. Like if you were missing like some weapons and stuff like that, ZG would like it's the catch-up raid. You know what I mean? It was just like it was the quintessential catch-up raid.
I mean, that's like, literally its purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I forget the. I'm sure you remember the Edge of Madness. I think it was called, or it was something.
Yeah, for that. Well, Edge of Madness is like the Jindu area. What do you?
Yeah, so there was a thing that casters wanted on specific weeks for ZG because what boss was optional in ZG rotated. And so, like, there'd be like a mad dash for people to like go for like a specific one.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's the boss that you had to like summon, like the summon. Yeah. No, I don't know if that was Edge of Madness or not. I know what you're talking about though.
Okay, good. I'm glad you remember what I'm talking about, but it is late for me, so
No, you're good. Bloodlord, Edge of Madness. No, you are correct. Edge of Madness is. I don't know what casters wanted off that though, unless it was like a catch-up item, is what you're trying to say.
Maybe it was like a warlock thing. I remember warlocks in particular were like looking for something off of it. Maybe it was some sort of quest.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
It might have been because I as a mage I didn't need anything off that shit. It was
interesting.
Nothing useful there.
Yeah, I guess I remember there being like a thing for that. I don't know. Regardless. They were just like, "Oh, you're a warrior. Come on in. Like, just feel free to cleave."
Yeah.
And it was a good time. I think honestly, the ZG fights were like quite varied. Like the trash was kind of cool. The bats were annoying, but like sometimes you just have to like take the good with the bad. But like some of the fights were like super iconic. Like there was the snake boss. There was like a set of snake bosses that you needed to like fight like separately.
Mm-hmm.
And you needed to kill them all. Like I think you needed to kill them at the same time as well, and that was cool. There was like the tiger boss, of course, iconic. Yeah, and then I mean Hakar himself, also super iconic fight. You're like just we talked about this before, but like the notion of like having like battle your way to the top. Like Hakar was like you had to kill all the other bosses, and then you had to fight up all the way up to his temple, all the way to the top, and then you fought the guy after like fighting like a ton of trash, and like the trash was kind of cool as well. It's like, and not only, on top of that too, like ZG didn't take that much time. Like if you're holding down W, like you can crush through that place, which was really nice.
Oh yeah, 100%. ZG was definitely one of my favorite raids from back in the day. Talking about kind of what we were, like going back to what we were talking about earlier with BRD, I think ZG had a very similar feeling where it was just very like an open-ended design. You could kind of hit any boss you wanted to first. The bosses were like, even though they were very easy for the time, like back in the day, they were very unique bosses.
100%.
You had like I don't think anyone used the ZG sets this time around, but like every class had their own little ZG set that they could get. It was like a trinket, a chest piece, and legs, I think. Maybe a ring.
Yeah.
Oh no, the necklace was, I think, pretty decent. The necklace actually wasn't too bad from that set, if I remember right. I think that might have been rep related. I forget. The necklace was part of the set though.
I mean, and then just for like, you know, completionist's sake of talking about all the shit that like sort of happened with each of these like phases, like wasn't ZG the time where like as a warlock you can get the mage leg enchant, and like that sort of like it was like the mage enchant was like way better than like all the other ones.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And then like
I don't remember how the warlocks did that. Was that people get banned for that? I vaguely remember what you're talking about. I just don't remember like.
They didn't get banned for it. What happened was that like they added a class requirement to the specific enchants, and so it was like this enchant requires mage, and so like anybody with like the warlock, any warlock that had the mage enchant would not get any benefit out of having the enchant on them. I remember you telling me about this years ago, so I don't really remember the mechanics surrounding like how it happened, but like it was definitely possible and people were selling it type of thing.
I think it might have been like maybe you enchanted it like you would enchant a regular item. Like a mage could do the enchant, like you know, like you enchant like somebody in a trade window. I think it might have worked like that. Yeah, the mage one was crazy. It was a helm adds 18 to all 18 spell power, 1% chance to hit to a helm. Yeah, that's crazy. The warlock one, by comparison, is 10 stamina and 18 damage. Wow, that's actually really fucks. Yeah, here's 10 stamina, fucking asshole. Enjoy your extra two, well, I don't even know what that would equal out to. It's like 100 health maybe, a little bit more than that. Like that, man, that sucks.
Oh, well, you don't forget health. Kings, 110 health.
Yeah, here, life tap once, idiot. Go ahead.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah, Amazing. Oh man, the mage one really is better. Mages really were the kings of fucking clock. Mages are warriors.
Yep. No question about it.
Yeah, no, ZG was really cool. There were some good items in here too. Like legitimately, like Jindo's Evil Eye, I remember, was really good for healers. Yep. You mentioned the Hexer is like a kind of a discount Lochtimer or whatever from Nefarian.
Yep.
Specifically off Hakar. So it was mostly like Hakar and Jindu were like kind of the big ones. The Heart of Hakar, obviously really big for the world buff. That was a big thing with ZG2 is we got a new world buff.
True.
Kind of the lamest world buff, at least for casters. I like the extra intellect for a little bit more mana, especially in Nax, but otherwise it was kind of just, it's whatever.
Speed.
If I had to like skip one, I mean, I know for you it was really good, but if I had to skip one world buff, that would probably be the one.
Really?
Yeah, it was just 10% like int and stamina and spirit. Like that's not, because casters are mainly like spell power, hit percent, crit percent. I mean, that's a little bit of crit, I guess, from the extra int, but I don't know like what that maths out to as far as like, because it was 10% to all stats, right? If I remember correctly, the Hekar heart. Hekar himself though. Go ahead. Sorry.
It was 10%, but the thing, 10%, so it was like King's buff. But the real part of it that was like very juicy was like, wasn't it like 10 or 20% move speed?
Oh yeah, that move speed was nice. Okay, I'll give you that. The move speed was really nice. Okay, I forgot about that. Yeah.
That's the part that I was like, how can you skip that, brother? Like, we get the hell out of that goddamn raid 10% faster. Let's go.
I forgot about that. Goddamn.
Yeah, Yeah, that's the only part that I cared about for that buff.
Did melee have a good trinket off that too? I know the
No.
Oh, okay. So mages, or casters in general, got the Zandalarian Hero Charm, which was basically a inferior talisman, pretty much. It was like slightly better actually, or about the same.
Interesting.
Oh no, it's about the same. It's like increases your spell damage by up to 204. Your healing by every time you cast a spell, the bonus is reduced. So it's like a little bit worse.
Yeah, I had to look it up because I literally don't even remember it. This was, oh my god, this trinket is horrific.
What?
Increases your melee.
Oh, the melee
Yeah,
one.
yeah, the melee one increases your melee and range damage by 40 for 20 seconds.
Oh my god, that is bad. What the fuck?
That is, what does DFT give? Hold on.
I think it gives 40. It's just like passive. Or maybe more?
I feel like, regardless, like, even if it was like slightly less at like 30, it still gave like 2% like hit and gave agi. Like, let's not talk about like Hand of Justice, which literally let
Yeah.
you just attack twice in a single attack, as well as like, I mean, there's the 2% crit trinket from a fucking quest. Like, 2% crit would be better than 40 melee damage. And the other part, too, is every time you hit a target, the bonus is reduced by 2. So it's like 40 is the max, and then you lose it, and it's a 2-minute cooldown. Awful trinket.
Jesus.
Horrific trinket. This is... I never even did the math on it. I never even looked at it until just now.
That is rough.
And this is a bad trinket. This is... crazy.
Yeah.
I bet you I think the tank one's not horrific, but I think there's just better options. Increases your armor by 2,000, defense skill by 30. Yeah, it's not bad, but like, I don't know. I feel like it sells for 11 gold, which is nice.
Yeah, it's nice. Hakar's loot table was pretty nice though. Cloak of Consumption was really big for casters. 23 spell power, 1% hit. That's big.
Nice.
Blood Collar was like a discount. Mage Blade. And then Touch of Chaos was like your only wand choice. That was like the only wand upgrade from the Bone Stylus Creeper or whatever. I never got the Touch of Chaos. I remember I actually won the roll and then passed it to somebody. I forget why. I don't think I upgraded my wand for a very long time. It is a very cool looking wand. The Touch of Chaos is like, here, I'll send you the picture. It's like the fucking like rock and roll skeleton hand. It is a very cool looking wand.
Oh.
Yeah, look at that.
With the pentagram too.
Yeah,
Very
the
nice.
little pentagram in the palm. Yeah, it is a sick fucking wand.
Nice.
There was like also the set. I don't remember how. Like, what was there any good like melee items in here? Like, what was like any really like sick melee stuff?
Yeah, I think the big ones, like in terms of like sort of replacements, would be like something. If you didn't have like the bis items, would be like the necklace of Hakar, the eye of Hakar, that give you like a crit as well as like attack power. If you didn't need the hit from the Onyxia neck piece, you can go with like the eye of Hakar instead. The Gurubashi Dwarf Destroyer was good as a stat stick.
Oh yeah.
I used that for a while. Because like if you didn't get Striker's Mark, which is what like everybody was running for, which was like the 1% hit, like you could just go with like that Dwarf Destroyer and that'd be fine. That's like best until like deep into AQ. Like there's a boss that we'll probably talk about with AQ. Name was Oru, I think it was. He dropped the Bis ranged weapon for warriors. It was the stat stick. And I think we only ever saw one, and it went to Cat Lord. In all of our time in AQ. So, yeah. In terms of like other like sort of big items out of ZG, I can't think of anything that was like Bis, but I
Panther hide sack was a Bis bag.
That was Bis.
I'm just looking at some of these other. There are speaking of those sets that we were talking about earlier, there's the Arlox, those 2 fist weapons that turn you into a tiger.
Oh yeah.
The Arlox Grasp, and I forget what's the other one called.
Oh, you know, it was like
Thelux Grasp or whatever, or Thekel. What's up?
Yeah, you know what was actually really good was actually the 2 Warblades. If you got both of them, you got +6 to your swords, which was actually like really really good.
Oh yeah, that's huge.
As we talked about. The only problem is that they were very fast. At 1.7, you were fucking stabbing shit left and right, which isn't great for warriors. But at the end of the day, who gives a shit? Like you're chilling.
Obviously the mounts. Did we ever?
Mounts
I
are
don't remember. I think we saw a couple mounts. If I remember correctly.
Roth. Yeah, we did. We did see two. There was we were doing ZG splits, and I think it was Massive or Uncensored who'd got the ZG Tiger, and then Roth got one from her GDKP. I think she spent like 4 or 5K gold for hers.
Not bad.
So our guild did see a couple of those mounts, and yeah.
Anything else about ZG? Obviously, there's that one meme video I'll always remember that you sent me. The one guy who's like, back in the day, you would never be able to get past these like bats or whatever on the fucking Russian private server. You would need to like consume like 75 mana pots or whatever per pull. That video's a classic.
It was like back on Northdale. This would have been a wipe.
Yeah. That's a good video.
On Northdale, we had the fucking...
Those exploding bats were actually deadly back in the day. People like playing with boomers. Because I remember, so ZG was a raid that I did do in vanilla. I remember it pretty fondly because it was a pretty easy raid. It was a pretty good time. It was one of the only raids at the time that I could go fire in, which is pretty cool. And what else? I'm trying to think here. It was one of the only raids I could go fire in. Pretty fun. All the bosses were like easy enough. And I remember those bats. The boomers could not move away from those fucking exploding bats, and they would always die to that shit.
Yeah. Oh, I found the video.
So that's a classic. Thank you.
It even starts out great. It's like, okay, let's BFA this shit down.
Yeah.
Great line, dude.
It's a good ass video.
It is a really good fucking ass video, man. Please. Oh, please, not that shit again. Oh, what a great video.
I guess I'm not sure there's anything else about ZG. Fuck. You know what I need to talk about is like solo ZG farming.
Alright.
Yeah. Cause so that was like a thing. I don't even know how to start this. So so I did like Zulfrag. I never did boosting in Zulfrag because Zulfrag boosting was annoying because I had to like get the boosty to the fucking graveyard, and I just like wasn't like that's always like a no-go for me. I'm just not doing that. And it basically involved like either killing everything or you had to like take these very specific paths through the dungeon. It was just, that shit was annoying. The ZG though was an opportunity to start doing boost, and not only that, but in the early days when those Bijus, those things were like 5 gold a pop. And I I regret not doing more of that because I remember making like hundreds of gold selling Bijus, and I was just like, maybe I should do some more of this. And I was still frost spec back then, so I didn't even have to respec. I just went in there and killed like tigers for a little bit, or the tiger packs, and then I just got a ton of Bijus, and I would just sell them, and it was like raining money.
Jeez.
Yeah. And yeah, so the ZG farm was probably one of like the hardest thing I did in I would say in all of Classic. I don't think any of the boss fights even came close. Shit was really annoying. That shit was like actual like cartwheels. It was like so crazy like doing the route because you had to like run all the way around. You had to like use an was it even an invisipod? You had to like run to this specific point, like slow fall off this ledge past these crocodiles. Like you had to like fucking you had to like evade these fish, and then it was like mount up, run all around ZG, grabbing up tigers and crocodiles. And like these are like elite crocodiles, elite level like 63 crocodiles or whatever. So like if these guys catch up to you, like one pack is gonna kill you, but you have like 60 or 70 following you. Bring them to this fucking like little rope, like Indiana Jones rope bridge, and then you have to like move your character into like RP walk, and then you jump up on the rope to like fuck their pathing up, because the only way they can path to you when you're on the rope is to get directly under the bridge. So you just keep jumping up and down on this fucking rope over and over and over, while then
Jesus.
like while they run away from you, you blizzard them. When they run at you, you blizzard them. And back then there's there's no AoE cap in Classic, right? So you just kill all these crocodiles, and it was actually really good loot. I remember getting a couple BOE epics from that too. And then like the crocs themselves, you could just sell all the drops off them, and then all the bijous and stuff you could sell, at least for a little while. Later on, the main bulk of the money from that came from boosting people, which was like 120 gold per, I think it was like 5 runs or something like that. And that's for like one boostee. Like if I could like potentially bring a whole group, and they'd each pay like 75 or something. Like it was slightly discounted, I guess, with the group. But yeah, ZG boosting was something. I'll never forget like that route and everything. And then like sometimes what was crazy is sometimes like it was never perfect too. Sometimes like the mobs, like even if I was on the ledge, they would still just like decide to run at me. And I would just like never in my life, like it was like the equivalent of like standing in the middle of a road and having a car come at you. That's the only way I can describe it. Because it's like I get on this ledge and it's like, no, I'm safe. They're gonna run the other way, and then they just keep running towards me. It's like, no, wait, what do you mean? You're supposed to go the other way. What the fuck? Yeah, many a nights spent in Zul'Grub, jumping up and jumping like off and onto this little tiny rope, and killing crocodiles. And yeah, I don't know. The ZG farm was fun. It was a good money maker. It was a lot better than the Myrmidon one that I'll bring up real fast. I don't really know the route or anything for that one. That one sucked because you had to like ZG was really easy to get to. I knew this this route to get basically into old ZG. I think I took you up there once before. It's like the back door into ZG.
Yeah, and you had to like feather fall down.
Yeah, you had to like slow fall down into ZG.
Yeah, that was the way that you took me.
Yeah, you climb up in like the Duskwood in the mountains, and then like jump down into old ZG and coming from behind. That was how I got like my boostees in. I had to like show them that route because the front door has like a bunch of like level 58 elites. Yeah, it was so much easier like just flying down from Stormwind and then going into ZG than it was to like, I don't know how those people, I think Massive did some of the Myrmidon boosting. It's just like, bro, that shit's like across the world. Like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. That's I figure this would be a good point to mention the boosting, and then that's where I made a lot of my money for the AQ stuff. I made like I think about 5,000 gold doing that, like boosting people and selling bijous and shit. Maybe a little over 5K, like close to 6.
Which was a lot of gold.
Yeah, at that point in Classic, that was probably a lot of gold. GDKPs hadn't really picked up at that point, I don't think. Like, the gold selling wasn't, like, hadn't ramped up to, like, what it is now. So, yeah, 5K was, like, that was a good chunk of change back then.
That was a good amount. That was like a strong guild bank.
Yeah, 100%. That was a lot, and I had to spend it all. But I guess that covers ZG for the most part. I don't know if there's anything we missed there, but I think we're good.
I think we're good too. And I'm gonna say, because I think this is kind of a good pausing point. It is 6 o'clock in the morning for me, and I have to go. I want to give the AQ opening, and I want to give all the fucking bullshit like the proper attention it deserves. And I'm literally like nodding off in my fucking seat
I guess
here.
we've been here for like 5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say I wanted to get up and take a break, but yeah, this would be a good stopping point.
Yes.
To kind of come back and finish this up. I thought this would be faster, but there is a lot to talk about, I guess, with WoW.
Yeah, I think things I think will pick up with speed in TBC because I'm not gonna get too I'm not gonna get too deep into it. And I think Phase 6 as well. Like, there's one thing that I did want to bring up in Phase 6, but in terms of like a story. But I think we just had like a lot of stories because like I think the start of Classic was like just a fucking it needed that time. Like there was so much shit that happened. It was so cool and like once in a lifetime sort of stuff. So
it really was. Yeah. I mean, I think the rest of Classic will be kind of interesting, and then TBC will kind of be fast. I mean, it's really just a lot of you, and then me bringing up like what I did back in the day, and then Wrath is fucking Wrath, so I'll
Yeah.
keep kind of adding to the list here of different things that we might have missed. I'll try to remember some shit, but yeah, I guess it's a good stopping point for now. Phase 4, ZG,
Yeah.
and then we can pick this up another time here and continue on.
All right. Yeah, man, that sounds good. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Okay.
Always a pleasure talking to you.
Always a pleasure.
I will catch you later, my man.
All right, I will catch you later too. Take it easy. All right, well that is I guess that's part 1 for the WoW Classic Retrospective. I gotta check back in for part 2. We'll be talking about AQ and all that nonsense, Daxramis, and then probably wrapping up with TBC and Wrath, and touch on like the future of WoW and whatnot in the ends as well, and kind of like a little bit of retail talk and season discovery and whatnot. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me for now. Take it easy. Have a good one.